declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on Information Integrity on Climate Change and Energy. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders people here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. Committee members attending in person are myself, Senator Bush-Wilson as Chair, Deputy Chair Senator Nana Raja, Senator Canavan, Senator Darman and Senator Roberts. Joining us by teleconference later will be Senator McLaughlin. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, the witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behavioural Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind everyone engaging in the public hearing, including witnesses and members of the public, that the behavioural standards for Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces require people to act respectfully, professionally and with integrity, encourage and value diverse perspectives and recognise the importance of a free exchange of ideas. Bullying, harassment and discrimination will not be tolerated or condoned. I also remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. So I now welcome representatives from the Institute of Public Affairs in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and in particular witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with you first, Scott.
Scott Hargraves, Executive Director at the IPA.
Daniel Wild, Deputy Executive Director at the IPA.
Would you like to make a short opening statement and then we'll ask you some questions?
Yes. The IPA was founded some 82 years ago in 1943, as outlined in our Constitution, with a mission to defend freedom of the Australian people in all of its dimensions. As an educational charity, the IPA's work is based on research which is disseminated to the public and policymakers. The staying power of the IPA is testament to the valuable and important contributions that this organisation has made, now going into our 9th decade. One of the key threads of our research has been freedom of speech and the contestability of ideas and public policy, which is of central importance to this committee's deliberations regarding claims of misinformation. The terms misinformation and disinformation are vague and ill-defined terms. As the federal government's agency, the Australian Communications and Media Authority has even itself conceded, misinformation and disinformation are, quote, relatively novel and dynamic phenomena with no established consensus on the definition of either term, end quote. The terms have thus been weaponised for political purposes to censor and shut down debate and arguments that are considered to run counter to the politically correct zeitgeist. Misinformation laws can only be enforced by some kind of centralised governing entity, be it tech companies or government themselves, or tech companies at the behest of governments. This requires an adjudication of what is and what is not misinformation, which therefore requires an official definition of the truth, and for that definition to then be enforced on the public. This is profoundly undemocratic and illiberal. Every Australian is entitled to have and express their opinions. To deny this is to deny the foundational value of egalitarianism, that because all Australians are equal, all Australians have an equal right to participate in our democratic process. This process is not, or even primarily, voting. It is being involved in debate, of joining and supporting organisations, political or otherwise, which express views and opinion in public debate and doing so without fear of reprisal. As members of this committee would no doubt be aware, trust and confidence in politicians, government, the media, big corporates and tech companies is at an all-time low. Yet it is precisely these institutions which would be empowered under any misinformation laws to enforce those laws on Australians. As I come to the close of my brief remarks, I would draw your attention to the recent survey undertaken by McKinnon. Only 35% of Australians have high trust in politicians. Only 24% believe Australian federal politicians understand and represent people like them. Only 25% of Australians believe government can be trusted to do the right thing, and only 20% of Australians believe federal politicians are honest. Interestingly, and in direct relevance to the matters under consideration by this committee, the survey asked questions in relation to the capacity of Australians to access and understand information. Only 20% of Australians do not believe They have access to quality information on policy issues that they care about. And think about this. 75% of Australians are confident in their ability to tell the difference between trustworthy and untrustworthy sources of information online. This is not from the IPA, this is from McKinnon. This is a critical finding, and it shows that concerns about misinformation are largely a fiction invented by Australia's political elite as a front to curtail freedom of speech and shut down public debate. The elitist preoccupation of an almost non-existent public concern is used as a smokescreen to shut down debate. As I close my remarks, one comment about claims of astroturfing. The IPA has visited over 62 regional communities over the past 3 years in relation to wind turbines, solar panels, and the rollout of high-tension, high-voltage transmission lines. There is almost unanimous opposition to these projects other than to those who financially benefit from them. These people are real, they exist, and I know you're talking to some of them, and I extend an invite to all on this committee to visit those communities and hear their stories. I would also like to point you to our research documentary, The Faces of Net Zero, which tells the stories of the people who are suffering under the burdens of this net zero rollout. We recently launched our one-of-a-kind renewables database, which documents community-led opposition to renewables projects. This database shows that there are over 150 instances of community-led opposition to renewable energy projects across Australia since 2008. Since we released this database, another 30 communities have come forward with opposition to projects. In short, these Australians are real, and they deserve the dignity of being listened to, not dismissed as being fake because they are an apparent inconvenience to the political establishment.
Thank you, Mr. Wild, and under 5 minutes too. Appreciate it. Just a matter of interest in relation to your statement there. Did you document how many people in rural areas supported renewable energy?
No, we struggled to find many, to be honest with you.
Really? It wasn't because you had an agenda?
No, there just wasn't that many that came out, to be honest. As I said, unless someone was financially benefiting from these foreign-owned wind farms, as you know, over 80% are foreign-owned and funded. We couldn't find any. They weren't coming out of the woodwork. So I don't know. Maybe you've had more luck. I assume that you've extensively.
We've managed to find.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you've travelled extensively to regional communities to find them.
Yeah, well, I live in a regional community, so and I have actually travelled extensively.
Yeah, they're not on Robins Island. There's no supporters there.
All right. Very funny. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for the email on Friday night. I appreciated. I'm not quite sure why I'm on your mailing list, but I'm very happy to stay on your mailing list. So I received an email on Friday night from you saying, net zero, a dead man walking. Now, I know that you've obviously got a mailing list.
I'm sorry if I used the wrong pronouns because they dead walking.
So, dear Senator Wish-Wilson, as IPA Deputy Executive Director Daniel Wild said this week, don't underestimate this. We've now broken the back of net zero, and net zero is now a dead man walking. Daniel was on Paul Murray Live talking about this decision on net zero and went on to say, a debate which will include those in regional Australia having their livelihoods directly impacted by the rushed rollout of wind and energy facilities and infrastructure. The IPA's renewable rejection database, which I note you didn't use in your introduction, and it goes on to say the developments this week would not have happened without the work of the IPA. Only the IPA has been publishing the research and analysis revealing net zero is unaffordable, unachievable, and unwanted by Australians. So, in terms of the terms of reference for this inquiry, I suppose what I'm interested in.
Not wanted by Australians?
In terms of the chair, Senator Roberts, can you? I've actually asked. You'll get a chance to ask questions.
You'll have your turn.
Please be respectable. So, Mr. Wild, Mr. Hargraves. So you're out and proud about climate obstruction, aren't you? I mean,
what do you mean by climate obstruction? How do you define that?
Okay.
Can you define what
I'm
you
very
mean
happy
by
to,
climate
very
obstruction?
happy to define climate obstruction for you.
Thank you.
As an intentional action and efforts to slow or block policies on climate change that are commensurate with a scientific consensus of what is necessary to avoid dangerous human-caused interference with the climate system. That is the definition of climate obstruction.
What's your definition?
And that's that. If you'd like to look it up, it's on a submission we've received from Professor J. Timmins Roberts. It's an international definition. So welcome to read Professor Roberts's submission.
Thank you for that, Senator.
Can you answer my question? You're out and proud about climate obstruction. Am I correct?
Well, I do thank you for that definition. I will add that to the list of what I found in the terms of reference for this inquiry many of the submissions, many of the senators' questions, which are essentially circular definitions. I was already prepared to say that it seemed to me that the definition of misinformation that was being created, magicked up out of this inquiry, is essentially anything that is opposed to the government plans, anything that is opposed to what the IPCC says, anything opposed to what the government says in terms of its renewables plans, its climate target, is by definition misinformation. Anything that undermines the public's appetite for the rollout of renewables is by definition misinformation. So climate obstruction just seems to be another circular definition that is using emotive language, the language of obstruction.
Yep.
Is saying that you are blockers, and I've lived through the whole thing of being called deniers. This one's new to me, so now it's just by definition obstruction. What we arrived at was a public policy position,
Right.
and certainly I support everything that Dan said, and I'd add that net zero in particular, where we really got started, was the day after Scott Morrison announced that this was now a bipartisan policy.
Okay. So you've been campaigning against it since then, is that correct?
Our research is based on the proposition that this is bad policy. So you can call it climate obstruction, but that is not our objective. Our objective is to critique the policy and say this is bad policy, which would be bad for the freedom of Australians, bad for the prosperity of Australians. So you can use that definition if you wish.
Mr Hargroves, whatever definition you choose, or however you want to define misinformation or disinformation, I want you to be really clear here today. You're proud, the IPO is proud, based on this email you've sent, that you have killed net zero for the Liberal Party. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't characterise that at all. We're incredibly proud of the work that we've done for over 8 decades on this issue.
Yes, so
what's wrong? So I'm not allowed to have an opinion? I'm not allowed to communicate? I don't understand your issue
Mr.
here.
Mr. Wild, I'm not putting...
We're just asking
Mr.
the questions.
Wild, I'm not putting words...
It's okay.
You're not putting words in your mouth.
There's no need to be defensive. We're just asking the question.
You're proud about having killed net zero for the Liberal Party. I mean, I don't think it's been announced yet. Senator Canavan, no doubt, is going to his party room in the days to come.
Well, he's in the
Senator
Nationals.
Senator McLaughlin has a different view.
Canavan's in the Nationals. I don't know if you knew that.
Senator McLaughlin has a different view, and he's on this committee as well. But you're telling people on Friday that you've killed net zero. Is that fair?
I don't think I wrote. Did I write that? Can you read it out to me again?
Yeah, you said.
I said it's a dead man walking.
A dead man walking. We've now broken the back of net zero, and net zero is now a dead man walking.
So did I write?
The development
so did
this
I write
week
the word
would
kill?
not have happened without the work of the IPA.
So you're misrepresenting. So did I say kill?
Well,
did I say that?
Well, the word dead.
No, but did I say we killed it?
Okay, let me rephrase it.
No, don't verbal me. Don't you verbal me.
I'm not verbaling you.
Yeah, you misquoted me deliberately.
No, I didn't miss.
I've never said that.
I take that back, Mr. Wild. If that makes you happy.
Yeah, it does.
But you're proud that it's a dead man walking. Is that correct?
That is a commentary provided on the current political situation, which is
so
obvious
you're proud
for
of that.
everyone.
You're proud of that.
It is.
Could I say the point of order?
It's an astute commentary on the current political situation.
Chair, could I raise a point of order?
Yes, sure.
I realise it's getting tense back and forth, but I just suggest it's not helpful when you ask a question and within seconds of the answer.
I'm not getting an answer.
Hang on.
I've given you the answer, whether you like it or not.
You're interrupting the witness.
Sorry,
Mr. Wild. Can I just make my point of order? Yeah, within seconds of asking the question, starting to interrupt an answer is not conducive to getting the information we need for this committee.
Right. Well, you remember that as well, Senator Canavan, and I'll remember that too. So that's net zero. So you've sent that out to all your followers. Can we go back to
members?
Go back to the carbon price, which I know you've spent a lot of time campaigning on as well. So in 2000, the Institute of Public Affairs received an award. Was it in?
We've received lots of awards.
Oh, you have, especially in relation to an international prestigious award for your work campaigning against the carbon tax. This was put in a number of submissions, and then we found the media release from your own website, where it said, according to your media release between January 1st, 2010 and July 31st, 2014, IPA research on the carbon tax appeared on 209 occasions in print media, 363 occasions on radio, 261 cases on television, and this award was awarded by the Atlas Network, is that correct?
That was just before I started the IPA, but I think that's substantially correct.
Okay.
The Templeton
The Templeton Award, so you were shortlisted.
shortlisted, but
Six.
did not win. I don't think.
Got runner-up, is my understanding.
There were 5 from recollection. If I find out anything different, I'll let the committee know. From recollection, there were 5 shortlisted organisations, and we didn't win, but we were one of the 5.
So you are part of the Atlas Network, is that correct?
It's yes.
Yes. Okay.
So there
They
are, there are
haven't
multiple hundreds of organisations across the world.
Indeed. I found the last disclosure in 2021 from the Atlas Network that said you're a member, but I just wanted to check today that you are still officially a part of the Atlas.
I look forward to finding out what the problem with that is.
I'm not saying there's a problem. Once again, Mr. Hargraves, I'm just asking you questions here. Just wanted to clarify that because I haven't been able to find documentation since 2021. They don't publish a list of their affiliates anymore. Okay, so what does it mean to be part of the Atlas Network? What kind of resources do you?
Not a hell of a lot, to be honest, to our operations.
Right. Well, what do you?
It's
what does
barely
not a hell of a
material.
lot mean?
So I'd invite anyone to go and look at the website of the Atlas Network and actually find out what they do. One of the curious things I find about all the submissions and what essentially is a conspiracy theory about the nefarious role played by the Atlas Network is I'd defy anyone to find anything that it's actually ever said really which is focused on climate as an issue. Their raison d'etre, so far as I understand it, it's on their website, is promoting the cause of freedom across the world.
Right.
I was looking through, and I'm on their mailing list. Like we don't pay membership dues. It's not that. It is, as the word suggests, a network.
Yep.
But for instance, I got an email. I was going, I searched, Atlas. What have I got from it? It's like they were raising money for Ukraine in 2022.
Yeah. Okay.
The cause of freedom.
Yeah.
That's their fun. So far as I understand it, that's their fundamental objective.
Do you accept, Mr. Hargraves, they have been a player historically in climate obstruction, climate disinformation, undermining climate policies all around the world?
From nothing I've observed suggests that that
Okay.
is a reasonable conclusion.
All right. Well, I can perhaps come back to that if we've got
I
time.
honestly-
there was this document.
You would have to ask them, and I'd invite you to ask them. All I can say is I cannot ever remember receiving anything from them about climate change, climate policy, no communications from individuals therein.
So
if they've published papers on it, I'd be happy to look at it.
What kind of networking do you do within the Atlas Network? Like, what does it mean to be a member? Do you get financial resources? Do you get other information subsidies? Do you get training? Well, how does it work? Just
Again-
explain to the public. If it is a bogeyman, the Atlas Network, and you're right in that regard, just tell us what it means to be part of the network.
Look at their website. I mean, I think all the things that you've mentioned, they do have grant programs, they do have training programs. I mean, for something like the IPA, which is, as Dan said, an 82-year-old organisation,
Yep.
we have our own resources. We have nearly 10,000 members across Australia, and God bless them, which enables us to do what we do. We are not reliant on the Atlas Network for anything that we do. But as I understand it,
So
they
you
do
don't
all the
receive
things that
funding?
you talk about. They run conferences, they offer training, and I believe the training is especially valuable to nascent organisations in developing countries. If you're in Nepal, emerging out of a period of civil disorder into a new democratic age, I believe you'd find that I think the magazine of the Atlas Network would tell you about the work that they're doing in
Great.
Nepal.
I'll go on and have a look at that. But you don't receive any funding from that. Do you want to clear that up? I mean, unless you maybe win an award.
Unless you win an award, there's certainly
No financial assistance at all?
the only thing that would ever be for would be a grant fund, and it would be I'd have to go and look.
Okay.
I'd have to go and look. It would not be material.
But you're clear about your motivations on net zero. Your email shows that.
I don't agree with that assertion.
Well, it's on your email.
I don't agree with your characterisation of that at all.
Okay.
I just don't accept that assertion.
So, you've nearly won an award for undermining the carbon price.
I don't accept that
tax.
assertion either. We almost won an award for our outstanding research, which received international accolades, and we're very proud of that.
In relation to, I can actually read you what the Atlas Network wrote if you'd like. about
Go for it.
the great work you did undermining the carbon price.
Go for it. Can you read it out, please?
If I come back to it and you have
You do it
time,
now.
I'll read it out,
I'd
Mr.
like you
Lloyd.
to
You're
do
not
it now.
you're not dictating this committee hearing.
I'm allowed to say what I'd like.
Yeah, of course you're allowed to say what you like, but you also need to be respectful. We're asking questions, and got a lot of work to get through. So, in relation to
Point of order,
yes, Senator Roberts.
Mr. Wild is requesting that you treat him with respect. He asked for clarification on your point. You have not given it to him. You made an assertion that is not reputable.
That's not a point of order, Senator Roberts. So, where do you get your funding from then, if it's not from someone like the
10,000
Atlas?
members that I just mentioned. So we have, in every year in our annual reports, we talk about the spread of donations that we have. So, for instance, in the annual report that'll be going up on our website, there's a proof copy. For instance, there's 4,184 people that have donated somewhere between $1 and $1,000 in the financial year just gone. And then we go through various gradations. We have a spread of donors. Some of them are in a position to be more generous than others. We have seven. We've listed here 7 donors that have given more than $200,000 in that same time period. So it is, as you'd expect, a combination of many donors, some of whom are in a position to give more than others.
We know through court hearings in 2017-18 that Jenna Reinhardt was a significant donor to you, the IPA. Is that still the case?
We don't disclose our donors. I'm
rule
aware of the press clippings that you mentioned that arose out of a separate thing, but as a matter of policy, we're not required by law to disclose our donors, and we believe there are good public policy reasons for that. And so I won't be venturing into a discussion about who is currently donating or not donating to the IPA.
Will you rule out that she's a significant donor to the IPA today?
I will say that I won't entertain any questions about who is currently donating to the IPA. But I will say that it is on a matter of public record that she's an honorary life member of the IPA. She is a generous contributor to many causes across Australia, and as you say, it's a matter of public record that certainly the IPA is amongst those causes that she has supported, and we're very grateful for that. We wish her more like her.
So US domiciled Peabody Energy is listed as a full member of Coal Australia, and Peabody Energy describes itself as the leading global pure coal play company. On page 45 of their Peabody Energy's 2025 sustainability report, they state Coal Australia is providing direct financial support to third-party organisations to campaign in support of pro-coal mining policies. Coal Australia has funded other listed Atlas Network partner organisations, namely the Australian Institute of Progress, with a $613,000 donation to the Australian Institute of Progress recorded by the Electoral Commission of Queensland. Can you confirm today whether they're a donor to the IPA as well?
As a matter of policy,
Coal Australia?
I'm not going to answer any questions about who is or isn't donating to the IPA.
Well, given the work you're doing to undermine climate action like net zero and the carbon price, don't you think people should know about the motivations of your donors?
I would just like to point out that we have been at this for 82 years. I mean, certainly we've been tracking the climate policy questions ever since they arose in the 1980s. How long's Coal Australia been around? I don't know, it's like 2 years, 3 years, maybe, tops. We've been at this a long time. Yeah. I mean,
it doesn't mean
I'm editing a magazine, and I go back through the IPA review, and I find commentary on the original formation of the UNFCCC, in whenever that was, late 80s, early 90s. So the idea that because these guys exist and perhaps they're looking around, and they can magic up the IPA to take an interest in these things is frankly ludicrous.
Yeah, that may be valid, but respectfully, it doesn't mean you're not taking money from them. Will you rule out that you're taking money from the coal industry?
I'm not going to entertain any questions about who may or may not be donating, and it's an unfortunate position for me in some instances, because you could potentially go through a long list of companies and say, well, what about these guys? What about these guys? What about these guys? And much as I might wish to say no, I'm not going to do that, because there's a policy that is in place. It is
Okay.
a well-founded public policy position. Many of the submitters, and not all from the freedom side of the think tank world, have said much the same thing. The Australia Institute, amongst them, has said there are well-founded reasons for this.
Answer the question. These are not valid reasons to not answer the question.
Okay.
No need to
According
get
to the
defensive,
Senate.
Yes.
Well,
Right. Senator,
it's not defensiveness.
I'll come back to this if we've got a
I don't
chance.
really
think it
understand
might
what
be.
that
If you
means.
won't,
It is a little
if you won't disclose, sorry, Mr. Wall, just if you won't disclose.
Sorry, I just can't hear over the cross talking. Can you start
Okay,
again?
no, I'm sorry you were distracted by that. If Mr. Hargraves and Mr. Wild, if you won't disclose who your donors are, and you've got to understand from our point of view, we try and look at the motivations behind your policy research work, the great research work you do, Mr. Wild. I mean, you're an organisation of people, but I'd like to know what's driving, what the agendas are behind that research. So we'll come back to that. But I suppose my question then is, what kind of assistance do you provide, whether it's financial or otherwise, to community groups in Australia? For example, one submission to this inquiry states that NREN's President, Mr. Grant Piper, linked both Advance and the Institute of Public Affairs to its campaign work in his brief public reports on Facebook to NREN members. So can you confirm today if the Institute of Public Affairs currently provides the National Rational Energy Network any type of support, including non-financial support such as research support, advocacy training or communications training?
Did you bring your tinfoil hat as well?
That's being
you have some
disrespectful,
alfoil
Mr.
here?
Wild. You're just being disrespectful.
This
Just
You know,
answer the
but
question.
it doesn't do you
Just
any.
answer the
I've asked the
question.
It doesn't do you
Oh,
any
you're not
favours
a-
to be
Are you asking?
disrespectful.
Do you want to
Just
ask a
answer the
question?
question.
Do you want to ask a question?
Mr. Wild, it doesn't.
I
No,
will
who's
be asking
actually? We've got three
questions.
people talking.
Just
So,
please
are you,
answer
do you
the
want to? If you want to
question.
ask
Please
a
answer the
question, why don't you ask one? Do you have something to say? No. didn't.
Please answer the question.
Well,
Mr.
I'd
Hargraves.
like to-
No, no, I
You
just
seem
wanna
to
make
be
a-
good at that.
I just
Would
want to
you
make
like
a
answer
point.
my
I just
question?
no, excuse me. I just want to make a point. This is so the insinuation of your statement, which is masquerading as a question, is that we're not allowed to talk to people. We're not allowed to interact with the community.
No, I'm
That's
not
an extraordinary.
insinuating
Excuse me.
anything.
Excuse me.
No,
I'm allowed to speak.
Chair,
I'm allowed to speak. You
Chair,
might
just
not
a
like
point
what I
of
say.
order.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. When someone disagrees with you, you try to shut them
Wild,
down.
I'm actually
This is
just asking a
exactly-
question. I know you're obviously, it's touched a raw nerve with you, and
I'm
you're very
just trying to-
sensitive about
Chair,
it.
he's trying to answer.
It is
But just answer the
extraordinary.
question.
It is profoundly undemocratic that you seem to have this view that we're not allowed to talk to other people in the
I didn't-
community on this
I
issue.
didn't Mr. Wild, now you're verbaling me. When did I say that you were
I
not
said
allowed?
it's an do you know what an insinuation
When
means?
did I say you were not allowed to talk?
I never said that you said that. I said it's an insinuation. Do you know what that word means?
Now, so
You seem to be having a hard time today.
Be respectful here, and I'll just ask the question: do you provide any assistance to these community groups?
Well-
That's what I'm asking.
well,
I'm not saying you can't, by the way, or that you
Well,
shouldn't.
that's very good of you.
Let
that
me
we
say
need-
that really clear. I'm not saying you can't do that,
Right. Okay.
or that there's anything wrong with that. I'm simply asking, do you?
Right. I'm sure
Okay.
that's all it is.
My difficulty with the question was that the definition of support, you said financial or any other kind. So research support. Anyone can read our research. I mean, it is a function of what we do.
Advocacy training, communications training, or financial support.
That's just not
You know-
advocacy training. No.
Yeah.
Do you know what a think tank
No, no,
is?
that is not in our wheelhouse. That is just not
Seriously,
in
do
our
you know what a
wheelhouse.
think tank is? Like, we're not.
Why would the community group say that on their
What do they say?
on their Facebook page then?
Yeah,
Ask
You
them. I
provide
don't know.
support.
yeah, but what does that mean? What is
We're trying to look at how we're trying to look at.
that could range from anything other than,
Okay.
if somebody had rung me up and said, we're going to do this, we're going to quote from your research, so I have no specific recollection of this happening, but if somebody had rung me up and said, we've got this community organisation, we're going to quote your research, we think that Australia's being, that the reckless renewables rollout is hurting Australians and we're going to oppose it, I would have said, knock yourself out.
Okay,
So that's not advocacy
Just quoting
training.
your research then.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't provide any other.
certainly don't. We're neither asked to nor do we provide financial support to get these. I mean, this is my objection to the astroturfing actually being in the terms of reference. The inference is always that these community groups wouldn't have existed unless somehow we or people like us have somehow gone around and created them out of whole cloth. This is a nonsense.
What's your relationship with Advance?
Platonic.
Platonic? Plutonic?
Platonic.
You can maybe you've got a definition there you've conjured up from the UN. You can.
No,
Look at. I don't know.
okay, so define.
I've answered the question.
So, Mr. Wild, define what platonic means.
Oh, look, it means that it's a very convivial relationship that we enjoy.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, again, they use our research, and in this case, I can definitely. In this case, I can confirm recollections of things like, "Hey, really love that energy paper you wrote. Is it all right if we, send that around and share with our mailing list?" And I was like, "Go for it, go for it." Similarly with, say, research on the education system.
Yeah. What's the deal with the Murdoch press? You're obviously heavily platformed by the Murdoch press. You might think that's funny, Mr. Wild. You might think that's funny. You've mentioned in your media release in 2018 the hundreds of different media, hits that you've had across TV, across radio, across news.
Obviously, the Murdochs.
Sorry?
Blame the Murdochs.
I'm not blaming Murdoch.
Oh, okay.
I'm just asking you what your relationship is with them. Why do they platform the IPA so much?
Well, again,
Our groundbreaking.
Can I just raise a point of
It's
order?
groundbreaking.
Can I raise a point of order? A few times this morning, you've effectively asked the witness a question about the motives or operations of another entity. So I just think it's a bit strange. Hang on. Just in terms of relevance to the committee's work.
I'm asking about the relationship.
Yes, but maybe you could recharacterise your question about what their involvement, but asking them to say why another organisation does something is a bit strange because they're not that organisation.
Look, in your email that you sent around on Friday night, boasting about undermining net zero, the dead man walking.
I never said that. I never boasted. No, hang on. I never boasted about undermining net zero. I never said that. At least if you're going to say something that I've said, you've literally got my email in front of you. You've literally got my words there.
I do. So
why don't you just read those words out rather than saying something that I never
actually
said?
As IPA Deputy Executive Director Daniel Wild said, don't underestimate this. We've now broken the back of net zero, and net zero is now a dead man walking. That is a boast, Mr. Wild.
You can characterise it that way.
I will characterise it as a boast because that's exactly what it is.
Okay, that's up to you.
So that's fine, but you deny you're not boasting about it.
I wouldn't use the word boast, no.
What word would you use then?
I would say we're disseminating our research findings to our members.
And they've had impact. We are proud of the impact our research.
What's your research? You've got research finding then, based on what you just said, that you've broken the back of net zero and it's a dead man walking. What research have you got finding that?
I'll give you one example. Some polling that we recently commissioned from Dynata, which is an independent polling company, which found that 79% of Australians think that affordability or reliability should be their priority of energy policy, and only 21% believe that net zero emissions should be the priority. So how
is that breaking the back of,
the
Liberal Party's net zero policy?
I know that arithmetic might not be a strong point, but
actually, I'm an economist, probably like you are, Mr. Walton. It's not bad.
Well done. Do you want a medal or a show bag for that?
No, which I'm happy with either.
Okay.
Have you got one?
Oh yeah, I've got a show bag of our research. Would you like it? Here you go. Here's some research.
Why would you offer a show bag if you don't have one?
I do. I've got a show bag of research.
Right.
Would you like that?
No.
You don't want.
I'll read it. I'll read it online, Mr. Wild.
Thank you.
So answer the question.
So if 1 in 5 people support a policy, that would tend to suggest that it's not popular and therefore at some point will be terminated.
Well,
would you agree with that assertion?
Let me have a read of your research before I respond, because I'd be very keen to see exactly how you constructed that research. And at the moment, I can't comment on it because I haven't read it.
Well, I can.
Okay?
Can I just raise? Far be it for me to interrupt an enemy when they're failing, but we've been 35 minutes at this, and you've had the call for 35 minutes. I wonder just when you're planning to retake the call.
That's actually a very valid point. You didn't need to make the snide comment, though, Senator Canavan, but it's certainly noted. So I'll rotate the call. Senator Ananda Raja.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In your submission, you've made 10 citations. One of them references a speech from our Chair. The remaining 9 reference work of the IPA. Was any research actually put into the submission beyond just reiterating your own research? I mean, this is the very definition of an echo chamber. And you do style yourself as a esteemed research institution / think tank, but you've only included your own research in the submission.
Sorry, I can't hear the question. There's two people talking.
I might take this.
There's 4 people.
You can count. There you go. You can count to 4. Well done.
Actually,
I can see why you're an economist.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wild. I appreciate it.
Actually, this may be the one thing we can agree on, Senator. That was a short submission. We had such a fundamental objection to the terms of reference of the committee. We felt we had done an enormous body of research into the misinformation laws as they were proposed by the government in the previous term of Parliament. We've been talking about free speech for 82 years. It was a bit of a judgment call. Are we really going to take everyone offline for a month to exhaustively go through all of the terms of reference and do like a 400-page submission? And the answer was no, we didn't think it deserved it. We did reference our own work, but if you went back through those references, you would find references to many organisations and other pieces of research. I mean, we put an enormous amount of work into misinformation. We went through the fact checkers and established the bias that the fact-checking organisations have. We've done a lot of work on the institutional bias of university-based organisations, which are recipients of funds, where you basically have to keep making findings about climate change, the flaws in the CSIRO's plans. So there's a trail of references which can be followed, but the one thing I would agree on is that was a short and to the point submission where we basically wanted to establish our opposition to the very idea of misinformation and our strong objection to the idea that astroturfing is the explanation for the community rejection of the renewables rollout. So,
on the topic of misinformation, do you accept that the World Economic Forum have cited misinformation, disinformation as our top 1-2 threats over the next couple of years?
Oh, I'm sure that's an accurate factual statement, but I have no truck with the World Economic Forum. That's not even an official government organisation.
So you don't like universities?
If we're going to go into Klaus
Schwab? You don't like the CSIRO, you don't like the World Economic Forum. You regard the Senate and the Australian Parliament with contempt because you didn't want to put the effort into writing a more robust submission?
I'm sure.
Okay.
That's what I'm...
Sorry, Senator. Senator, are you...
I'm making a point of order as Chair.
Inquiring
Mr. Wild,
of the Senator.
that is not acceptable behaviour. I read out earlier.
That's actually
you do not ask a
patronising.
senator if
How dare
she's
you?
okay.
How dare you?
That is misogynistic.
Who do you think you
and
are?
rude.
Who do you think
Can you define?
are?
If you think it's misogynistic, tell me what a woman is.
I'm a doctor,
no,
all right?
You can't
How
do that?
Dare
No,
you?
So how can you
Wild,
say
that
it's
is-
Speak to me that
misogynistic
way.
if you don't even know what a woman
The
is?
country is watching you right now, Mr. Wild. I'll
think
just
they're watching you.
remind you of your behaviour.
So can you actually
Mr.
tell me?
Hargraves?
Mr. Wild, I'm just letting you know, sorry, Deputy Chair, it is not acceptable behaviour to say that to a senator. It is. If you do it again, we'll go into a private meeting and we'll adjudicate on this. Please let the Deputy Chair finish her questioning and answer the question when you get a chance. Thank you.
Chair, can I just, on the point of order, can I just say on the point of order, Chair, on the point of order, respect is a two-way street. I'll make the point again. Once we've asked a question, it would be good to let the witnesses have more than just a few seconds before they're interrupted. Okay? And then we might just take the heat out.
I was listening to Mr. Hargraves while Mr. Wild was interjecting, right? So I was trying to actually listen to Mr. Hargraves, Senator Canavan. Mr. Hargraves, back to
So
you.
there's actually two things we've agreed on.
yeah.
Yes, I have no reason to doubt that the World Economic Forum listed this amongst the top 5 risks facing the planet.
In the next 2 years, top 2 threats in the next 2 years.
That's their assessment.
In your submission, you also stated that between 2019 and February 2024, fact-checking organisations collectively conducted 249 investigations into claims by or about political parties or figures, with 65% of verdicts being favourable to the political left, while 35% were favourable to the political right. Again, speaking to the issue of bias that you cited earlier, to draw various conclusions about this committee is what we're trying to do and prove that fact-checking is in fact redundant. Isn't it possible, Mr. Hargraves, that it is actually the political right who are more often factually incorrect? I mean, isn't it possible from that statement rather than this being a grand bias, that it's in fact the political right that comes up with more factually incorrect material.
All things are possible, but our findings, when you actually go to the substance of it, no, that's not the case. I mean, the greatest real-world experiment that Australia's had recently was the voice to Parliament, and this was where it was clear that the fact-checking organisations, including that affiliated with the ABC, was essentially barracking for one particular outcome. And the matters that they chose to fact-check, was the first sign of bias. And I'll make it clear, by the way, that there's nothing inherently wrong with fact-checking organisations. This is contestable debate, which is what we believe in free speech. And if people want to, attack our research, find flaws in it, just as we do with others, that's fine. But what we object to is a misinformation regime which would essentially licence these fact-checkers to decide what Australians have access to. That was our objection to the misinformation laws that were in the last term of Parliament, and that, if this committee is successful in its objectives, if it comes up again, then you really will see a 400-page submission, and we will exhaustively list all the reasons why this would be the end of the liberal democratic order that we have. It would be the end of free speech, and it would take away from Australians their right to information on very, very important public policy issues.
On the matter of net zero, you're clearly not a fan of net zero. I understand that. You mentioned that you've broken the back of net zero. If your advice on abandoning net zero were implemented, what would be the implications on Australia's international standing and trade competitiveness in a decarbonising global economy?
Well, I would say that the idea that the globe is decarbonising is fanciful. One of the things about the energy transition, there's a lot of normative statements about it being a good thing, but I think the thing that's clear is it's not happening. It's not happening anytime soon. It's driven by the developing world. It's driven by China, India, Russia. At last glance, I think 33% of the world's GDP was covered by some kind of hard climate target. The world is not decarbonising, and I think it's possible to say that parts of the West are, but the global economy is not decarbonising, and there are very good reasons why it's not actually feasible that it ever will.
I think that the markets don't reflect your comments, but that's all right. There's an article in the Fin Review. I suggest you read it today.
Could you please elaborate on that, sorry?
Well, I'll
markets, what do you mean by that? Can you explain that, please?
Global investment is shifting towards decarbonising.
You've
got to follow the money. You've got to follow the money.
Do you have any evidence?
Actually, no.
No?
This is one of the things.
You don't have any evidence?
One of the things.
I cited the Fin Review.
So Dan,
you read the
worth
newspaper.
reading.
Okay.
I don't know if you read the Fin Review. Maybe you don't believe in the
Dan,
maybe they're part of the conspiracy as well.
I might actually come at this from a slightly different direction, which is that one of the things I note in all the submissions, and I was reading through the Hansards last night, is that there's, follow the money, has been said, and it's an excellent statement, but I find it interesting that it's only followed in certain directions, that supposedly there must be sources of money that are flowing around the country and the West to defend the status quo. I am very, very interested in the source on the flows of money that are benefiting from the disruption, from the destruction of our existing energy system and the creation of a new one. And as Dan mentioned, I think the figure was like 70% of the wind farms that are receiving the LRET are foreign-owned. 100% of solar panels come from China. There is big money in disruption. There's much less money to be made in an existing asset base where people are earning normal rates of return. I think. So I agree, follow the money, but I think follow it wherever it leads.
Does the IPA accept the findings of the IPCC, which represents the consensus of thousands of scientists globally on man-made climate change? And if not, what empirical basis do you reject it on?
The IPCC is essentially a political body which delivers a summary for policymakers, which is what most people quote from. So.
It's a political body, is it? It's not a group of scientists.
There is an a very, very extensive process, and you know, for my sins, I've occasionally looked at the summary for policymakers. So they're sifting through the research, they're finding the research that comes up through working groups. But essentially, that final document, which makes its way to policymakers, is nothing other than a process of synthesis and decisions, and it has some probative value. But it is not the final word, and we would never accept that it's the final word on anything, because that's just not how science works.
How does science work, Mr. Hargraves?
Through a process of inquiry, through acknowledging that ideas are contestable.
Through the scientific method.
Through the scientific method. And so nothing is ever proven forever. You have the best possible explanations for things at the time. I mean, we are concerned at the institutional bias that arises. Again, this is, public choice economics 101, that if you set up organisations to address a problem, then never in recorded history of it has that organisation ever said, actually, the problem's not that big and there's no more reason for us to exist.
I'm not sure I follow you.
Well, we have 80,000 people, I think, heading towards the latest COP. I mean, this is a big business in itself, and that creates a bias towards catastrophism.
Well, thousands of them are lobbyists from the fossil fuel industry.
So the IPCC is a political body,
and the renewables.
And so the IPCC is a political body. You don't believe in that there is consensus around man-made climate change. Is that what you're basically telling me?
I reject the notion of consensus.
97% of scientists now agree that climate change is caused by
a study,
human activity.
That was a study that
97%. Yesterday we heard 99% of scientists now believe that.
I recall that originally.
The thing about science is that it's contested until it's not, and then when consensus is arrived at, it's not contested anymore. So that is the point that I'm trying to make.
I completely disagree with that conception
so
of science.
You would be in the outlier.
Astonishingly authoritarian.
So there is.
Actually, it isn't.
That is very.
That's how science works. It's
no.
contested until it isn't.
No.
There is such an overwhelming body of
there is generally a consensus around an explanation for things which lasts until a better explanation comes along. I mean, that's Thomas Kuhn wrote about that 70 years ago. It's
Mr. Hargraves, can I just move you on? Does the IPA? Time is short, Mr. Senator Canavan. Time is short.
Chair, can I raise a point of order?
I want to make
raising
sure
a point
that
of
you have
order.
time.
I'm raising a point of order, please. Mr. Hargraves I was actually really interested to hear about Thomas Kuhn. I followed his work too. It's a very interesting point. And he was just cut off, like mid-sentence. Can we just hear, can he finish his answer?
We are on the clock.
Can he finish his answer, please?
Deputy Chair, do let...
Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
Please.
If you could be brief, Mr. Hargraves, thank you.
Do I accept IPCC findings? On principle, no. It's a document which represents a particular process and a point in time, and there are other scientists out there who dispute key findings of it, and we're very interested in those, and that's partly the service we are providing, which is a contestable approach to science and public policy as well, because the science is the climate science is one thing, but this committee also seems to be wrapping up into the definition of misinformation and disinformation any criticism of the policies that flow from that. We've got some economists present, I understand, and once we start banning discussion over public policy, well, then I'm not sure what the democratic process is anymore.
I don't think anyone's trying to
ban.
In fact, the whole point of this is to have a policy discussion.
To ventilate some issues. Does the IPA believe we should reduce emissions?
It's not a question we would frame in that way. So,
sorry, I'm asking the question. Yeah. Could you respond? Does the IPA believe we should reduce emissions?
It's not a position. It's not a question we've ever asked ourselves in that form. We look at the policies that are being put forward. We pull them apart. We look at the IPCC reports. We seek to understand them. We commission other views and commentaries. It's a bit of a moot point, actually, as I say. I mean, global emissions continue to rise regardless of anything we in Australia do, regardless of anything the IPCC's been saying for 30 years.
Actually, global emissions may have peaked. There's suggestions that they may have peaked.
I think you need to look at the data centres that are being built all over the world.
So does the IPA believe we should reduce emissions, yes or no?
Emissions are associated with human activity. Our concern has always been that when we say let's reduce emissions, what that means is reduce energy consumption. The liberation of the human race has been achieved off the back of transformations in energy technology. And as you know, you look at someone, listen to someone like Vaclav Smil pointing out that no society ever progressed by going from a dense form of energy to a less dense form of energy. All of our human progress has been in the opposite direction. It's one of the reasons why we were open to nuclear energy and believe the ban should be repealed. Why wouldn't you utilise an energy source which offers baseload energy, which is more than intermittent sources like wind and solar will ever do?
They're intermittent, but they're reliable. They're made reliable thanks to storage solutions, pumped hydro and batteries, aren't they? So that's
at vast expense and for short
gets
periods of time.
this.
We still need gas then to back up to the backup systems.
A couple more questions.
Hence the overbuild.
A couple more, and we might come back. With regards to your engagement with regional communities, can you just give us a bit of an overview of what your engagement is with those communities? Is it through forums, summits, roundtables? How do you identify community groups and regional voices?
Dan's been much more involved in this, but it's very much an organic process. People find their way to our research, and we notice these things, and it's also in some cases my own. These are communities that I grew up in. I see some of the people that are actually very active, and they've never even heard of the IPA. They've got no idea what I do for a living, but I notice that they're active, and so there's a very organic process of connecting with them.
I think that captures it.
Yep. Yeah. So we might we might meet in a local pub. Sometimes we'll have meetings. We're in Walla Walla, I think, a fortnight ago in.
So do they reach you, or do you reach out to them? How do you identify these groups?
It's an organic process. I mean, it might differ. It might differ. People might say you need to talk to these guys, and that might flow in both directions.
Who would say, when you say people might say, what do you mean by people might say you should talk to these guys? Who are those people that you refer
people who are, I'll give you another example. So we had a Perth event. We have events for members, and I met someone who drove a long way because they were desperately concerned about an offshore wind farm that's being proposed off the coast in Western Australia. They were desperately concerned about the environmental impacts. They were desperately concerned about having an 11 gigawatt installation that Chris Bowen was talking about in a state which only has about 4 gigawatts of load, and the effect that they have on the system. So they saw that the IPA was doing work in the area, and she came up and introduced herself. That's what I would call an organic process.
Does the IPA engage public relations firms to engage in communities with the purpose of developing messaging toolkits to undermine the renewable rollout?
I don't. In my 10 years at the IPA, I don't recall us engaging a public relations firm in any context.
Do any of your members do?
I have to ask them.
You have to ask the 10,000 of them.
Yeah.
Your staff. So the IPA does not engage with public relations firms on the topic of developing messaging toolkits.
Messaging toolkits. That is.
What's a messaging toolkit?
This is not.
What do you mean by a messaging toolkit?
A simple yes or no would do.
No, hang on. What's a messaging toolkit?
You want to give an accurate answer.
Yeah.
I'd like to answer your question thoroughly.
You don't know what a messaging toolkit is?
Not within
you're in a think
context.
tank.
Not in the
Focused
context.
on research and.
But we're not a public relations organisation.
And comms, and you don't know what a messaging.
Not in the context within which you're using
we disseminate our research.
Could you just explain to me what a messaging toolkit is, please?
We'll move on. With regards to your donors, Mr. Hargraves, could you, I know you don't want to name, and I understand that, I appreciate that, could you perhaps give us a sense of what percentage of your donor pool are from are corporates versus not?
To my knowledge, there are currently no listed corporates donating to the IPA at all.
No.
They all donate.
So they're all individuals, are they?
They donate to the Greens. All the
I'm-
corporates give money to the Greens now.
So when you use the term corporates, I'm being more precise about listed companies, because if someone's running a small business, I couldn't rule out that their business might write the membership check. So
Sure.
if
So there are no listed companies.
if there's a tradie or whatever, but to the best of my knowledge, there are no listed companies that are currently supporting the IPA, which is makes a fascinating reading when I hear about the companies that are supposedly endorsing us. So.
And what percentage then would come from unlisted? My final question in this block.
Sure.
From unlisted companies.
I don't know.
Would you be able to take that on notice?
I prefer.
From unlisted companies? You don't want to just give us a rough idea?
No.
I'm not asking for names. I'm simply asking for a percentage.
That's not actually a internal research that we've ever conducted, because we think of our members as individuals. If Bob and Joe
So if you
have a
haven't
painting
conducted it,
business,
it might be worth
and they're-
interrogating.
but if Bob and Joe Painting Services from Toowoomba write the check for Bob and Joe's.
I'm not asking for names, Mr. Hargraves.
No, but I'm
simply
saying
asking for a percentage.
in our database we wouldn't even distingush. They're just members.
All right, so
They're just members.
you're being evasive. Okay, that's fine.
No,
Thank you.
I don't even have the information.
Deputy Chair, take that back.
I wouldn't give. I prefer.
Deputy Chair's she's withdrawn that. Can I just ask, like, as a clarification, as an example, I think in May this year you held a retreat in Canberra on energy security, and this was reported by Murray Hogarth in the Fifth Estate.
Not this year. Sorry.
No, sorry, was it last year?
That was, gosh,
Oh, well,
a few years ago. Anyway.
few years ago. In that story, he quoted from the speech notes of Stephen Wilson, a fellow at the IPA, who told the retreat, "I've taken on the challenge of working with Scott Hargraves and the IPA staff, supported and encouraged by the far-sighted group of donors that Nick Jorce is bringing together." Of course, Nick Jorce is a director at more than one coal company and founded the advocacy group Coal Australia. What does that mean, that you did accept money and encouragement from coal interests to do your energy security work, or is there? How do you explain that?
Well, as I mentioned, Coal Australia is a relatively recent formation, and I don't believe that even existed at the time. And yeah, I know. I saw Murray.
Well, he's also a director at other coal companies too, Nick Jorce.
You should ask him.
Well, no, I'm asking you because it was an IPA fellow. He said, "I've taken on the challenge of working with Scott Hargraves and the IPA staff, supported and encouraged by far-sighted group of donors that Nick Jorce is bringing together." So I don't know who those donors were, obviously, but would it be fair to say that you did receive financial support through that group?
I think what Stephen said is an example of where someone, in this case Nick Jorce, is saying to other people, the IPA is doing great work, you should get around it.
Right.
And so that is a factual statement. So Stephen is an adjunct fellow at the IPA, not on staff, but produced wonderful documents like the ruinous cost of free energy, and energy security is national security. So we stand by the body of the work there. I mean, that's one of the things about this obsession with funding sources is the research speaks for itself. And Stephen Wilson is actually an engineer, and I'm proud of the work that he's done because he is desperately concerned about the destruction of the physical energy system that's occurring as a result of the reckless renewables rollout. And that's what he meant by far-sighted. Who are the people that we can talk to who might be able to help the IPA because they're concerned about the direction Australia's going?
Fair enough, but would you accept, at least from a perceptions point of view, that someone who's a director of coal companies who's trying to undermine renewables, or doesn't, as you say, the destruction of the system from renewables has got a vested interest?
You'd have to ask him.
Okay, well, I'm just saying from a perception point of view, don't you think that's a reasonable conclusion?
Whatever
to draw?
perceptions you like.
Oh, okay. Senator Canavan?
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'd just like to disclose I am a member of the IPA, and I do think you do excellent work. You're an adornment to our public policy discussion in this country. As you've said, you've been around for over 80 years, and I do apologise for the unjustified accusations from the Senate today. It debases ourselves not to engage reasonably with people that we disagree. That's what the Senate should be about, but it's turning into a chamber of just accusations, unfortunately, and I apologise for that. Look, I will just ask one question, mainly because my interest was piqued before you were rudely interrupted. This is an inquiry effectively into the nature of epistemology, effectively into the nature of philosophy of knowledge. How do we know things? Unfortunately, it's hidden through the vague and politicised terms of misinformation and disinformation now. So could you expand on Professor Thomas Kuhn? Anybody with any interest in how science is done should read Thomas Kuhn, and I'm so particularly interested if you can expand on his theory of how scientific paradigms work and how that might be relevant particularly to issues around climate change that has dominated the discussion of this committee.
Thank you, Senator, and I think it is very relevant. And the structure of scientific revolutions by Thomas Kuhn, and I'm going back to when history and philosophy of science was taught at the University of Melbourne in the 1980s. But in brief, he had this concept that there are periods of what's called normal science, when everybody understands that things are a certain way, and this is quite clear, and there would be a consensus amongst scientists that this is the best possible explanation for this. And the Ptolemaic view of the solar system would be an example, which everyone believes until telescopes are invented and people like Galileo come along and pointing out, that the heliocentric view makes much more sense. So you go through a period of normal science where everyone thinks this, and then it starts to break down and better explanations come along. Another example, of course, would be Newtonian physics, which ruled the roost right up until the early years of the last century, when Einstein most notably established the quantum explanations for the behaviour of the universe. So that's why it is why things must always remain contestable, and the last thing we want is what Galileo experienced, where the church got involved and said the planets revolve around the Earth, and that is just a fact. All of the scientists say so, and these were not ignorant men at the time. I think it was Cardinal Barberini who was actually quite a supporter of Galileo in many ways, but just said, mate, you should recant because you're wrong. And we all know that you're wrong, and this is all causing way too much trouble. So,
just a follow-up question then, before I hand over, I don't want to take long. The key thing, I suppose, about those paradigm shifts are that at first the challenges to the consensus are by definition the minority. They're in the 3%, if you like, using the current
scientists
quantitative estimates. That the Copernicans, the followers of Einstein, are always in the minority. So isn't that a lesson for us that we should never seek to completely censor the minority, otherwise we'll be stuck in a groove and never develop?
Indeed, and this is the thing. This is how we've progressed throughout history, and you're essentially drawing an end to progress. And I should say too that this doesn't mean that everyone who's got a fringe view is therefore correct, but we don't know that prospectively. We just allow the process to take its course. And as I've said, I've got no problem with fact checkers. I've got no problem with people pulling apart our reports just as we pull apart others. It is only when the state gets involved, as the Vatican sought to get involved in the time of Galileo, it is only when the state get involved that we are in a completely different world and a very inappropriate world. So.
Well said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just respectfully, Mr Hargraves, I've looked at the Galileo thing myself, but don't you accept that in today's world, we're looking at 90,000 peer-reviewed studies on climate change that fall into the 99.9% of scientists who support the IPCC. We're looking at 740 scientists in the IPCC from 60 countries. There's actually tens of thousands of climate scientists outside that. A little bit different to the church, throwing Galileo under a bus. Don't you agree?
I think it's just that, again, fits the definition of normal science, and peer-reviewed is a relatively recent phenomenon in the scientific process, the whole journal industrial complex. And someone like John Ioannidis at Stanford, I would commend his work to you. He was the one that established he started in the field of medical research, and he said that something like half of the research in the field of medical science, where the stakes are very, very high, were non-replicable. That just the fact that something was peer-reviewed does not mean it is correct.
I think you're absolutely right. If they're non-replicable, that means the peer review process has worked. because that's exactly what it's designed to
No,
do.
I
It's
think-
it's to test a hypothesis.
No, as in, no one.
Non-replicated.
When you take that peer-reviewed paper and try and reproduce the results,
Yeah.
you can't.
But-
That, as in, the original paper was in error, was
Right, okay.
unsupported. The
major
conclusions were unsupported.
Replication crisis in some.
And there are institutional reasons that academics, particularly if they're receiving funding to investigate climate science, have that bias.
Thank you. Senator Darmanin?
Thanks. I will try and keep my questions quick, just in the interest of time. You've stated earlier that you haven't heard in your community consultations, much, if any, kind of pro-renewable feedback in your work. And you've also stated that there's a near unanimous view amongst farmers against renewable projects. But a recent 89 Degrees East polling of nearly 2,000 people across the renewable energy zones in Queensland, New South Wales and Victoria found 62% of respondents said they supported solar and wind development, while only 17% opposed it. Do you have a view about how, the divergence in the kind of different numbers that you're seeing versus some of these numbers? And also, I guess, some of the kind of other witnesses we've heard from throughout this inquiry so far?
I mean, I haven't seen that polling, so I can't
I'd have
talk to how it was undertaken. Well, I think there are people who support it, which are the people who are financially benefiting from those arrangements. But in terms of the polling, I haven't seen it, so I'd have to look at the methodology.
And it's often a question of, is it in the abstract? I mean, do you like solar energy? And most people probably go, oh, well, yeah, okay, it's great. Yeah, I got these solar panels that were subsidised by the government and didn't cost me much. And yeah, they're, way to go. Woo, solar energy. But it's a different thing when somebody's got a 1,000-acre solar energy factory that they want to put next to your farm. So it all depends on context. So we'd have to look at the particular survey.
Yeah, okay. And so, Mr. Wild, just in terms of what you said then, that like your view seems to be that only people who support it must be some way financially benefiting. Is that sort of what you mean?
Well, in terms of, I think a lot of those, say, direct people on the ground, so people who own land, who support those developments are likely to have some kind of benefit that comes from that.
Likely.
In the broader community of people, say, that live in Melbourne, for example, there's lots of people who, as Scott rightly identified, there'd be a lot of people who support it in an abstract sense because they like the idea or the concept of it, but might not like it when they're made aware of the costs of it.
Okay. In terms of the 62 communities that you referred to in your opening statement as well, I think in your submission you talk about them being divided, but also the rushed rollout of the proposals. We heard yesterday a couple of different examples where the kind of rollout process with communities and consultations, varied from 3 years, and in Gippsland, it was quite a long community involvement process. What's your, when you talk about rushed rollout, what time frame are you talking about? If there was a longer time frame, would that address some of the issues, do you think, from the consultations that you've undertaken?
I'm not sure whether it would or not. I think if you look at Victoria as an example at the state level, where they've passed legislation that in essence gives the government the capacity to coercively put in place easements on private property. And certainly if you look at that practical example, I haven't met any of those affected by it that think that they've been adequately listened to in that process.
Did you conduct any of those 62 consultations in the Gippsland region?
I'd have to be honest, I don't think so. I'd have to look at the list.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, I note what you said earlier about the funding disclosures in terms of your policy position around that. Are you aware of the grounds upon which witnesses can object to answering questions through this kind of Senate inquiry process?
I don't understand. What do you mean?
So
we had
there
an
are grounds
statement from the chair, but that would be the extent of my knowledge of it.
So perhaps if I put on notice some questions just in terms of your funding sources, and if I could draw your attention to the processes around what witnesses can object to questioning around, and if you think that your policy position, fits within one of those categories, then instead of answering the questions, you could provide that, please. But what we are interested in is just, what are the revenue sources of the IPA, and who your more information around your donation sources. So I can put those on.
But you can of course put those on notice. I mean, our general view is, we're regulated by the ACNC. Parliament has set rules for how not-for-profits and charities operate. In Australia, it would be, I think, outrageous if this committee said, well, we're going to write a separate set of rules just for the IPA because we don't like them.
They're not outrageous separate rules for the IPA. They are rules set by the Senate around these inquiries and how the processes are conducted. But we can draw those to your attention, I'm sure, throughout the process, so that you can understand
I just clarify
the obligation you have to answer questions.
I just wanted to
that we
clarify.
have.
Mr. Wild's got a question to clarify.
I just wanted to clarify the nature of the question. So, what my colleague Scott has said is there would be problems if it was a set of rules just for the IPA, and you've said there's not.
No.
Could you give examples of where you've asked, for example, the Australia Institute that same question? Or have you only asked us that question?
No. Yesterday, actually, there were questions asked of one of the witnesses. I can't remember which one it was now. And they, in terms of their funding sources... Friends of the Earth. They undertook to come back to us on notice with the list, and also pointed to their website and other places where they...
They want to do it voluntarily. Good luck to them. Good luck to them.
Well, it was in answer to a question that was asked through this inquiry, the same as what we're asking you.
Just to help me with this a bit, and that organisation, who I've heard of but I don't know much about, would you consider them to be on the favourable side towards renewables or the opposite side of renewables?
They're a climate advocacy group.
So they're in favour of it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and out and proud about it.
Okay, so they can be out and proud, but we can't. That's a problem.
You can be out and proud, but...
Okay, thanks.
I didn't
you
make
clearly,
any
you
judgment
clearly are,
about that. I was
you clearly
simply
are,
asking...
Mr. Wild.
I was just
You
asking a
clearly
clarificatory question.
But that doesn't mean you can't disclose your funding.
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sorry
I
for
think
your
I've made my question clear. I'll leave that with you to respond in the way, and we can kind of
In due course,
engage.
Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Roberts, would you like to take us to...
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing today. I used to be a member of the IPA. I disagreed with the previous leadership of the IPA, resigned, came back, resigned again. I may or may not be a member of the IPA, but after seeing your performance and after watching you, what you've been doing for the last couple of years, I will be rejoining. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I point out, as a matter of record, that we had the very first two witnesses to this inquiry in a hearing for government departments. All other 24 until you have been supporters of misinformation, disinformation. That doesn't fill me with confidence that this committee is not biased. I also point out on the record that it was 59 minutes today of a 1-hour session before we got any alternative views from the Deputy Chair or the Chair. Now, you went to trust in your opening statement, Mr. Wild. Can I have brief answers? I'm going to be rushed now. Brief answers to these questions, threshold questions.
Yep.
Have you ever seen any empirical scientific data in a logical scientific point, a framework that proves cause and effect, that human carbon dioxide is a danger to our planet? Have you ever seen it?
No.
Thank you. Policy basis needs to be based upon a specific effect of per quantity of human carbon dioxide on any aspect of climate, temperature or whatever. Have you ever seen any policy basis?
All I've ever seen is modelling.
No empirical data on the effect of human carbon dioxide.
Not to my satisfaction.
I haven't seen either. When you develop a policy, you look to the cost-benefit analysis. And if we want to make an argument to cutting human carbon dioxide, we must do a cost-benefit analysis between what that would give us and the other things that face us, other challenges, malnutrition, obesity, health, etc. Have you ever seen a cost-benefit analysis comparing that?
Bjorn Lomborg's done excellent work in that. I think Bill Nordhaus, I stand corrected, but he was the guy who won the Nobel Prize for attempting to apply cost-benefit analysis to these decisions. So that is the kind of cost-benefit analysis that I've seen that actually starts to make some sense.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
And Bjorn Lomborg is not a climate denier in any sense at all.
No.
His starting point is the IPCC recommendations, yes.
Right. So correct me if I'm wrong, but those cost-benefit analysis put the need to do something about climate way down the list.
Indeed, and even it's interesting to see what Bill Gates is saying at the moment. He's somewhat modifying earlier positions.
Thank you. So the next thing is, once we decide, if we decide on fair grounds, quantitative grounds, that we need to cut human production of carbon dioxide, then we look at the alternatives and do a cost-benefit analysis on them. Is that correct?
That would be my approach.
Right. So have you ever seen a cost-benefit analysis, an objective, quantifiable cost-benefit analysis on the role of solar and wind compared with other sources of energy?
Oh, well, if anything, I don't know that we've published on this, but I personally have seen analyses which say that of the available sources of carbon abatement, they are some of the worst. If you actually take into account life cycle emissions and so on and so forth, they are some of the least effective forms of carbon abatement.
Thank you. So let me move on to the next threshold. We've passed no threshold so far to justify what's happening in this country. The next threshold is, once we select solar and wind, we need to do a business case. Have you seen a business case on transitioning from hydrocarbon fuels to solar and wind? Yes or no?
Sorry, I know you're after a yes or no, but it's like they all seem to presuppose the answer. They assume a rollout of solar and wind, and then it's all about how do we achieve that. It's not an evaluation of whether they're the best means of achieving an objective.
So I've seen no business case, and I'm assuming you're just pretty much saying the same thing. The last factor: once we transition, once we start a transition to destroy the most important piece of infrastructure, our electricity grid, shouldn't there be a project plan for doing that, allocating resources over a time frame?
I believe that. Well, I would hesitate though. I have written this. I am suspicious of the capacity of something that looks like a central plan to get us from point A to point B. I think the energy system, the physical system, the market system is way too complex. Technology is changing all the time. I must admit I hesitate to say that I would be happier if there was a comprehensive plan to achieve, for instance, a net zero objective, because I do not think that such a plan can be written, nor should it be written. I think that these are emergent.
Much. So we've got no scientific proof, no policy basis, no cost-benefit analysis, no cost-benefit analysis on individual transition to using solar and wind, no business case and no project plan. So, Mr. Wild, what we've got now is a furphy from the government, and would you agree that the government is the biggest purveyor of misinformation and disinformation on the climate and energy narratives?
I thought you said you didn't believe in it.
I don't know if I can say it's the single biggest, but there are certainly information provided by the government that is subsequently proven to be incorrect.
Repeatedly. Have you seen a debate on this in public, independently moderated?
Insofar as there has been, I would say it's probably the IPA that's been engaging in that, but not if you're asking about the government, no, I haven't seen them do that.
I put a freedom of information request on the Syro and bomb back in 2013. There's never been a report from the Chief Executive of the Syro or from the bomb to the Members of Parliament or to ministers proclaiming the need to cut human carbon dioxide with scientific report. Can you see that? Does that surprise you?
If that is the case, which I don't know whether it's the case or not, but if it is the case, it wouldn't be surprising.
Right. This conversion to solar and wind was started by John Howard's government in 2001 with the renewable energy target. And I won't go into the other details. 6 years after he got the boot from the Lodge, in 2013 in London, and we were told when he started the transition that it was all based on science. 6 years later, in 2013, in London, at a public policy address, John Howard said, on the topic of climate science, I am agnostic. There's never been any empirical scientific data to justify the mad rush that we're on to solar and wind. Would you agree or disagree?
Do I agree or disagree with what John Howard said, or do I agree that he said it?
No, that there's no basis in science for the transition we're on.
I don't think there's. I haven't seen any basis for the policies that are in place, including what you mentioned with the LRET and then its expansion, and I think it was 2007 or 2010. I haven't seen any Justifiable grounds for that.
We've recently seen Trump come out and take America out of Paris, stop America's transition to solar and wind, saying that they will build install no more wind turbines. Keir Starmer has come out and said the climate consensus is collapsing. Bill Gates has said that climate has been way exaggerated. Is net zero crumbling?
Yes.
The Liberals are split. The Nationals have slowed down their transition, not abandoned it, but slowed down the transition. We've had Labor leaders changing in the past because of their lack of empirical scientific data as a basis for policy. What the hell is going on?
The IPA has broken the back of it.
Should I take that as a statement?
It's a statement.
How long you got?
Net zero is a dead man walking, I take it.
I certainly agree with that. I
Thanks
think
to
I
the
might have
IPA.
said that. Yep.
Thanks to the
Can
IPA.
I?
Globally, as the senator points out, globally,
But
it's
you are
falling apart.
right to identify that certainly over the last year or two, and I think Scott mentioned about Bill Gates.
Boris Johnson has recanted. Tony Blair's pointed out the
I think New
problems
Zealand-
with it. Scott Morrison's recanted.
Even Scott Morrison's.
You can't take credit for that, though, right?
Well,
I don't
Or
know.
maybe.
I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that far.
You could.
So let me come back
I'm
now.
sure we
We've
find a
established that there's no scientific or numerical basis for this. What you've said is very clearly is that this committee is a smokescreen for censorship.
I think that what the committee seeks to do with regards to misinformation is a smokescreen for censorship. And we saw that with the government's misinformation laws that didn't even make it to the floor of the Senate in the last term, but certainly that's one of the concerns that we have and many Australians have, which is that when terms like misinformation and disinformation are used, because as I outlined in the submission and also in my opening statement, because those terms are vague, they become defined by a central governing body, which is then used to censor debate.
Censorship dumbs down the population, controls the population. Isn't a more appropriate response to misinformation and disinformation rational thought and free debate?
Certainly.
Thank you. Last question, Chair. In my experience, travelling through regional Queensland and Perth and Victoria, these regional opponents to solar and wind rollout and transition are homegrown, independent, and come to people like you and me for support and guidance. You do not cultivate them. Is that largely correct?
I would say that our role is to disseminate our research, which many people pick up and subsequently use.
And the people in regional Australia are they're mortified at what is happening to their regions.
That's been my experience.
We've got people like Mr Piper, Katie McCallum.
Senator Roberts, sorry, you did say that would be your last question.
That is. Thank
Yep,
you very
okay.
much.
Thank
No worries. Apologies, we've gone over time. We're obviously very interested in having democratic debate with you about this. Deputy Chair's got a couple of quick questions and then we'll break at 11 o'clock if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
It's only 8 minutes.
Just keep your responses brief if possible.
What's 8 minutes?
We're just running
Plain
short
to
of
catch.
time. Just back onto our favourite topic of the morning, net zero. If your advice on abandoning net zero were implemented, what would be the implications for regional communities, particularly with respect to the economic opportunities for them? We heard from Gippsland community members as well as a range of, a consortium actually of councils in Gippsland who are eager to see renewables roll out for them because of the economic opportunities to that region. We've also heard in written submissions from farmers throughout Australia who are in favour of this, in favour of renewables because it enables them to drought-proof their farms, it enables them to diversify their local economies. So in you propagating or in you supporting abandonment of net zero, breaking its back, as you cite, what are the implications of that economically to regional communities?
I think it just confirms what my learned colleague, Mr Wild, said before, which is if you're asking farmers who are being paid to host wind turbines or solar farms, of course, they're going to think this is wonderful. Councils, I believe, can earn rates on renewable energy facilities, and thus, rate farming enters into their equation. So I think it just confirms what Mr Wild was saying, was that you will find voices who are saying this is something we want because we will benefit from it. I would actually say if anyone in the wider community thinks that there's lasting economic benefit from intermittent renewable energy installations, then they're somewhat diluted. There's generally a spike during a construction phase.
So are you saying those farmers who support this are deluded? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying anyone, if Hansard could read my words back, I said anyone who believes that there's wider economic benefits in the community that flow from hosting these is deluded, because there is a spike in economic activity in a region while these things are being constructed, and then there are small workforces, nothing comparable to what I would call, actual real baseload energy.
That's in contrast to the testimony we had from one Gippsland yesterday, who talked about the spillover effects of large-scale renewable projects, particularly in Gippsland. They spoke about manufacturing, fabrication, supporting supply chains, and so on.
Well, the last significant manufacturing operation in Australia was, I think, Keppel Prince used to build the towers for the wind turbines, and I don't think we can even support that anymore. So, apart from pouring a hell of a lot of concrete into the ground, the towers come in from overseas, the turbines come in from overseas, the blades come in from overseas, the solar panels are all coming from China. I would repeat, they are deluded if they think that there is any kind of lasting pro-economic impact on a region from this so-called energy transition.
Interesting perspective. Does the IPA have any collaborations or partnerships with regional community groups?
Only in the context that we've been describing. It's not a partnership. There's no signed agreements or anything like that. It's an organic process that we've been describing.
Could you perhaps supply us with a list of those community groups that you have engagement with?
I think so.
Some of those meetings are in the public domain. Obviously, those
Is it on your index you mentioned earlier, the rejection index?
That's
renewables rejection.
That's simply collating publicly available information of groups where it's been reported.
Is that publicly available, the rejection index?
Yeah, absolutely,
Right,
absolutely.
okay.
Yep.
And has the IPA helped coordinate submissions or statements from local community groups on renewable energy projects?
I have no recollection of us needing to write anybody's submissions for them. They know what they're doing. They're passionate about it.
And finally, does the IPA provide any funding or messaging resources for local community groups?
We disseminate our research, and if they use that research in their submissions, if they hear some of the things that we've been saying and they say, gosh, Dan, that's a good point, I'll use that one when I'm speaking, to my local council. If you call that, messaging advice, then that's up to you.
And what proportion of your funding is allocated towards community engagement or grassroots outreach? Do you reckon?
I've never calculated it like that. It impacts the travel bill a bit. That's travel.
Oh yeah, your travel bill. Yeah. Would you be able to table that to the committee?
But I couldn't.
And what proportion is allocated towards regional travel?
Would you like me to also document what I've eaten at the airport when I'm there, and a tabulation
There's no
of that
need
as
to be.
well?
Just answer the question.
Well, that's
Mr.
what we
Hargraves?
travel.
No, you don't need to document.
We don't. Thank you.
Mr. Hargraves,
Thank you,
would
Chair.
you have any
Be
objections?
vegetarian, of course.
Yeah.
Would you have any
Soybean.
objections to perhaps supplying the committee with that information?
Yeah, just because I don't hold the information in that form. I mean, I would have to appoint people to laboriously go back through records.
You would have accounts.
Why
You
don't
would
we
have
give
an accounting department. I mean, you have 10,000 donors.
Yeah, but
A lot of money.
You reckon we have an
flowing
accounting
through the IPA.
department
we're trying to
at the
get some-
IPA?
We're trying to get some work done.
You reckon we're Deloitte?
We've got a
You have an
mission.
accounting department?
So
You
you
could
actually
supply.
looked at
You could go through the travel
I mean,
and tell us how much
yeah,
money
we
actually
had
goes towards your regional visits.
we had a steak at the pub in Horsham. After meeting some of the guys,
Supporting the local
worried
economy.
about V&I West.
You stopped the cow from farting, so that's great.
I think I would just say I think it would be an unreasonable request and a little bit pointless.
There is an obligation to ask questions,
We've answered.
answer questions that
We've
we
just
ask.
done that.
Well,
We've literally answered the question. Whether you like it or not is a matter for you.
yeah, I guess
Providing
what
the
you could say.
information.
I mean,
don't
if you
think
seriously
so.
think we have an accounting department, you're poorly misinformed. No, I'm allowed to answer
Oh, no,
this, all
sorry,
right?
just reminding,
No.
just reminding the committee we've got 1 minute left, that's all.
If you seriously think we have an accounting
Mr.
department,
Hargraves,
excuse me.
I-
So you're
so
not
this
interested
is-
in actually hearing about
I haven't asked a question, so I don't
You'd
know.
answer, you've
I think-
answered several
I'm
questions.
asking the questions,
So you don't want to
right?
hear it.
All I'm saying is, if you want to make that a formal request, I think that would be an unreasonable request.
So you mentioned organically, community groups will reach out to you. Have you had a more sort of another approach to outreach with regional community groups instead of just waiting for them to come to you, which seems quite sort of passive and organic, as you say? Has IPA taken a more proactive approach in reaching community groups?
If we're going somewhere, it's like I can't rule out that we might ring someone up because we've read in the local paper that they share our concerns.
I'm done.
Right, okay. So I can't help but ask you the same political question again to finish off. You're going to be popping champagne corks in the next couple of days to celebrate the dead man walking, finally dying.
Well, actually, before Dan answers, I would
That's
say
your own.
You can answer.
the last time I looked, the Liberal Party is in opposition, but one of the things it does reflect our view that things are better when there's a contest of ideas. And as I wrote on the day that Scott Morrison announced net zero, the biggest problem with that was then Australians would no longer be afforded a contest of ideas, and we would have energy policies that were worse. We would have carbon policies that are worse because both of the major parties were locked into a single objective. So we both objected to that objective, but we also believe that Australians have done a disservice with that kind of bipartisan support. We actually believe a contest of ideas is a better thing, and if
I think
the Liberals arrive at that position,
I think it's
then
a
we're
good thing
better
too,
off.
but you guys have significant resources, you have significant financial backing, and we don't know who is backing you and what their motivations are.
Our budget's less than like
So
the
it's not
ACF, the
entirely
Environmental Defenders Office, some of the
Yeah,
other
yeah,
people
well,
submitted.
they're out and proud about who they are and what they
No,
do.
but I'm saying there's
Maybe you guys should be too.
it's a huge
You should
compliment
be
to
too.
the IPA that we seem to have this
All right.
tremendous amount of influence.
Well,
We're
yeah, you
turning
can
over
take
about
it as a compliment.
$13 million a year.
I think, okay, how
less than
about
the
this as a
EDO,
compliment?
less than
You're
the
very
ACF,
good at climate
less than the
construction. How about that as a
Sunrise
compliment?
Project.
Scott, don't forget about our big accounting department.
All right, okay. Thank you for giving evidence today and being generous with your time. The committee's now going to have a 5-minute break.
Great.
And we'll adjourn again. Actually, we'll adjourn again at 11:10, so apologies to the other witnesses that we're running late.
It's okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
Resume at 11:10. I now welcome representatives of Rainforest Reserves Australia in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with you first, Michael.
Yes, my name is Michael Seebeck. I'm here to represent Rainforest Reserves.
My name is Mr. Kenneth Carey, and I'm here to support Rainforest Reserves as a community member.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Stephen Nowakowski. I'm Vice President of Rainforest Reserves Australia.
My name's Chris Ullman. I'm a freelance journalist, and I've seen the work of Rainforest Reserves Australia, and I'm here to support them.
Okay. Would you like to make a short opening statement? You've got 5 minutes.
Yeah, so if you don't mind, mine's about 3 minutes, and I'd like
Yep,
Anna
sure.
and Michael to have 1 minute each, if that's okay.
Yep.
But I want to thank you for the opportunity to present here today. And we are here today representing Rainforest Reserves Australia, a small North Queensland charity that used to go about its business revegetating degraded land, restoring riparian zones, propagating rainforest plants in a small nursery, and operating the Tablelands Cassowary Rehabilitation Facility. But more recently, we have increasingly pivoted from these core yet important tasks to keep our wilderness areas wild, our tropical forests intact, and our rich North Queensland biodiversity preserved in what we see as an unmitigated wholesale attack on our wild places by industrial-scaled renewables. There are evolving serious concerns among some conservation groups and an increasing number of scientists who are genuinely alarmed by the enormous scale of this fast-track rollout, while the well-funded green groups who advocate for renewables appear to no longer represent biodiversity anymore. If Australians were truthfully informed about the cumulative impacts from this large-scale industrialisation of our country, they would be appalled. This is hence why the EPBC reforms are being rushed through right now, not because government is interested in preserving what is left of our wild places, but to fast-track large-scale energy zones consisting of tens of thousands of wind towers, hundreds of thousands of hectares of solar works, thousands of kilometres of high-voltage transmission, cutting through our state forests and our protected areas, tens of thousands of 40-foot containers full of critical minerals called best batteries, open slather on our rivers and streams for new pumped hydros, and hundreds of new substations and synchronous condensers, and then all the haulage roads to connect all that associated infrastructure together, which means the installation of rock quarries and concrete batching plants. To facilitate this barrage of infrastructure requires the mining of the likes we've never seen in human history. We've already witnessed the desecration of some of our most special and wild places for green energy, with much yet to come. We will continue the fight to save what is left, and I'll make it clear Rainforest Reserves have no problem whatsoever with renewables as a technology type. There are many opportunities for renewables, but not at the expense of biodiversity. However, our organisation and volunteers have been attacked in every way imaginable: verbal abuse, hate speech, and even a firearm pulled on me personally by a proposed wind farm host. We had our website attacked, cyber attacked the day after we released our mapping, and years of our work was stolen. I've spoken to dozens of wind farm construction workers who despise their work, pushing koalas out of trees and blasting out remote mountain ranges. Many I've spoken to have returned back to the mining industry where they appreciate regulations and safety standards that are in place. I've personally witnessed the health impacts these projects have on neighbours and communities, and have seen court case after court case against wind developers. Neighbours always win, but you won't read about it in the papers because of the non-disclosure agreements that are signed. The saddest case I witnessed was an attempted suicide because of the behaviour of reckless solar cowboys, and we should not be sitting here today having a talk fest about misinformation. What we urgently need is a Royal Commission to lift the scab on this toxic industry facilitated by a government that has abrogated any responsibility to protect the environment, the communities, energy security and sovereignty. I've seen the dirty dealings of so-called conservation groups, which I used to be proudly engaged in for 3 decades of my life, but no longer. So I'd like to let Ken Carey and Dr. Michael Seebeck introduce themselves. I'd like to quickly introduce Chris Ullman, and I've invited Chris to accompany us today because Chris has visited us in North Queensland and seen what we do on the ground, and I've also shown him some of the local renewable projects in our area. So over to you, Michael.
Okay, well, thanks again for allowing us to speak at this Senate inquiry. I'll just give you a brief rundown of myself and my history and what's been happening recently in my life. I'm an ex-medical doctor and now a full-time photographer and videographer and wildlife carer. I've been an avid bushwalker, wilderness photographer and adventurer all my life. I've witnessed the criminal environmental destruction at Caban, Lotus Creek and Clark Creek for wind industrialisation. I've also been to many biodiverse areas where environmental destruction for green energy is planned, like Chulumban, adjacent to the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area, Gawarrabaya, again adjacent to the Wet Tropics World Heritage Area, Specimen Hill, adjacent to Croomba Tops National Park, Callide, Mount Rainbow, Mount Hopeful, Moa Creek, Moonlight Range, and Wangali Prairie and Mount James wind industrialisation areas right next to Porcupine Gorge National Park, and the Bowen, Proserpine and Collinsville areas just to the northwest of the Whitsundays, where 3 huge wind farms are planned. And these are, again, like everything else, again in koala habitat. If we actually cared about preserving biodiversity, none of these projects would be approved. I can say categorically that all these areas should have been national parks, and now that opportunity to increase our protected areas as per our international obligations to the Convention on Biological Diversity and to add to the fight against climate change via preservation and enhancement of carbon sequestration and carbon sinks has been squandered forever. For what? I used to be in favour of industrial wind and solar energies, but I've been researching climate change and climate actions and have become increasingly sceptical about the climate benefits of so-called renewable energy. I now realise this industry is grossly and irreversibly destructive to biodiversity, the biosphere and the climate via massive direct impacts to ecosystems through deployment of infrastructure and massively increasing mining effort. Fossil fuel consumption will inevitably increase for the 16 times increase in critical minerals mining demanded by net zero, with expanding global transport of materials and infrastructure and the demands of balancing and reserve for renewable energy. Peer-reviewed research states emissions rise 0.9% for every 1% increase in clean energy. This industry is most definitely doing more climate harm than benefit, and on the current trajectory, we are looking at a hothouse Earth, and renewable energy will be partly responsible for that, via distraction from other better climate actions.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Seebeck, but how much longer have you got?
Oh, just one more minute.
Okay.
Yep. So renewable energy will be partly responsible for that via distraction from other better climate actions, as well as distraction from overshoot of planetary boundaries and its own direct catastrophic effects. Australia has the 7th largest area of remaining forests out of all the countries in the world, and our main contribution to the global fight against climate change should be to preserve and enhance these areas as well as other natural ecosystems, not destroy them. I consider the terms clean energy, green energy, renewable energy, sustainable energy, decarbonisation, slashing emissions, offsets, mitigations, etc., to be simply marketing slogans, greenwashing and frank disinformation. Australians are being assaulted with this disinformation every single day of every month of every year. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now go to questions because we don't have a lot of time. We're running behind schedule, which is entirely my fault. I'll go to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission and your testimony today. I just want to ask you a few questions about the submission your organisation made regarding the Moonlight Range wind farm.
Yep.
Firstly, can you confirm that this was your submission? It was due on the 14th of March to the Queensland Department of... You made that submission?
We
yes?
did make a submission to that Moonlight Range. It's a magnificent range of mountains. There's Aboriginal rock art underneath the cliff lines. Yep, so we want to stop that one.
Thank you. Did you use artificial intelligence to generate this submission?
It was actually written by a human, and artificial intelligence was used to edit it, just like many submissions that were submitted here to this inquiry. Yep.
Mm-hmm. This document was sent to the Queensland Department of Development, Infrastructure and Planning as part of the consultation process about the Moonlight Range wind farm. Is that correct?
I don't know. There was a big splash in the media today about it, and I haven't read it, so I don't know what the details are.
But it wasn't the only submission that your organisation was involved with. You also had I understand, a petition on your platform which helped people generate submissions through your website in relation to that. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct, yep.
Do you know of those submissions that were generated using your platform, how many came from within the local community who would be directly impacted by this wind farm versus those who were outside of your local community?
No idea.
Did you capture that data in your
I don't know,
platform?
but put it this way.
Could you take it on notice?
I objected to the Franklin River Dam as well. That's not in my area.
Could you take? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Did
this
your
is a place
platform-
of critical.
No, I understand that. I understand that. But did your platform,
Yep.
the petition that you hosted on your platform, did it capture the postcode, for example, of where people
I
were
don't
making
know. Take it on
submissions?
notice. Yeah.
Take it on notice. That would be great. If you could provide us with some information as to how many of those submissions using your platform came from within your local area versus outside the local area, that would be fantastic. On the final page of your document, you list 15 references. Did you use any software to maintain a list of references for this submission?
I didn't write it. I don't know. I'd have to look at it.
Your rainforest reserves, you don't know? You wrote the submission.
That was
Did you not read the submission after it was
Moonlight
written?
Range,
Before
I
it was
did at
submitted?
the time, but I can't answer that question now. What was the question?
Well, it relates to the 15 references. It's not an exhaustive list. There are 15 references in that submission to, regarding this wind farm. Indeed, 7 of the 15 references you cite in opposition to this wind farm appear to be completely fabricated. Are you aware of that?
No.
Can you explain to us why there are 7 of these 15, over 50% of these references are in fact completely false?
This is just a distraction from the major issue.
No, it speaks to the credibility of your organisation and to the worthy causes that you espouse, but it speaks to the credibility of your organisation in promoting those worthy
Ken will answer
causes.
the
So,
And respectfully,
were you?
it looks like disinformation or misinformation.
You cite,
There's
for
factual
example.
errors.
Well, there's disinformation when Chris Bowen opens up coal mines, 31
just
coal
saying
mines,
that's what it looks like.
and then opens
saying
up
that's
31
what it looks
coal
like.
mines and says that renewables are going to save our children's future. That is disinformation.
You cite the Oakey wind farm contamination report, the EPA 2018 report, but there is no EPA, is there, in Queensland? There's no Oakey wind farm either, is there? Is that right?
Could you just give me a second, please, Deputy?
Is there or isn't there an Oakey wind farm?
He's just asked for it.
He's asked for it.
This has been in the newspaper. It was also reported in The Guardian. It's in the Courier Mail today. It was in The Guardian. This should not be news to you.
Yes.
It isn't news to me. However, could you please give me a second
Sure.
to find out the documentation so I can answer your question in the best way
I did
possibly
submit.
can?
Yeah, so I did
You can
submit.
take it on notice too if you prefer.
I can
consider
take it on notice, but I'd just like to make a small statement. Obviously we ran out of time for me to introduce myself, but I think this will take 57 seconds, and I really think it's important that you understand why I'm here.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, and thank you.
But it's not, this is the
No,
statement?
and I will get.
This is
I
the
will-
statement?
Okay, thank you. Should let,
All right.
just,
As
please
long as
make,
it's-
please make
keep
the
it-
statement, Mr. Kerry, and we'll come
Yeah.
back to your questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My name is Kenneth. I prefer Ken Carey, and I'm a resident of Ravenshoe in far north Queensland. I'm a former Chief Petty Officer in the Royal Australian Navy with 17 years service. I appear before this committee to support Rainforest Reserves Australia and to speak for the many communities around Australia and the 100 plus submissions from individuals and grassroots groups that have or are currently experiencing the real-time consequences of astroturfing and mis and disinformation in their backyard. I will counter the prevailing narrative portrayed by the majority of the attendees that have appeared so far. However, I will provide as many real-life experience examples as possible to demonstrate that my arguments and my full support of Rainforest Reserves Australia and the work they have done is truthful, based in reality, and worthy of praise and not the derision of those who seek to silence our voice. Thank you very much. In answer to your question, Deputy. I'd just like to say, in regards to the use of AI within our, with any submissions from rainforest reserves, the very first statement I will make is that we acknowledge minor factual corrections may be necessary in any large evolving data set. That is part of responsible research. However, the core evidence and intent of our submission, that Australia's renewable rollout is vast, under-regulated and environmentally destructive, remains accurate and verifiable.
Mr. Carey, you can table your statements, but I'd prefer if we just went to the substance of the questions because we are short of time. So just to recap, there is no Oakey wind farm. There was no EPA. You cited a fictional wind farm in your submission to the Queensland government 3 times in your report. Did you also cite this in the petition that was hosted on your website that was seen by perhaps thousands of Australians?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, if you could also take on notice and supply to the committee a copy of that submission that was hosted on your website, that would be most helpful.
Yeah, I did. I gave you a response from Anne Smith.
Yes, and I've read that. Thank you. I've read that. Thank you very much.
I don't think there was.
Sorry, gentlemen. Could I just stop for 1 second as chair? Did you want to table that?
I did send it to the Secretariat, but I'm very happy to
so
table it.
you need to say, I seek to table
I
it,
seek to
and then we'll-
table Anne Smith's response to all of those,
Which we have, Chair.
those
We have it.
We need
issues.
to go through this process. So will we accept that you table that? And
Thank you.
So your submission...
No. Sorry, it doesn't work like that,
Roberts,
Malcolm.
you'll get your turn, I promise.
You get your chance. All right. Did the Queensland government ever contact you regarding this submission that you made?
The Queensland government about that
The Queensland
submission.
government about the Moonlight Ridge.
Sorry, Deputy Chair, the Secretariat's just pointed out to me, I do need to say, you'll table that submission
Yes.
but we'll also need to table the Guardian article with it. So that when it
Correct.
goes on our website, people have the context.
Yes.
I just needed to say that. Back to the question.
Sorry.
So I'm interested to know whether the Queensland government contacted you regarding your submission. Did they seek to clarify any of the information that was contained within the submission, including the Oakey wind farm?
I can't answer that. Not to my knowledge.
Anyone else?
Yes, Deputy Chair. The Oakey Wind Farm, as I have here, there is references within that submission, which we will table. Basically, the errors in it are because the Queensland Environmental Protection Agency, it refers to departments that existed prior to the structural changes, but I would say to you that what you are asking us is, are we basically causing disinformation or falsifying our submission, where my argument would be that
It's
the
riddled.
department, the examples of that we provided are from a department that no longer exists. However, it has changed its name. So the data itself is absolutely correct.
Well, the Oakey wind farm is complete fabrication, so I would... And 7 of your 15 references don't actually exist. Are you aware that the Queensland government cancelled this billion-dollar project? Are you worried that they did so under false pretenses?
Absolutely not. There's a very strong community there. I know that community, and they did that independently, and we support them. And that's what Rainforest. That's really our role at the moment. Is we've had all these regional communities reaching out to us to provide some of this, some of the skill sets that we have.
Is it not conceivable that you have misled those community members, given the fabrications in your own report to the Queensland government? I'm not sure what you hosted on your website. I'm not even sure how many, and you can't seem to tell me sitting here, how many of those submissions from community members that was channeled via your website came from people within that local community or outside. Is it not conceivable, given your reliance on AI, given the sloppiness of your own work, that you have
Could I
misled
just interject here for a
community
moment? Sorry,
members.
just interject for a moment, Senator, just to make this observation. I'm interested in the prosecution of an organisation which just wants to keep trees in the ground over errors.
No one is disagreeing with that.
There was
Worthiness, worthy
modelling
cause.
done by the Labor Party before the 2022 federal election, which said that there would be a $275 drop in electricity.
Is this
It was
relevant,
proven to
Chair?
be-
Point
It
of
is
order,
relevant.
Chair.
The thing is, are you interested in the work of this organisation?
I am interested in the process and your credibility.
Are you interested in the trees that they're trying to
I'm
cut?
interested in the credibility of this
Deputy
organisation.
Chair, Deputy Chair,
Yep.
we've got very clear terms of reference,
Yeah.
Chris, that we're asking questions about, and that will, of course, cover what the organisation does, but it's a very specific inquiry about disinformation and misinformation and the integrity of information.
Chair is going to disinformation.
I am going directly to disinformation.
The Labor Party.
You're
They're
accusing,
happy to
you're
accuse
accusing
other
a
people,
community
but don't
organisation
hold
of
themselves to the same
disinformation because they
standard.
made an error. When we have
I never
information
said
from
that.
the government,
Where's your apology?
There
to the
are
Australian people,
errors
Michelle?
that
Why
are
are you going to
systemic.
apologise to the Australian people?
I'm not actually
You lied to them.
accusing you of anything. I'm simply asking a question here.
I don't think that they're
Which
going
you
to
could
make-
answer.
They've said they made some errors.
It really
wasn't
doesn't matter
disinformation.
if there's a citation
Led to the
that is
cancellation
wrong,
of a
it
$1
does not-
billion
Deputy
wind
Chair,
farm.
Deputy
It's
Chair.
nothing
Years
compared
of
to the
work.
cost on Australian
There was
families,
transport.
Michelle.
There were
You're paying
transport.
thousands of more because
Senator
you're
Canavan,
Led to
you've chaired
less-
lots of
to less
inquiries. You know you're being difficult. Mr. Kerry, I'll go to you for the call. Would you like to respond?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Chair. For the Deputy, are you referring to the matter regarding Professor Brule, and is this what you're talking about? You're talking about the citation of work which was
I'm talking
involved in
about-
a written response to The Guardian? Or are you
my
talking
last-
specifically?
My last question was related to the fact that a $1 billion project was cancelled by the Queensland government based on, I put it to you, some of the advocacy work you have done in your local community. And based on that submission, I think your work has been sloppy. I think it undermines your own credibility, even though you have worthy goals. They are absolutely worthy, protecting the environment and the beautiful scenery up in North Queensland. Absolutely, that's worthy. No one disputes that. But you have undermined your own credibility by making submissions, falsifying evidence to a Queensland department, which has led to the cancellation of a wind farm.
I did not falsify evidence.
I want to stop
Please,
here
please.
for a second and Deputy Chair, just point out there could have been a mistake. There could have been intent.
It's systemic.
Are you asking whether
Seven?
there was
It's a
7 out of
systemic
15.
information
It's
that
like
comes out.
Dan Rapoli saying
7
that,
out of
we
15
shouldn't
references
close coal
being
mines or coal
being
facilities.
fictional,
I'm sorry.
citing a wind farm
But
3
please.
times in a
Sorry,
document.
Deputy Chair, just
Can I just, I'd just like to
It's
say,
not a
let's
one-off.
finish this. The
Yeah.
funny thing is, there is 2 wind farms proposed in Australia every week. How can communities respond to that volume of infrastructure? That's excluding transmission, BESS batteries, pumped hydros and solar. There's basically 5 to 10 renewable projects proposed per week. How can community groups respond to that volume of infrastructure?
Is there not,
actually
is
one
there
thing.
not, well,
Okay.
let's go to that. Is there not community consultation that is done?
No, it's ridiculous.
Of course there is. That is actually.
No, you have
that-
not.
Of course there is. I mean,
you been- sorry,
if you look at
Senator,
the, you know, that is.
Senator, have you been to North Queensland?
Please don't-
Have you
I've
been
worked
to
in
where-
North
No,
Queensland.
sorry, have you been
Thanks
to,
for the patronising
no,
comment.
that's-
Thank you.
well, at least I'm just asking
I
you.
worked as a
Okay.
doctor in North Queensland.
Patronising about.
Okay. You know what? I'm going just right for now, Deputy Chair. I'm going to take the call for a while, and I will come back to
No,
you.
I'm done. Thank you.
And I will come back to you and other senators. So I might start with a question about the truth map that was published in
very
the
proud.
Australian.
Yes.
And I will note, certainly, Mr. Orman, you've written a couple of articles critical of this inquiry in the Australian. Following the publication of your truth map, third-party campaign organisation Advance posted below a quote to their page directing their supporters to your website.
Yep.
It said, "Now, thanks to a friend of Advance, Steve Nowakowski, we have the proof of the true damage being done by renewable projects around the country." Are you a friend of Advance, Steve?
No, definitely not. No.
You're definitely not.
No. They had a film crew in North Queensland.
They had
So
what?
they had a film crew in North
Right.
Queensland, and I participated in that film
Right.
with many other regional communities. having said that, I've been involved in many documentaries, many town hall meetings, and my messaging has been consistent all the time that there is no role for renewables.
There's no other relationship you have
No.
with Advance apart from that?
No, and I can't control what Advance or whoever...
Oh, no, I understand that, but they're clearly claiming you're the friend, but you're disputing that today.
That's right, exactly.
Okay. So US-owned Peabody Energy is a listed full member of Coal Australia, and Peabody Energy describes itself as the leading global pure-play coal company. On page 45 of US-owned Peabody's Energy 2025 Sustainability Report, they state that Coal Australia is providing direct financial support to third-party organisations to campaign in support of pro-coal mining policies. Can you confirm for us today whether Rainforest Reserve Australia has received any funding from Coal Australia?
Never.
Never?
No.
Oh, okay. Mr. Nick Jorce, Coal Australia, or any of its associated individuals or member companies, have any of them directly helped or funded, facilitate any kind of assistance for Rainforest Australia?
No.
Or contributed in any way to your research in mapping these renewable energy projects?
No. All the mapping, I take full responsibility. I did it in my own time over 4 years. I did the work of what Chris Bowen is supposed to be doing and his 200 staff in the Department of Climate Change.
Outstanding work.
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll get to the map in a second because it had a few inaccuracies in it,
So
which I'm sure you're aware of.
Where's the alternative map, Senator Vishwas? Where's the government?
Yep, no,
So what are you measuring it against?
Are you suggesting, Mr. Allman, that's something the committee should recommend to the government?
Don't you think that absolutely, that the government owes it to the population to produce its own map?
Yeah.
And then you'd have something else to measure it against.
I've got no problem with that.
Yep.
So you've compiled obviously hundreds of submissions made in the name of Dr. Anne Sue Smith, and you've tabled some documentation from her today that are opposing renewable energy projects of all kinds right around Australia. Have you received any assistance from Coal Australia or other fossil fuel interests in relation to...
And we'd never do such a thing, no.
No? Okay. So where do you get your funding from?
Donations, purely donations. So what has happened, like we're mostly planting trees and so forth.
Yep.
But over the course of the last few years, we've been becoming obviously more involved in the rollout of renewables, and like I just mentioned, the vast numbers of renewable projects that are steamrolling right through regional Australia and through our precious woodlands. And communities have liked what we've been doing. They support what we're doing. I've got cartographic skills as a cartographer. So some of these regional communities have been reaching out to myself, and I've been doing mapping for those areas.
Okay.
And they donate.
All right. Yeah. So that's your sources.
Yep.
You ran full-page newspaper advertisements in 9 publications, from the Courier Mail to Sydney Morning Herald, the open letter that you organised earlier this year, and I've got some questions about that. So obviously quite a modest group financially, and according to your latest accounts, feel free to correct this, with $100,000 in revenue in the last reporting year and about $22,000 in assets. I mean, obviously, as Mr. Allman would know, full-page ads aren't cheap. So how did you pay for those?
People, the backstory is we're seeing, we can talk about this later, but nuclear is something that we've come to as an organisation as the best way to reduce our carbon emissions, and to take out those hard to abate sectors like transportation, agriculture. That's the backstory.
Yeah, I understand that respectfully.
So people out there in the community have admired our stance, and we've raised money, so forth.
On the back of being pro-nuclear. Is that what you're saying? We've
had some of those signatories. And I know what your next question is going to be. People are connected to coal.
If I get a chance, I'll come back to that. Yeah.
But we have just donations that we've received from signatories that are in that letter, and also our wider donor base.
So you've received donations from signatories in that letter.
Correct.
Could you be more specific there, please?
No, I cannot.
Why is that the case?
Well, that wasn't
because in that letter you obviously had wealthy pro-coal advocates like Dick Smith and Mr. Trevor St Barker.
Yeah, well, Dick Smith is a hero.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not.
He's a hero.
Did he donate, for example?
Just Chair, maybe we should limit our accusations of people who aren't here to defend themselves. I don't think to expect
No,
this to go cold. But
Yeah.
It's actually on the public record, Senator Canavan. I'm
It's
not
on the
saying-
public
Can you tell us
record.
what Dick Smith said about coal? Because every time I've interviewed him, he's talking
No,
about
okay.
He's
Can-
pro-nuclear.
Let's get back to my question,
Yeah,
please.
it's very
Did-
different.
so you took money from Dick Smith?
I'm not going to say who donated,
Why not?
but there's some
People have
fantastic.
a right to know who. I mean, these people had motivations for donating.
Well, I'd like to know who donates to the Sunrise
Who are the vested
project.
Okay, we'll
So-
get to that.
so-
So can you answer my question,
Let's
Mr.
the
Noel
cancellation
Kowski?
of a wind farm.
What about Trevor St Barker, who was on that letter? You actually just said that the people signatories to the letter donated to you. Trevor St Barker has coal interests as well as being Baker. He has coal interests as well. Did he donate to
No, we
Rainforest
didn't.
Reserve?
No, we do not receive funding from the fossil fuel industry. There's some people here on the list, such as Jenny George, the former ACTU president. She was a signatory.
And was she a
Robert
donor
Barr.
as well?
Sorry?
Was she a donor as well?
I'm not going to say who the donors are, but they're signatories, and some of these people donated. People like Steve Baxter, Patricia Mitchell, some traditional owners in North Queensland are signatories on this. So,
So this was a letter that was co-signed by senior analysts at both the Institute of Public Affairs and the Centre for Independent Studies, correct?
sorry?
This open letter
Yep.
was co-signed by senior analysts at both the Institute of Public Affairs and the Centre for Independent Studies. Is that correct?
Co-signed, I don't know what you mean. No.
were they on the list?
I'd have
You
to
take it on notice if you
take it on notice.
take it on notice. That's my understanding. I mean, what kind of relationship have you had with the Institute of Public Affairs and the Centre for
Absolutely nothing.
Independent Studies?
Today was the first time I've seen them. Yeah.
You haven't had
IPA.
any
I don't
other-
even know what.
You're not
I've
received-
actually never looked at their website. I don't know who they are.
You don't know who they are, but
Well, I met them this morning.
well, could you get back to me on whether they co-signed that
They
letter?
they categorically
Yeah.
did not sign. I didn't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. So I was going back to your financial status.
Yep.
I don't think I felt like I got an answer from you as how you could afford all those ads, but maybe it was from a donation from one of those signatories to the letter that you mentioned.
It was multiple small donors.
From multiple small donors as well.
Yep.
So you've also been in court this year in relation to the federal government decision to approve the Gowra Bayer wind farm that used to be called the Upper Burdekin wind farm, proposed by WindLab. Obviously, again, court proceedings aren't cheap. Who helped fund that court case for you?
That's is that a
It was a private individual, anonymous private individual.
So we had a private.
It was not fossil fuel related.
They didn't have any fossil fuel interests at all?
No,
Okay.
none. Zero.
So there's supporters out there that
What about
believe in the
political interests?
No.
Pro-nuclear?
Apolitical.
No, not pro-nuclear, no coal. We have people out there that admire the work that we do in protecting our wild places, our wilderness areas. We are doing what the Greens used to do. We are doing what the ACF used to do.
Well,
ACF,
that's what the Greens are still doing on Robbins Island.
yeah. So
And
ACF,
I'm out and proud about
So
that.
what's what he's doing any different?
Yeah,
Well,
no,
the thing
Mr.
is that's
Mr. Allman, okay,
fascinating- yeah, but what's fascinating about this
okay, if you-
prosecution is you're not interested in his.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah,
you
you're
just
not
asked
interested
me?
in his work.
Fabricated
Respectfully.
Yeah, no, but-
references.
I'm
Sorry, Deputy, that was quite insulting.
sorry, I missed that.
I'm sorry.
What was insulting? Which part?
Well, you've literally just accused this whole organisation when we've taken things on notice. We've given a statement. We haven't been able to answer the specifics of your
Would you like me to
question,
go through Hansard?
you're literally.
Mr. Carey, I'll tell you what, no, excuse me, I didn't hear it. So what I'll do is I'll check Hansard, Mr. Carey, and if there was something there that needs to be withdrawn, you have my guarantee that will happen. I didn't hear what the Deputy Chair said. So back to Mr. Allman, you asked me a question, and let me, one conservationist to another. Yes, I have opposed Robbins Island, and I doubled down on it recently.
and what about Marinus Link?
So,
The
so
Marinus
just let me finish about the point that's different, the difference between us, you and I. And I've been working with the community for 8 years on that project. I know it very well. And I've been very critical of the government for approving it. The difference is, Mr. Nowakowski, I've been campaigning relentlessly against fossil fuels, which I haven't seen from rainforest reserves. And I'll be interested to hear your response to that in a second. And also, I support renewable energy projects, provided that they're done the right way. And I think there's a very big difference there. I'm not campaigning against renewable projects right around the country like you are, and also I don't support nuclear energy, which you do. So that's that. In response to your question, Mr. Ullman,
That's reasonable.
They're
The thing
the
is
difference.
that he is trying to do what you're trying to do in his community.
Yeah, no, and I get that, but I'm genuinely fascinated. Look, if you don't mind me just getting really human with you,
Yeah.
I've been involved with lots of community groups, as you have, Mr. Nowakowski, and you are, Mr. Kerry, and you are, Mr. Seebeck. Many of them over the years, and I am fascinated at how quickly you have grown and have expanded your scope from your local project, like Robin's for me, to becoming a national entity hosting forums in capital cities all around the
And
country.
can I just say,
providing
I
that
appreciate
kind of
your honesty on that. And can I not say, is it not conceivable that there is a community concern out there that's being tapped into? Because I've visited this organisation, I've seen what they've done, I know Stephen. They are working on the bones of their arse.
Yeah,
no one's
well,
giving them
that's
money.
my feeling.
And there is a genuine community concern.
Okay, and that is my experience with working with community groups. But what we're looking at here is the influence of fossil fuel funded interests and ideological and political interests undermining climate. We call it climate obstruction. The IPA didn't like my characterisation of that this morning. And it is a thing all around the world. And so you must be aware, Mr. Nowakowski, as someone who cares deeply about the environment.
I've marched the streets for climate action.
Yes.
I've been there, I've done it, I've been very involved. I was a contract photographer for Greenpeace, Queensland Conservation Council, the Australian Conservation Foundation. I've documented broad-scale land clearing events right across northern Australia. I know, and I'm just, all I'm doing right now is an extension of my activism work to try to keep trees in the ground because of this onslaught.
Mr. Seebeck, you'd like to
say one more thing about what you just said then. You said you're campaigning for renewables as opposed to fossil fuels. From my perspective, and I've got a lot of evidence to back this up, renewables are actually just an offshoot of fossil fuels because basically we're talking about 16 times critical minerals mining, which won't be, people talk about, electrification of mining. That's really a very small part of it. Most of it will be fulfilled by fossil fuels, by diesel, plus all the international transport. So basically, if you're advocating for net zero worldwide uptake of renewables, for the next few decades at least, we're talking about an increase in fossil fuels, increase in diesel.
What's your solution?
Nuclear energy? Well, we also have to address growth.
Nuclear energy?
And nuclear energy. Well, that's my solution.
Okay, well, that's at least 10 to 15 years away.
I know, but I'd rather save our koala habitat. Why are we destroying our habitat, wildlife habitat? Our koalas, other threatened species, have got nothing to do with this, really. Why are we sacrificing them? And that's a carbon sink as well.
And
it's a carbon sink.
Mr. Seebeck, there's no doubt at all that the project that you started your operation on, and we heard this from Friends of the Earth who opposed it yesterday as well, that it was I can't use the language in unparliamentary language, but it was a bad project. It gave wind farms a bad name. I suppose what I'm interested in is just how much further you've taken.
But they're all bad projects. Every single project in Queensland is on the Great Dividing Range is destroying koala habitat.
But we've heard from yesterday from people in, for example, yesterday in rural Victoria, an old plantation forestry area that's now going to become a wind farm, that the community supports, that there's no issues with biodiversity there. Like there are other projects,
actually, right? I would disagree a little bit there, because we know that even when wind farms are on degraded area, they do affect biodiversity. If you call raptors migratory species biodiversity, they kill them.
Of course we do.
And we call bats insects. That's biodiversity. They still kill them.
Mr. Seebeck, how many birds died in the Black Summer bushfires?
I know,
this is 159 million.
This is whataboutism. No, this is whataboutism.
No. You're implying that a climate emergency.
But I just told you that the rollout of renewables will actually increase fossil fuels. I just said that with mining. With more gas to balance it and reserve it.
We can have an academic debate about this, but I might go to you now, Senator.
Thank you. I was going to raise that point, but thank you very much. I might start it, and look, I do want to say up front, thank you for all the work you are doing, and particularly to Mr. Nowakowski. It's been a pleasure to meet you, and you've expanded my horizons on different issues. We don't all agree on everything, but it is wonderful, isn't it, to have respectful conversations and learn from each other about things. I wanted to go to Moonlight Range, which came up. I I live an hour or so from it. Know the community well, of course. There's been the position put somehow that the Queensland Government's decision is based on one submission, perhaps from yourselves. You've been up there and you've visited many times. Can you summarise what the community opinion, in your view, is about that project?
The community's view of that project, they're against it, and it's purely on the beauty, the wilderness values of that mountain range. So in that area, as you know, it's a sea of cleared land. It's all cattle country. And then those high elevation areas have escaped industrialisation, urbanisation, high value agriculture. They are our refugia forests that have escaped clearing. We call them old growth forests. They've never been touched. They're places where cattle don't really get into. It's too remote for mustering. And it's those places that the wind industry is seeking to harness those wind resources. And that local community, they see that as their pocket of wilderness in their area, in amongst a sea of cleared land. And even more than that, there's beautiful cliff lines. There's Aboriginal art underneath the cliffs. Directly above those cliffs, they'll be blasted out with dynamite, with explosives for wind turbines. So that community is really in love with that natural bushland, with that mountain range. It's a beautiful mountain range. And to think it's going to get blasted out for turbines from a multinational company. Brookfields is the proponent, a $1 trillion fund manager based in Canada. They own that project and they want to destroy that mountain range. That is criminal, absolutely criminal. So, yeah.
You were asked questions about why the Queensland Government did different things. I think that's a bit hard for you to answer, but I did want to put on the record that we don't really need to ask the question. The Queensland Government's been pretty transparent about it. They said they opposed it because 88% of the local submissions to the inquiry opposed the project. Do you think that's a reasonable estimate of the community opposition in the area to the project?
So I work as a photographer, so I travel the length and breadth of this country. So as I'm out on the road, I visit regional communities. I totally disagree with the Deputy Chair, that regional communities are overwhelmingly in support of renewables. I do not see that on the ground. I drop into cafes, restaurants, service stations. I ask people. I door knock neighbours of solar farms. I challenge this committee to name me one solar project in Queensland that coexists with livestock. I challenge you all. It doesn't exist. Yet we see in the media and all these memes coming out of Realliance and ACF of sheep grazing under solar panels. Yes, I think there is a solar farm in Wellington in New South Wales where that happens. It does not happen in Queensland.
But you're opposed to solar farms as well?
I'm not opposed to solar. But I'm opposed to the disinformation, because disinformation is the omission of information in a way that says it's the truth. And the fact that I think Australians are led to believe that the coexistence of livestock with solar farms happens right across all solar farms in Australia, and it does not. It's absolutely incorrect. And I'll tell you, just going back to one, so the Upper Calliope Solar Farm, for example, that's 5,000 hectares. Massive. They're going to fence that. They're going to have to shoot the kangaroos that are trapped inside the fence to get them out, and they don't know how they're going to get the emus out when they enclose all that fencing. It's horrendous.
Solar panels. Yeah. It's a travesty. There used to be, and it seems to have disappeared from our language recently, but there used to be a notion of social licence, that a project needed social licence. And I wondered if, your experience with lots of different projects that you've worked on, whether we are ignoring that now, and should we reconsider the idea that, look, if a major project wants to get ahead, then one of the most important things is that the local community around it feel buy-in, they feel like they support it, and it's not being imposed by governments that they're remote from on them.
Well, that's right. I think if there's a renewable project that doesn't impact places of high cultural significance, high biodiversity, has social licence, we're not propping up a duplication of an asset or a duplicate asset, which is what Andrew Dyer, the previous Commissioner of Infrastructure, was saying. A lot of these projects are going to end up as stranded assets or duplication of assets. If it ticks all the boxes, well, there's nothing wrong with renewables in the right places with the communities where there's a genuine social licence.
Do you support it anyway?
Well, I'm finding it very hard to find regional communities, particularly in Queensland. I'm not abreast of all the projects across the whole of Australia, but in Queensland, there is a lot of resistance. Sorry? Yeah.
Sorry, in regards to social licence, like I said in my opening statement, I'm here to represent the people of my community that were basically ground zero and have had to go through the trauma of Caban, for one, and then a campaign against Chilumban. Now, when it comes to social licence, we have campaigned hard as individuals, not with rainforest reserves, but our community, to change the public perception of State Code 23 in Queensland, which is the renewable code, and also to try and exert pressure because of that on the EPCB Act. Now, when it comes to social licence, under State Code 23 of Queensland, what we found was it was a box-ticking exercise by proponents, and this is where it comes to the crux of misinformation and disinformation when it comes to reality of the people in our communities. So the reality for us was we were unaware of Chilumban completely until Caban started, people in our community. Now, what had happened, and this happened with Caban as well, was the box-ticking exercise was completed by these proponents, and then they came to the community to call it community consultation. So they had a public meeting, and of course, when people found out what they were doing, because of the NDAs with the landowners and their interaction with the ecological groups, or like, for example, in Queensland, the QCC, and one that I've never met or heard of, and no one has, is the Reef and Rainforest Research Centre. So the proponents have ticked a box, and then, of course, they have social licence because they've actually mentioned it. Now, what we find, and the thing that got us extremely upset, was the only people, when they got this social licence, they came to us, and of course we went, no way. And particularly in my community of Ravensall, we said, no, we don't want this to happen. But because they've done this box-ticking exercise and they've ticked the box, say you have social licence, when it came to their submission under the EPCB, particularly for Chilumban, what we found was, and I have the actual data here, was that the people that supported them were...
Wrap up in one
I
minute.
will.
Yeah,
The people that supported them were the ones that were primed to either economically benefit from it and provided letters of support. And like, for example, our council, our local councillor said no to it, and our mayor said no to it. One person abstained. Two said, yep, we're all for this letter of support, and the other one said, well, excuse me, but I'm resigning, so sod it, I'll go with these guys. So the social licence was only from those that stood to benefit from it. And in the case of TRC, Tablelands Regional Council, Caban pays rates of $188,000 a year, which was last year. It's now going up to approximately 202. So they have an economic interest. So the social licence...
We'd have to finish that response and go back to Senator Canavan, who's got one more question.
So what surprises me a little about this inquiry and some of the submissions we've had to it is we've got multinational, largely, or foreign-owned companies, billions of dollars worth of wealth, effectively saying that, look, we'd like the Parliament to silence dissent to our projects. I mean, that's the position they're putting to us. And,
absolutely.
And to me,
well, the EPBC Act is to do that.
To me, it seems an extremely strange way to try and get support for your projects. And with all respect to the people wanting to get these projects through, in my experience, working with lots of mining companies, road projects, there's always going to be local opposition. The worst thing you could do would be to speak about your opponents in a patronising, contemptuous tone, try to silence them. It's only going to get people's backs up. And given that you you live in these communities, can you comment about that, about how, if we really want to get these projects away, is it sensible to be considering laws that silence opposition? I don't think that's going to help project proposed?
No, and what we need is proper environmental laws as well. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look, I'm going to go to Senator Darmanin for a set
So,
of
Chair,
questions.
Senator Roberts hasn't asked it. I mean,
Yeah,
just
he's
mindful
going
you've-
to. Senator Roberts is going to
but
give
we've
his
had-
chance.
We've had 40 minutes of yourself, a little over 40 minutes of yourself and the Deputy Chair, 10 minutes to myself, and then you're going back to a Labor Senator.
That's right.
The standing order is the Senator to rotate the call. And it's not a rotation of the call.
And being a chair of a committee yourself, Matt, you know I'm exactly doing that. Senator Roberts is a participating member. He'll get his chance. Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. I just wanted to talk about ask some questions in your submission around political donation disclosures. So I think you've recommended that the Commonwealth Electoral Act require continuous disclosure of donations over $1,000, and that current delays in reporting undermine democratic integrity, allowing fossil fuel and renewable industries to conceal financial influence until after critical decisions. I just in terms of your earlier response and reluctance to disclose who your donors are, how do you reconcile the recommendation around political disclosures and then you not wanting to disclose to us who your donors are? And presumably, you know, the court case that you talked about earlier was more than $1,000 worth of work that's been donated?
Yeah, there was a lot of pro bono work in that legal case as well, so I think it's completely different. There's the political process, there's money in the political process to get desired outcomes out of politicians and political parties. I think it's very different for charity groups. However, I think donations to charity groups, there should be some better mechanism for disclosure, because what we're actually seeing is dark money coming into organisations like the Sunrise Project. We're guaranteed that there's money going into the Sunrise Project from Goldwind, which is a Chinese company with links to the Chinese Communist government. So there's dark money, and that money is coming into Australia, infiltrating into the green groups, so yeah, there's big issues there. So there should be.
So you're raising legitimate questions there around donations to different organisations within this sphere, but when we're asking questions about donations to your organisation, you're not willing to disclose. So how can we have different rules for different organisations?
Well, that's the thing. So I will not disclose our donors until the Sunrise Project. So for Friends of the Earth, for example, $1.7 million was gifted to them as a grant. I know full well that Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners is pretty much a donor of that organisation, and they've just...
I guess you're focusing on other organisations, and I'm sure that our...
We'll get a response from them.
I have an email.
He has an email that he's happy to table.
So I can table to show that, Friends of the Earth have been agents for Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, so I can lodge that with you.
I'd like to put on notice again, I think, reiterate the earlier questions around the donations that you have received, particularly those over $1,000 in the 24-25 financial year. So if I can just put that on notice to you. And also, could you talk about, so you've mentioned the kind of political process is different that you say. So what's the basis of your concerns about financial influence, given, you know, I think we just heard a little bit earlier that some of the work that you've done, I think, has clearly related to political outcomes, to the closure of the cancellation of a project in Queensland. Like, can you just explain the motivations and the thinking behind your recommendations, you know, from your organisation versus what you're recommending? Because they seem to be both influencing the political process.
Can I just say to start that cancellation of that project was not really a political outcome for us. It was an environmental outcome. So we're concerned about the environment and its protection. So it was an environmental outcome, and that's
but it's politics that determines the projects.
Well, that's true.
You shape the politics.
That's precisely it, though.
Yeah.
And that's
called democracy. It's called democracy. A lot of people are upset about it.
So I think we say, well, I mean, environmental. Okay. Well, let's move on. The threshold of the current threshold is $10,000. Like, is there a reason you picked the $1,000 threshold in particular?
I'm not familiar with that point. So what's the current limit? I think it's 17,000 or something, or 14,000?
It's 10,000 at the moment.
10,000?
No, it's higher than that.
I think it's
You're
14
talking
or
about
something.
the AEC? It's higher than
AEC.
that. No, it's about, it goes up with
It's about
inflation. It used to be
it's about
10,000.
14
It
or
goes up with
15,000.
inflation.
Yeah, look, I think
Yeah, it goes up.
I think even at $1 should be accountable to the Australian people to showcase where those funds are going to political parties. I think it's a no-brainer.
Okay, well, your submission says 10,000, not $1. But anyway, so you talked about, I think your recent report showed that you received $101,000 in donations.
Yep.
How many of those were over $1,000?
I take it on notice.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. And on page 26 of your submission, you claim that, like many other grassroots organisations, you operate without government or corporate funding, relying solely on contributions from community members. Can you confirm that you haven't received any funding from corporations or people connected to corporate entities in the last 3 financial years?
No. So we run the Cassowary Rehabilitation Facility, and we have a partnership with the state government. There is a little bit of funding there, but that's about it. But that's not a corporate entity.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. Yesterday, Friends of the Earth, and you can table that document, and of course we can get them to respond. They said they had a close relationship with you and your organisation, and of course opposed the project, the Chilumban project, in the end. But what they said to us was that they never heard back from you after the Reckless Renewable Rally around that time. Would you like to respond to that? As to what happened in your relationship?
Well, I told Cam Walker to get stuffed. Well, he wanted to light up a deal for me to meet Matt Suchbury, the CEO or the Australian Director of Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, to work out a deal to get that project over the line.
Right.
So, and I said,
This is a Friends of the Earth.
Yeah. So I don't know what Earth they're friends of, but anyway, they're no friends of my Earth.
That's an adverse reflection. So we will get them to respond to that.
Can we table that? Is that being tabled?
There's a document. There's an email to say that
could we table to the Secretary?
I will do so, but there was also subsequent conversations that I don't have a record of. But
did you attend that rally yourself, Mr. Nowakowski?
I did.
And how did you feel standing with people?
Well, very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable.
Pro-fossil fuel, politicians who are pro-fossil fuel and anti.
I've come to a point where
I've
come to a point where I do not care if people believe in climate change or not. I do not care if people believe in coal or gas. All I care about is keeping our wild places wild.
How can you do that in a future of climate change if you don't care about coal and gas?
Climate change in that was the case.
That's a very striking thing.
This is a basic position now.
If you're pro-renewables, you're pro-fossil fuels.
No, I'd like to answer that.
No, I'm sorry.
I don't agree with your
No,
station.
we don't believe in that.
You've got no answers.
No, I can tell you right now, I can tell you the scientific data on that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'd like to answer that is because it all goes back, goes to nuclear really. So I was a very strong opponent of nuclear energy. And then I saw the destruction of what was going on and the scale. So I've mapped all the maps. And the thing that scares me about renewables is that there is no end game. You can never, ever squeeze gas out of the system with renewables. In actual fact, we need more gas.
Right, Mr. Nowakowski.
And so nuclear...
Yes. So I'm going to go to Senator Roberts for some questions, and then we're going to have to wrap up.
Yeah, so nuclear is... So that's why I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Carey, I want to thank you for the tour around Ravensworth, along with Sharon Tredice, and for showing me that disgusting dump of used wind turbine blades.
Used wind turbine blades?
Yes. Yeah, just dumped in the bush. Dumped in the bush.
When were they used?
Mr. Nowakowski?
It's the oldest. The Windy Hill project was commissioned in 2000, and the wind turbine components are approximately 200 metres from our most iconic building, which is called the Top Pub. It's Ravenshoe's highest pub, and it's across the road from our brand new, I think it costs 17 million water tank. It is visible on any Google Earth or anything. I am more than happy to
Senator
take
Roberts
anyone.
said it was dumped in the bush. You're saying it was dumped in the town.
It is. They have been on a private property for quite a while.
They're in the bush.
They're in the bush.
They're overgrown.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
I know a tree when I see one.
I'm more than happy to take any of the committee there to show them. It's a matter of...
Mr. Nowakowski, I want to thank you for your work. You have been, as Mr. Heumann said, on the bones of your ass for years now, just doing it self-funded. I also want to thank you for your protection of donors, because my understanding is that the donors are terrified of being disclosed because of the retribution from government. So I also want to thank Mr. Heumann for your articles in the last couple of years. They've been enlightening and based on fact.
Which ones, Senator Rob?
All of them. All of them.
Powerline, subscribe. It's worth the subscription. Powerlines.
ABC, the
So-
Channel 9, Sydney Morning Herald, The Age.
All anti-renewable.
No, mate. The thing is that
I thought
All
that's
rational. All
since you
rational.
asked the question, since you raised the question,
yeah.
as you live in this fossil fuel saturated environment that you're in at the moment, 57% of the power that's in Victoria at the moment is coming from brown coal.
Yeah.
So all I've been trying to say about this is we're talking about public policy decisions. All of this has been a trade-off. The wealth that we got came from fossil fuel. Now we're trying to get rid of it. I think that we should try and cut carbon emissions, but we should do it in a sensible way. We should do it in a way that doesn't crash the economy at the same time. And these people, the conclusion that they've come to is that spreading dispersed energy sources across the entire environment will do great environmental damage in the name of saving the planet. Now, perhaps there is a better way, and perhaps a committee like this should consider the possibility that a dense source of no-emissions fuel like nuclear energy is something worth considering. That's basically their argument.
Take that up with Ciro.
Yeah, that's basically right.
Yeah.
So let's come back to
Sorry,
your...
right.
Let's get back
Maybe,
to, we'll get back to
maybe you know
Senator
more,
Roberts.
something more than Ciro.
No,
They're
all they're
the
saying
kind
is
of-
that it's... Sorry, and since you raise it, they're saying that it's expensive, but no more expensive than offshore wind if you check there. If you go and check...
Mr. Allman, I'm just going to go back to Senator Roberts. to
There's
finish
waste.
So I'd like to-
the
I'd like
waste
to-
hasn't been
Deputy Chair,
sorted
let's
out.
let
I'd love
Senator
to hear about the
Roberts-
waste. Where do we dump that?
Political issue.
Where do we put the waste? Last time I checked, the waste has not been sorted
Okay.
out.
Let's go
Please
back to
find
the-
me a
It's contained.
community that will be
It's
happy to
contained.
take that waste.
did-
If we want to talk about
Okay,
social
okay,
license,
okay, everybody.
please find me a committee that would
Can
be
we get back-
happy to host nuclear. Please.
Okay.
Can we get back to
Canavan hasn't answered your
Can we
question.
just let Senator Roberts finish his questions,
Your
please?
submission states near the bottom of page 1, building on this, the submission to the Select Committee on Information Integrity and Climate Change and Energy exposes the systemic failures in how climate and energy policy has been constructed, justified and sold to the Australian people. I want to ask you a few thresholds on policy. First of all, to have a policy to cut human production of carbon dioxide requires a quantified, specific amount of effect on climate from human carbon dioxide. Have you ever seen any evidence for that?
You have to read it. Say that again, please. Yeah.
Is there anywhere that specifies the effect
Of humans.
of human carbon dioxide on temperature and quantifies that effect?
I don't know. I'm not a climate scientist, but what I do know is that you can't clear more than 50% of the Earth's forests and not have impacts on climate and weather, and that is a big impact. But in terms of human-induced climate change, I do believe that climate change from humans is an issue.
Right. My understanding is that, and I've done extensive searches around the world, there is no policy basis for solar and wind. Let's go to the second point. Just assuming there is, then you go to the cost-benefit analysis of whether or not we should put our resources into reducing carbon dioxide or into some other challenges like malnutrition, obesity, health, education. Is there any cost-benefit analysis being put on whether or not we should cut carbon dioxide from human activity that you're aware of?
Well, not that I know of, no.
Okay, thank you. Next thing is, when we have a choice of cutting carbon dioxide from human activity, it's a choice between solar and wind, coal, clean coal, high energy, low emission coal, nuclear, vast. Have you ever seen any cost-benefit analysis, independent costing of the various alternatives?
Not in Australia, no.
Okay, thank you. Then, once you get past the cost-benefit analysis, it's incumbent upon government or a business to do a business case on this. Have you seen a business case for solar and wind?
there's no business case. And in actual fact, Chris Bowen has been asked many, many times what is the entire system cost of this, and he cannot answer the question.
Right, we know it's about 1.5 to 1.9 trillion dollars.
No, that's not true.
So the last threshold.
It's well over $1 trillion.
The last threshold in this segment of my questions is when you build a new electricity grid, and that's what Chris Bowen is saying he's doing, you must have a project plan allocating over time resources, people, money, land purchases. Have you ever seen a project plan? I mean, you've probably done more work across the country than any other person.
This is an ad hoc, random, chaotic rollout with no plan. There's nothing. There's no plan. This is chaos.
Okay, thank you.
Just because one of those things was disputed, I just
Last question, Senator Rob.
what the number is, if it's not 1.7 trillion, what the number and what the source is.
Okay,
Senator-
can we just
no,
let Senator
Senator-
Roberts...
Senator-
No,
you said-
Mr Allman, just don't interrupt.
She said it wasn't true,
proceedings.
and I'm just
Senator Roberts,
wanting to know what the
last
source
question.
of the
If it's
accusation
not
is.
1.3 trillion, what is it with just 100% renewable?
We're asking the question.
We'll come back to the Deputy Chair on that if you allow, but let Senator Roberts finish his
Mr Nowakowski, before I go to Mr Seaback, is it? Seaback. I understand you were a Greens candidate. Twice. You were totally committed to the Greens. Then you woke up through your own investigation, your own observation of what's happening with solar and wind, and you abandoned them, and now you're opposing the Greens. Mr Seaback, could you tell us about the embedded human carbon dioxide in solar and wind?
It's the last question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, well, the embedded emissions of wind, I'll start with that first. I've looked at that, and for every wind turbine, there's about 900 tonnes of CO2 per megawatt. Okay, so it's
per megawatt?
Per megawatt for a wind turbine. Okay, and that translates, I've done the maths, I've used a lifespan of 17.9 years based on Danish data, an output depreciation rate of 1.6% per year, an energy unavailability rate of 11%, and I've worked out the emissions at the end of the lifespan of 17.9 years is 25.7 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, which is a lot less than coal, but it appears that way. The problem is that doesn't include the overbuild. It doesn't include all the extra infrastructure we need. It doesn't include the storage, which is what we need to actually replace coal and baseload and gas, and actually relies on balancing fossil fuel emissions. And the output, the actual emissions output of balancing fossil fuel emissions being gas actually increases dramatically when it's forced to balance and provide reserve for wind and solar. So we're talking about hundreds of grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. It's of course highly variable, but the other thing as well is added to that the emissions, the biomass emissions of destroying forests and destroying carbon sequestration in places like Awarabaya, like Lotus Creek, etc., and it multiplies again. And with the overbuild, when you have basically, they're using a calculation, they're being very disingenuous, people who are advocating for renewables. They're looking at the generated power, in effect, of baseload versus, the actual consumed power of baseload versus the generated power of renewables. As there's more renewables, in the grid, basically the disparity between generation and consumption widens. So if you're looking at just on consumption of power, the emissions of wind and solar multiply further, and actually multiply. It's at least 2 or 3 times more. Right. So if you've got a few hundred grams CO2, it becomes similar to gas and coal, or maybe even worse.
Okay. So no doubt we'll get someone in the renewable energy industry to check that.
Oh, I'm sure they'll check that. I'm sure they'll try and debunk everything. As they always do. They always do that. You talk about microplastics, you do everything else. There's always experts.
This is the exchange of information, right? This is what we're dealing with, like information, disinformation, any kind of information. All right, so unfortunately we would like to wrap up. Sorry we went over time, and thanks for being generous with your time, and committee will get back to you about responses to questions on notice. All right.
I'd just like to ask, who's going to take up a job with the renewable energy company after they retire?
Mr Nowakowski, I won't be. You only do yourself a disservice by being political like that. It doesn't make you look good.
Chair, can you put some questions on notice?
Yeah, we'll be putting some questions on notice, but we'll get back, as I said, the committee will get back to you on that. Okay, so apologies to the next witnesses, Australian Conservation Foundation. We might just let these guys clear out and then we'll bring you forward. We're 2022. We might, is it okay if we go through to one? We only have half an hour for lunch. Yep.
Nowakowski, I think the committee is interested in that email. If you're prepared to table it, if you
think?
It's extraordinary that he said that he's prepared to work with anyone to stop and not acknowledge that it's people he's working with are destroying the planet.
And he doesn't care about climate change. Doesn't care.
So now, if ACF could come forward, please. So I now welcome representatives from the Australian Conservation Foundation in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided for you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with you first, Mr. Sweeney.
Yes, Dave Sweeney, and I'm a nuclear policy analyst with the Australian Conservation Foundation.
Thank you.
I'm Jane Gardner, I'm the Director of Engagement.
Thank you.
Jack Redpath, Nature and Renewables Campaigner.
Great, thank you. Would someone like to make a short opening statement and then we'll come to you with questions?
Yeah, I'll make the opening statement on behalf of all of us, my colleagues. So, thank you for inviting us. It's a privilege to be here today because this is an issue that is incredibly important to democracy and to our future. So to that end, I would like to thank the Greens and Senator Wish-Wilson for choosing disinformation as the topic of this inquiry. And we're grateful that it's been taken up by the Senate, and it's wonderful to have representatives from across the political spectrum here today. In case you're not familiar, we represent the Australian Conservation Foundation, or ACF, a registered not-for-profit that has been standing up for Australia's beautiful places and wildlife for 60 years. Our work is grounded in evidence and powered by hundreds of thousands of everyday Australians who care deeply about protecting nature and safeguarding our climate and our communities. I am not an academic expert in disinformation, but I've been working in communications for more than 20 years, much of that in communicating climate science. Distilling science into easily digestible, bite-sized information has always been challenging, but in recent years it's become much harder for communications professionals because the way that we receive information has dramatically evolved, and not for the better. We are now living in filter bubbles, getting less information from traditional media and more information that is unverified and unbranded, highly emotive, designed for outrage. It spreads lightning fast, and much of it does not have a clear source. Much of it is false. This matters because the information that we receive, particularly when it's designed to elicit a strong emotional response, shapes our beliefs. And once a belief is ingrained, it's very hard to change that belief. Unfortunately, literacy and understanding of disinformation is very low in the Australian community. Research from the Western Sydney University found that 97% of Australians that they surveyed had very limited skills to verify information online. So this is really bad news when we're in the midst of an epidemic of rubbish. Our feeds are infected with it. It's spilling over from our screens into our everyday life, and as this submission outlines, disinformation is having a very serious real-world impact. Without intervention, it will get far worse. It's dividing communities, it's inciting violence, it's causing chaos and confusion during emergencies, silencing experts and academics and community members out of what should be safe, democratic spaces. And it's doing a very good job at hindering progress on climate action. The science is crystal clear. Our window to address global heating is rapidly closing, and if we don't get our act together and reduce emissions from burning fossil fuels at the speed the science requires, and when that window slams shut, our communities will pay the price with grappling with disaster after disaster, polluted air, unaffordable insurance, and the degradation of our natural world. So when we discover that it's too late to pry that window open, we can thank disinformation for that. So ACF submission articulates the real-world toll that disinformation has on communities, and it includes testimonial from just a handful of people who are on the front lines of dealing with this stuff. The central message of our submission is that we must do more to tackle the threat of disinformation and take it as seriously as it is required. We don't pretend to have all the answers on this, nobody does, but this is a very complex area and we can offer our ideas, having been in the trenches of disinformation for a long time. We're very grateful for the opportunity to put these forward. I just want to quickly touch on our recommendations, then I'll wrap up. So in our submission there are 4 recommendations. The first is about people. Properly researching and examining the impact disinformation is having on all of us. So the next iteration of this important inquiry could indeed be a Royal Commission or another independent inquiry into the impacts of disinformation on mental health and communities. The second is about accountability for social media giants. Where is the accountability for their role in the spread of disinformation? It is absent. So the third one is about pursuing truth and advertising legislation, and the fourth is about calls for a government-led investigation into the disinformation networks. Where does this stuff come from? It's very hard to get an answer to that question. So we hope that the outcomes of this inquiry are for every scientist who has felt fear for their safety because of disinformation and the impact that it has, every social media advisor, I work with a lot, who is in the trenches every single day trying to keep on top of the sludge that is clogging up our feeds, for communities who are suffering through the climate crisis and dealing with disaster after disaster, and for every community member who has been the target of hate and abuse for backing renewable energy. Thank you for having us, and we hope that we can add to your consideration.
Thanks, Ms. Gardner. And just as a matter of interest, how many kind of followers would you have on like Instagram and Facebook? How big a job is it to monitor your social media? It's
a big job. We have 2 social media staff full-time, and we have more than 400,000 followers combined.
Right, so yeah, that's a big job.
That is a lot.
Have you given any thought to like how to detect, especially bots? This is obviously one of our terms of reference. Yeah. And obviously trolls and bots, and sometimes they work together, are a pretty big issue. Within minutes of posting on my Facebook page, I get the most outlandish kind of stuff that just lands with hundreds of people responding instantly about, Jewish space lasers and all sorts of stuff being responsible for these things. Have you given any thought to what might be required to better understand whether these are organised disinformation campaigns?
Yeah, well, I mean, ACF itself doesn't have the resources to dedicate to figuring out who's spreading misinformation through bots. However, I do think that there's a very strong case to be made that the social media networks need to be, the big giants, these billionaires who are profiting off the disinformation machine, need to be identifying and removing bots from their platforms. It's really important that they do that. Yeah. Yeah.
No. Fair enough. Certainly, it's something we'll continue to look at it. Considering there's also hostile state actors, is a technical term for them. Countries that are also. You talk about in your submission. Actually, before I get to this question, I suppose I wanted to, and this is a really important question for me personally, with the motivation for getting this inquiry up. How high do you reckon the level of education and awareness is amongst, for example, your followers, that what they're seeing online is potentially organised disinformation campaigns?
Yeah, I think it's, I don't have an exact figure. We haven't done a survey.
Of course not. But do you think people, there's a low level of understanding?
No, I think amongst ACF supporters specifically, there would be a pretty high level of understanding of disinformation. Yeah. Last year, we produced a series of quizzes about disinformation, because one of the techniques of combating disinformation is inoculation. The more people know about disinformation and how to spot it, the more discerning they'll be, and the less likely they are going to be to share that piece of disinformation. So we put these quizzes out online. We put a bit of ad spend behind them so that they would reach more people. We sent the quizzes to our supporter base to test, and the feedback we got from it was overwhelmingly positive. Yeah. People said that that was a really welcome intervention, that they then understood more about disinformation, and that more people should be receiving this type of education. I mean, it's not part of our submission, but I have seen other organisations calling for increased literacy on disinformation, and I think it's a really important point.
So I've got a question about what you said in your submission about the Black Summer bushfires. But before I do that, could I perhaps ask you, Mr. Redpath, how much of this disinformation that you see, for example, on your social media or other inquiries directly at ACF, is on renewable energy?
Yeah, thank you, Senator and the committee for having us here. I would say directly the issue of renewable energy is one of the main ways in which ACF is targeted. We've seen over the last sort of perhaps 5 years a significant ramp up. It started off relatively slow and steady, but I'm talking about across the broader environment movement actually there. Slow and steady trickle of legitimate concerns which have essentially been co-opted and put through a disinformation lens, and what we see at the other end of that is a huge varied set of claims many of which are, completely debunked, completely false claims. I think renewable energy and the impacts on nature has been a really laser focus for opponents of climate action and opponents of renewable energy over the last, say, 2 to 3 years. It's been really noticeable.
So how do you deal with, I suppose, yes, potentially a minefield, and I've obviously had to do this myself as a politician with, some projects do have impacts and communities, as you say, have genuine concerns. We heard from the previous witnesses that they're, opposing renewable energy projects across the board. How do you kind of navigate those sensitivities? And Mr. Sweeney, I know you're a very experienced conservationist yourself in the country and highly respected. How does the organisation deal with this kind of, I suppose, two-edged sword?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and I think over my time, and I've been involved primarily in nuclear issues, so that's sort of a forever war, which also attracts, as you can see even this morning, considerable heat, more heat than light, and we saw noticeably a really significant spike in hostile social media around nuclear. Now, we're not into, we're into the robust contest of ideas. We like that, that's what we like, and that's what's essential, that's what makes a happening society. But we saw personal attacks, which are referenced in our submission, which has a toll particularly on those who moderate those streams. We saw elevated attacks of repeating long dismissed and disproven tropes, and we saw a whole range of activities that were really systematic and unhelpful. Senator, I'm not sure if that addresses exactly your question, but that there has been a very significant increase, and the increasing use of AI is driving an increased scope of this material and misinformation or disinformation. So it is a real challenge, and I think the comment that Ms. Gardner-Jane made about the quiz, that was from a modest thing from an NGO, an attempt to sort of model on the sort of scam awareness stuff, which I think people are becoming more aware. We see this as disinformation is a scam, not of your bank account, but of our collective goodwill, of our community space, of that sort of communal essence and respect. Does that answer?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I suppose in my space, again, it was just to see, there are very legitimate questions. We're at a time of transition, as has been said. We were coal for a long time, we're not anymore. So there's a real discussion about what we embrace and how we do it. We strongly support renewables. Others don't, but let's have that debate, but have it based on facts.
And that discussion is very hard to have with genuine community members because of the amount of disinformation and misinformation out there.
Utterly.
Yeah. Do you have anything to add to that, Mr. Redpath?
I do, yes. Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. So ACF, as Ms. Gardner began our submission stating, is a national organisation. We're in the 60th anniversary of serving the Australian people on issues related to conservation and nature. A big part of our...
Congratulations.
Why, thank you. A big part of our following these days are people who have climate concerns as their number one issue. We obviously retain nature concerns and conservation very high on our priority. We have we're a relatively large organisation, being so well established. So we have nature team, we have a climate team, and we have myself who sits in between those two teams to work on, or at least attempt to try and bridge the gap and work on this very issue. So our approach will not be surprising. We think about issues of conservation and climate from the strategic perspective, from the macro perspective, and what influence an organisation like ACF can have to get better outcomes for people and for nature. So from our perspective and from the supporters who we represent, we see climate as a huge threat to nature and conservation, to endangered species, and it's also a huge threat to people and to people's health and to our economic well-being.
I was reading the other day, WWF modelled that the Black Summer bushfires may have killed up to 169 million birds, just birds, without even looking at other animals. So these kind of climate events have catastrophic impacts.
Catastrophic impacts,
wildlife.
yeah. So one figure I'll share with you, and perhaps at some point we could have an opportunity to rebut some of the claims that were made previously.
Feel free to do that now if you want to, and then I'll rotate the call, or you could take them on notice and we could go through an adverse reflection.
There was a lot, so I don't want to monopolise the time. But I think just from that big picture perspective and how we approach these issues, as you mentioned, the Black Summer bushfires, which are about 5 years ago now, were, according to the CSIRO and other science organisations, made much, much worse by the heating of our world. And as the world heats up, we can expect to see more bushfires that are uncontrolled and pose significant risk to human health, livelihoods, and of course to nature and conservation. So there were millions of hectares of bush of different types burnt during the Black Summer bushfire. Some are fire adapted, some are not, but the intensity and speed with which that bush was consumed by the fire has altered that landscape, has altered parts of the landscape fundamentally. So apologies, the number slipped. No. Let's say 4 million hectares. So for context, the amount of land clearing, according to the Australian government and state government databases, that has occurred from renewable energy developments over the last 5 years. This is approved clearing that may not be the full extent of clearing. The maximum amount over the last 5 years is 16,000 hectares. So it's 16,000 hectares on the one hand versus millions, I think about 4 million, but we can take that on notice. And that is less than 1% of all the approved land clearing and actual land clearing that has occurred in the last 5 years in Australia. Yep. We can go through the other industries.
A lot of that in Queensland too, interestingly enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's we can go through the other players. So I mean, perhaps just to go briefly to some of the claims made previously, this idea that renewables are somehow the tip of the spear, destroying vast swaths of the natural world is just not true. It's a tiny percentage, and there are other industries which we, as the National Conservation Organisation, need to take into consideration, and we do. We have teams of people who work across agriculture, across these other industries. They try and work with industry as well as holding them to account. We also have to balance the positives that these industries bring, that they bring to people's lives, and renewable energy, the role it has to play, both in our economy and in the conservation of our native species and endangered species through mitigating climate change, has a huge positive impact that we need to weigh when we think about the transition. The other point is that this is an ad hoc transition with no plan, and that's also not true. There is a bi-yearly plan that's produced by the Australian Energy Market Operator, the Integrated System Plan. It's updated every 2 years in consultation with thousands of energy experts and reference groups that include community members. So this idea that it's an ad hoc spray and pray approach is simply redundant, because it's an example of misinformation, and as is the claim that renewables are the leading cause of deforestation, that ACF has frequently been the target of that claim. There are just one other point there, I think, which is the cost that's linked to that claim, and 1.5, 1.7, whatever trillion is thrown around. The CSIRO estimates it's an order of magnitude less than that, i.e. 1/10, so $120 billion of investment in a new energy system that weans us off fossil fuels, generates jobs in regional Australia, tens of thousands of jobs in regional Australia, where there are limited economic opportunities.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. Now, I'll go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you, ACF. Do you believe that misinformation, disinformation is slowing our energy shift?
Yeah, absolutely. There is no question about that. We shouldn't be in a position in 2025 where we are still having to argue that climate science is real. It's ludicrous to me that that's where we are in this day and age, but unfortunately we are, and we can thank disinformation for that, and the vested interests in fossil fuel companies who are funding it and actively delaying the necessary transition to renewables.
What do you say to environmentalists like the one we heard just prior, who obviously care about the environment deeply, but do not believe in climate change or in doing anything about climate change? How are the two? How can the two of these be reconciled? I don't believe they can.
I'm not sure they can either. I think there's that saying that there's an intelligent mind that can handle contradiction. If you can do that, you're a Mensa candidate, because that's extraordinary. Like, climate is a massive natural world impact. It's a massive species and biodiversity impact. It's adverse, it's escalating, its impacts are profound.
Deputy Chair, Stephen Nowakowski and Michael Seebeck both said that they think there's human-induced climate change. Both of them said that.
Well, no, we can go through the Hansard, but thanks for that contribution, Senator Roberts. Go on.
Perhaps, Senator, perhaps the thing is, it's not about a personality. You asked about how do we speak to environmentalists as an environmental and a national environmental voice. Yeah. We very rarely find people who dispute climate science. If we do, we tease that out and talk about that. It's very, very rare. What we do find is people who have concerns, like real concerns and valid concerns about the specific impacts of specific projects involved in the energy transition and rollout. And there are legitimate concerns there. One of the difficulties in this debate is legitimate concerns get subsumed, get used, get weaponised into a wider ideological frame. So that's something we try and work out. We don't believe there should be a blank cheque for every renewable project ever thought up in every boardroom. That is not our position. Yeah. We believe we need to move speedily, swiftly, sensibly, sustainably to a renewable energy future.
Thank you. And on the topic of weaponisation, who or what do you think are behind some of these campaigns, misinformation, disinformation campaigns in regional Australia in particular?
It's actually a really good question, because it's very hard to track
Hard.
sources.
But what do you think? What's your
disinformation? Hunch? We've heard a lot throughout this inquiry about astroturfing and community groups that are set up as a front for, more nefarious purposes. That is certainly a thing. There's been evidence also given to this inquiry about the links between the Atlas network and actively pushing offshore wind disinformation in the Illawarra region. Advance Australia is also has been running targeted advertising in these areas about wind farms killing whales. There is not a single shred of evidence that this is indeed a fact. However, for some reason, they are allowed to publish billboards and do digital advertising with AI-generated images of dead whales and wind turbines. And what this does is it elicits an emotional response in people. And it's basic human psychology that when we see something that outrages us, we want to share it with the world and show other people and say, look at this thing, it's terrible, without necessarily interrogating whether it's true or not. And this is how this disinformation is spreading. There is a testimony in the submission that we made, and this is just one community member who is advocating for renewables and climate action in his own community. And he is reporting that people are opting out of coming to the community meetings because they feel scared about the abuse and being labelled as a radical and a raving loony lefty because they believe in renewables and a better future for everybody. So this is the impact that it's having in communities. And what the culmination of this is that people who have a reasonable and rational view on the world and who care about their families, our future and clean air, are being scared and bullied out of spaces where they should be able to participate, and that is very frightening for our democracy.
So community members are up against it, to be honest.
Yes.
You mentioned Atlas. Most people have never heard of Atlas, but we have.
Yes.
Advance.
We're not talking about the Comet either.
No, and we mentioned Advance. Are there other groups that we should put on the community's radar, the public radar?
I mean, you can't talk about disinformation without talking about the fossil fuel companies. There are a number of examples of where fossil fuel companies have been trying to represent themselves as something they are not.
I'm interested in Australia, particularly.
Yep.
You know,
so the Australian, give you an example, the Australian Gas Networks is currently subject to an ACCC investigation for claiming that gas will be renewable in a generation. The Centre for Independent Studies is an Australian branch of the US-based Atlas network, which exists only to attack and delay the energy transition. That's our view. Advance Australia takes donations from coal billionaire Gina Rinehart. And as I mentioned before, they have been running, American-style anti-offshore wind campaigns with no basis in reality or fact. And, Australians for Natural Gas is another example of a classic astroturfing group, which has links to the fossil fuel industry and the coalition as well. Another example, which is not Australian, but is worth noting, is look at the PR firms that are involved in particular events. Right now, COP30 is happening in Berlin. The PR firm responsible for promoting that event also works for Shell.
What's it called?
I don't have the name with me.
But we'll look it up. Yeah.
Yeah, but I can take that on
notice.
Yeah.
And are there any PR firms in Australia that you are aware of who may be participating in this campaign?
I think that, I'm not an expert in that particular area, but I know someone who is. Belinda Noble, she runs an organisation called Comms Declare, and this is exactly what they do. They track. Yeah, okay, well that's great because they track, where advertising agencies are taking money from fossil fuel companies.
And what is the role of PR companies? Just that's my final question. I know we're tight. What is the role of these PR companies?
That are promoting fossil fuels?
Well, in Australia, in these astroturfing campaigns or anti-renewable campaigns.
I don't know if they have a particularly nefarious motive. They're just like any other business. They want to make money, and they're not going to use their ethics or their judgment about what sort of information they're pushing. But I think the problem is that you have.
Are they crafting? Their expertise would be in comms, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So what do you think they're doing?
I couldn't comment on that.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't work with these PR companies. But look, I do want to make the point that when it comes to advertising, there are billboard companies that will happily take money to display disinformation and AI-generated slop. I think people deserve to be able to see a billboard and understand that that's a real image or something real that they're looking at.
Fair point. Thank you.
Before I go to Senator Roberts, Senator Dunman's only got one question, so then I'll go to you, Senator Roberts. We'll finish up. We have to finish at 1 o'clock.
Okay, I'll be quick. And maybe this is something outside of your wheelhouse, so feel free to say if it is. I'm not sure if you heard, we heard from the IPA this morning. So my question is really about community engagement and consultation and methods of that. We heard this morning from the IPA that they conducted a very wide range of consultation in regional communities around renewables, and that the vast majority do not support renewable energy. We've heard different things in this inquiry that are contrary to that view. It's not to say, not everyone agrees or disagrees, but, that they were very firm on their position that most people do not support renewables. So just wondering if you comment on that and what you make of what are effective methods of community consultation to actually find out the truth of what communities think.
Shall I take that one?
Quick start.
So we have access to sentiment research that's quarterly produced by Amanda Cahill and her capacity as an independent researcher, and they do a survey, a baseline survey of metropolitan areas and of renewable energy zones, specific zones, so we can actually see the difference between what's happening in the metro areas and the renewable energy zones. No survey is perfect, of course. The IPA survey is going to say what it's going to say. This one's going to say what it's going to say. But for what it's worth, different data point, about 70% of people in metro areas support the renewable energy transition as it's currently unfolding. Could it be faster? Yes. Could it be cheaper? Yes. But their support is there. In the renewable energy zones, it's basically the same. It's 1 or 2% less. And then unless you go to New England is kind of the outlier, and there it's about 5% less. So still about 65% of people support renewable energy and the renewable energy transition, according to this quarterly research that we have access to. I spend a bit of time out in community. I'm obviously speaking to people who, we're the Australian Conservation Foundation. We're naturally going to speak to our supporters and members. For what it's worth, anecdotally from the people that I speak to on the ground, they are supportive of the renewable energy transition. They are motivated by climate, wanting to see a better future for themselves, for their children. The regional prosperity and opportunities that it brings are real, and they get that, and that's a really big selling point for people. As a nature and renewables campaigner, I do get an opportunity to speak to a lot of people who also have genuine concerns, and this is not a problem. This is not a part of the debate or a part of the it's not a part of the transition we should be afraid of. The energy transition is a big project. It's a decades-long project. It involves large amounts of linear and non-linear infrastructure. There will be impacts to people and nature that occur, and community engagement's role in that is to ensure that those impacts are moderated and that and avoided where possible, which is part of our project, is to try and ensure that impacts to nature are avoided where possible and mitigated where they're unavoidable. The other part of community engagement is listening to people, not just telling them what you want to do, but actually finding out what the partnership is, what that community really wants out of the project. So I'm not surprised that the IPA has come to you and said that everyone opposes renewable energy. You won't be surprised that we're saying everyone supports it. But there you go. That's what we have to contribute.
Just correction. You're not saying everyone supports it. You're saying a majority of people support it.
Did you want to add something very quickly?
Thank you very much, Senator. Yeah, and just quickly to the other part of your question about the consultation dimension. I was really intrigued to hear Senator Canavan reference social licence. We're very big on social licence. It's essential. It's not an optional extra. It's an essential platform. I'm very interested to see it in the context because in my world, with the nuclear world, there has been multiple attempts to cite radioactive waste which have not enjoyed social licence. They've been an example of poor consultation processes. There was a federal election where the federal opposition went with a platform of we will decide, announce, defend. We announce these sites and if necessary we will compulsorily acquire them. That is not a good approach. Consultation needs to, as Jack said, it needs to have clarity about the project scope. It needs to have some clarity about impacts and benefit. It shouldn't be a sales pitch. It shouldn't be the end of a highly managed, highly curated thing to deliver a preordained result. And it needs to have a right of veto because ACF's view is if you cannot say no, you cannot rightly be claimed to have said yes. So there needs to be veto provisions, there needs to be clarity of project scope, the whole range of impacts and benefits, and it needs to be a genuine consultation, not one that stresses the first syllable.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. In terms of reference, the first and second talk about misinformation and disinformation. That's what I want to focus on briefly. Misinformation, disinformation is not disagreement. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. It's not scepticism, the right to question something.
No, not at all.
Thank you. It's not choosing a different interpretation of a complex data system.
It depends on whether there's a motive of interpreting that data system differently.
Okay. Under the discipline of rational thought, misinformation, disinformation is a claim that fails the test of logic, evidence and transparency. Is that right?
I suppose so.
It's a statement that misleads, not because someone dislikes it, but rather because it cannot withstand examination.
Correct.
It may be unintentional, it may be sloppiness, it may sometimes be calculated deceit.
Well, that's misinformation that you're describing, not disinformation.
Sloppiness, unintentional
Yes.
Error, that's misinformation.
Correct.
Deliberate deceit would be disinformation, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's
Okay.
right. And there's actually a third category which is called malinformation. And malinformation is where something factual is taken completely out of context and presented for some sort of ulterior motive or some sort of purpose to deceive.
Yeah, I understand that. There's another twist that I won't get into here, but anyway.
Please do.
And that doesn't mean Malcolm. Oh.
So, a solution to misinformation, disinformation, which is coming from many, many fields, is this appropriate? Rational thoughts based on data and logic, free open debate, and enshrined free speech in the Constitution. What do you think about that?
There's some other steps, because some of those are definitional, but there's some other steps. You mentioned earlier transparency. Transparency and accountability are important aspects of this, because one of the great traditions in Australia, Senator, is that we can hold opposing views without hating each other, and we look each other in the face and we make those cases. We're all Australians and we discuss it. The trouble, as you'd be aware, with so much of this disinformation is that it is completely untraceable. It is completely anonymous. There is no kickback, no accountability. That changes the rules.
So would it be appropriate then to invoke rational thought and seek the hard evidence and the measured evidence and logic and reasoning?
It might be appropriate
if someone's making something that's unaccountable.
It's certainly appropriate that if you're equating rational thought with fact and evidence, yes, that's essential for good information and good policy development, but it's a broader suite of considerations than that. Transparency, accountability, money flows, who benefits, all of those things need to be brought into the equation. So your considerations, absolutely, they need to be part of the mix, but they're not the full cake in our perspective.
I remember one of the early Apollo missions, I think it was the captain of the flight, said, "In God we trust, all others bring their data." I live by that.
Okay. It's good. We all need something to hold on to.
No worries. Look, we're right on time, but perhaps if you could just give me a very quick explanation about what dark advertising is that you mentioned in your submission. You say the rise of opaque or so-called dark advertising. I get the hyper-personalised content. Just wanted a quick explanation of that.
Yeah.
Then we'll...
Look, dark advertising is anything that is not attached to a source or is unbranded, so people don't know where it actually comes from or who's pushing this information. And obviously our feeds are full of that kind of content at the moment.
Right, and if it comes from, like, for example, an astroturfing group, if you don't know who the beneficial owners of that astroturfing group are, then that would be dark advertising. Okay.
Senator,
please.
One comment, it's unfortunate that Senator Canavan's not here, but one comment that Senator Canavan said that he was talking about this as laws that silence opposition. Yeah. And I want to make it really clear from ACF that that's not what we're after.
It's not what we're after either.
Yeah, we're after laws that facilitate fair, decent, constructive debate and a contest of ideas, not that harm people or change the rules surreptitiously.
Yeah. Throughout history, such things, when they're invested in the government, have resulted in control and censorship. Throughout history. And as Truman said, the only thing new is a history you haven't read. It's happened before many, many times. That's the danger.
Everything needs a check and balance, Senator, indeed.
Indeed. It's interesting, Senator Canavan and I are both economists, and we know that in financial markets, for example, in economics, information is everything, right? It's efficiency, how you price assets, but in politics, it's out the door. Anyway, so thank you so much for your evidence, and apologies it was a bit rushed once again. We're running over time, but really appreciated your submission and your evidence today. So the committee will now adjourn for lunch. And perhaps we'll meet back at 1:35. Is that okay with everyone? And then we'll continue on. You're welcome to stay and join us for lunch if you. I didn't see any out there when I was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we'll suspend now till 1:35. Yep. Great. Okay. So I now welcome a representative of Nuclear for Australia in person. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Will Shackle, founder of Nuclear for Australia.
Thank you for your evidence today. For giving evidence today. Would you like to make a short opening statement and then senators will ask you questions?
Of course. Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. My name is Will Shackle and I'm the founder of Nuclear for Australia, a non-partisan grassroots organisation with more than 115,000 supporters who are advocating for nuclear energy in Australia to support a clean energy grid. Information integrity in climate change and energy is critically important. Disinformation campaigns against all forms of clean energy should be condemned because Australia's transition must consider all of the available technologies, and that includes nuclear energy. Nuclear for Australia advocates for nuclear energy because it is affordable, reliable, emissions-free and safe. We make these arguments based on fact, science and fair representation and comparison, based on the Australian and international experience and guidance of establishing nuclear industries. The guiding principle of our organisation is a desire to improve the level of nuclear literacy in this country. Literacy when it comes to nuclear energy is critical because while the technology is widely established around the world, it is poorly understood in Australia. We acknowledge that there are people and groups with views different to ours, but it was concerning to see the deliberate misrepresentation of an industry that is well established and safely operating in 31 countries around the world. Mis and disinformation undermine the balanced debate our nation deserves as we seek to combat climate change and transition our energy grid away from carbon-intensive sources. Nuclear energy was a central point of the last election campaign because of the Liberal Party's energy platform. This led to Australians being targeted with a myriad of erroneous claims about nuclear safety, radioactive waste management and the potential cost and value of a civil nuclear power program. This is in addition to regularly used and entirely fictional claims and risks, including reference to Simpsons TV shows 3-Eyed Fish. Misinformation was shared in paid-for advertisements to the tune of around $3 million, according to our analysis of publicly available sources. This is not about whether you agree or disagree about nuclear energy. Everyone has a right to their own views on how a clean energy transition can and must be achieved, but astroturfing and deliberate misrepresentation and disinformation have no place in this debate. Relying upon misleading statements, unfair comparisons and assessments of an existing technology and outright ignorance of basic scientific principle for comedy does not advance community literacy and debate. The Australian public deserves better. In our submission, Nuclear for Australia makes 3 recommendations that the committee first supports nuclear literacy of clean energy technologies, including nuclear energy, 2, introduces requirements for truth in political advertising, and 3, recommends Australia rejoin the Gen 4 International Forum to ensure that Australian experts can be involved in knowledge sharing and have the best information available about future developments to help fill information gaps where disinformation can arise. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. I look forward to answering your questions.
Okay, thanks, Will. So, in the debate, I think most recently, the LNP, I think it may well have been Senator Hume, but I can stand corrected, when introducing a bill into the Senate around nuclear energy, said that we should be agnostic on technology sources. Although I would note it seems difficult to see some of the LNPs being agnostic on renewable energy. What are your views on renewable energy?
I support nuclear. I support all sources of clean
energy. I know you support nuclear.
Sorry, that is...
No, that's all good.
Of course, I wouldn't be before the committee if that wasn't the case, but I support all sources of clean energy, and that includes renewables like solar and wind.
Right, okay. So a number of submissions to the inquiry have described connections between Nuclear for Australia and the Mums for Nuclear campaign group, which spent significant amounts of money on advertising in the lead up to the May 2025 federal election. And they, this is your chance to respond to this. Submissions described the Mums for Nuclear campaign as a clear example to the committee on astroturfing. and that they also point out the fact that the contact email address on the Mums for Nuclear social media advertising campaign was linked to Nuclear for Australia. Can you confirm if Nuclear for Australia coordinated or was involved in the delivery of the Mums for Nuclear campaign?
Yes, and that was very obvious in whether it was the contact details, whether it was the advertisements that we ran, which were directed to Nuclear for Australia's website. This was a campaign that Nuclear for Australia was involved in funding and resourcing. But what's really clear is that these were mums who were involved in it, whether it was Lenka Kohler, Kirsty Braybon, Jasmine Diab. These are mums who were involved in Australia's nuclear industry, who wanted to support to be able to elevate their voices in the public debate, and that was a service that Nuclear for Australia provided to them, whether it was funding or the services we provided with campaigns, etc.
Okay, and are they still active?
Mums, we're not continuing that campaign at the moment, Mums for Nuclear.
So it was a campaign for the federal election then?
No, we were running that campaign for a short amount of time. We run many campaigns. This is constant, whether it's our fundraising campaigns, which lapse from time to time, but this was something which was conducted over a series of months at the start of the year.
So what are your views on the, I suppose, the evidence that that's an example of an astroturfing group that the committee should look at?
I completely disagree. An astroturf campaign, when you look at an organisation like Nuclear for Australia, we are funded by thousands of donors across the country, mums and dads. You can just go on our email list to have a look at our fundraising and how we go about our business. So I completely reject any accusation that Mums for Nuclear was a AstroTurf campaign. It certainly wasn't. You look at those three individuals who were leading that campaign, but then in addition to that, all of our supporters across the country, I completely reject any accusation that it was an AstroTurf campaign. And there's certainly lots of examples in the anti-nuclear space where you'd see AstroTurf campaigns being run.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll come back to that in a second. I'll be interested to hear what you think are examples of astroturfing. So you were saying that the donations from lots of supporters of nuclear energy around the country funded this group. Did they fund the Mums for Nuclear group directly, or did they fund it via your group?
No, it was a campaign that was funded by Nuclear for Australia, as with many of our campaigns that we run.
Okay. So do you think that was obvious to people who, because we've had obviously researchers look at this who wanted us to clarify this with you today because they didn't feel like it was obvious that, apart from that link?
I think it was very obvious. This is publicly available information via the Facebook ad library, which anyone can easily access. This is where we got our figures when assessing the impact and scale of the disinformation campaign against nuclear power, particularly in the lead up to the last election. You can see every single ad that we ran, and that is publicly available information which any researcher would be able to access.
Yeah, I suppose the question is was it clear that group was funded by Nuclear for Australia? I mean, yes, there was a link. There was a link to your page, but
I think it was very obvious. Myself personally, if the committee doesn't have that opinion, obviously I've clarified it here today. But what's really clear is Nuclear for Australia was funding that, and I think anyone who would have seen any of the ads we ran, particularly on Facebook, would have seen that it went straight through to Nuclear for Australia's website. I don't think there was any hiding that. Also, all of those mums who were leading that campaign were all involved in Nuclear for Australia's expert group. That is publicly available information. Kirsty Braybon's now a member of Nuclear for Australia's board. So I completely reject any of those accusations, and this is just publicly available information if people want to find out more about that campaign.
But can I just... Sorry,
sure,
go ahead. If the Mums for Nuclear are so passionate about this cause, then why was it wound down? I mean, it just seems a little bit more than a coincidence that this was spun up before the federal election at the start of the year, as you said, and then it was wound down. It looks suspiciously like an astroturfing campaign.
I don't agree with that at all. There's been continued efforts to try and get a Mothers for Nuclear group up in Australia, and from our perspective, it's just a question of our resources. We're a small organisation, and we have to commit different resources at different times. For example, right now, a lot of our focus is on establishing university clubs, so I really don't... we have campaigns that run from time to time. I wouldn't really be reading any more into that. Same with our fundraising campaigns. We run them pretty much every single month. That this is a question of our resourcing. Obviously, if we had the kind of money that some of the anti-nuclear groups did, then we would be running these campaigns in perpetuity. But unfortunately, those are not our circumstances in the pro-nuclear cause. And at that time, those mums wanted to do this, so we supported them to be able to run that campaign with the resources of Nuclear for Australia and our thousands of donors across the country.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got certainly not questioning your passion for your cause and what you do, Will. But obviously there was a federal election on. The LNP were clearly campaigning on nuclear energy as one of their clear campaigns. So I suppose my question then goes to your recommendation, which you mentioned, around the need for disclosure around third-party advertising laws, or as you say, legislate truth in political advertising laws. The AEC defines electoral expenditure very narrowly as expenses with the dominant purposes of creating and communicating electoral matters to influence the way electors vote in a federal election. So I agree with you personally about the need for these laws. Do you feel like that this group fell under those laws given there was an election on nuclear energy?
No, we do continued advocacy and raising public education through our campaigns. We do not consider anything that we did to be an electoral matter. We never endorsed the Coalition's policy. We never told anyone how to vote. We were simply, and we continue to do this to this day, nothing really changed for us, is the fact that we wanted to raise nuclear literacy and combat the huge amount of disinformation we see in the nuclear debate, such as that figure I cited, over $3 million being spent on quite explicitly disinformation against nuclear power recently.
Okay, so, sorry,
just on the topic of misinformation, Peter Dutton during the campaign walked around telling anyone who would listen, platforming on a national stage, that the amount of waste from nuclear plants would fit into a Coke can. He went around the country saying that, everyone heard it, but I never once heard Nuclear for Australia or yourself stand up and refute that, because that's actually not right, and you've got the data on your website.
Well,
why did you not? I mean, given the fact that you are passionate about ensuring people seek the truth out there regarding nuclear energy and its waste, why did you not use your platform and your own voice during the campaign to refute that information that Peter Dutton was propagating?
Well, it's a well-known fact that the amount of fuel needed to power someone completely over their lifetime with nuclear power is the size of a Coke can.
But that's not what Peter Dutton said.
But I only believe that he said that on one occasion. Now, you obviously have to go through my social media records. I would have hoped that I would have responded to that. I can tell you that that initial claim that I believe he made at a press conference at the start of the year, where he seemed to incorrectly imply that it was the amount of waste that a whole small modular reactor would create, was not correct. That is something that I'm currently telling the committee, and I hope I would have corrected in the moment as well. But in that campaign, there was so many politicians.
Did you notice when he did say that? Did it seem that was incorrect information to you when he did say that?
At that time, we were getting statements of disinformation pretty much every single day, every single hour, which we were having to respond to.
Did anyone, sorry to interrupt, but did anyone from the Liberal Party, with your indulgence, Chair, advise you against correcting Peter Dutton's record?
No, I'm not sure who you'd be implying would have that connection.
No, that's
to me
fine.
To be
I'm
able
just
to
asking
do
the
that.
question. But thank
frankly, there was elements of disinformation which were much more concern during the campaign, particularly around waste. That was, I hope that Peter Dutton was not deliberately misrepresenting that quite well-known fact, that he might have seen it through Nuclear for Australia's resources and our fact sheets and misstated it. There was a couple of times I recall the opposition leader doing that. Obviously, that's really disappointing to see a politician who, is not sharing the correct facts on nuclear power, and that's something that we certainly work to do across Parliament, is to ensure that politicians have access to the facts. But I think what was even disappointing this morning in the committee was hearing the discussion from some committee members around the existence of nuclear waste solutions in Australia. There was, I believe, a suggestion that there wasn't any existing solutions for radioactive waste management in Australia, which was not true. There is a private facility at Telus and Sandy Ridge, and also ANSTO has facilities. So I think that even to this day, we see examples of disinformation which go much further. But certainly, I'm making the record very clear in this committee. If a committee member wants to put an example of a politician saying something incorrect about nuclear power, like that example from Peter Dutton, then I'll correct it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Will. So sorry, how much, you're saying it's all publicly available, but how much did you spend, or how much did Mums for Nuclear spend of your money?
Look, you'd have to look at the public records of that. Okay. That's available.
Could you take that on notice? Could you take that on notice for us? Great. Was there any AEC interest in Mums for Nuclear? Did they stage any kind of intervention in relation to what they were spending?
We received a single so there was 2 emails during the course of the election we received from the AEC. Both were basically general advice, which went no further. It was around basically...
Authorisations?
Yes, it was around authorisations and where they'd be needed for an electoral matter. I responded very quickly by describing what I've now described to the committee as well, that we did not believe anything we were doing was an electoral matter. It was public education around nuclear power. We were not telling anyone how to vote. We made that clear to the AEC and we didn't get a response after that. It was generic information. It looked a lot like they just plugged our name into a generic form that we were sent. And there was a second example, I believe, related more broadly to Nuclear for Australia. During our national nuclear tour at the start of the year, we were giving out core flutes to supporters, which is now a broader merchandise operation that we now have since the election. And I believe a supporter put that in an A-frame and put it at a polling booth. That was not something that we were aware of, and when it came to our attention, the AEC let us know. It obviously didn't have an authorisation on it, and we swiftly responded to that and got no further correspondence from the AEC.
So just so I can understand it then. So you've been campaigning on nuclear for a while. You're kind of the face of it, to be honest. But did you then just see the federal election as an opportunity to spend some money to raise education and awareness on nuclear energy because it was kind of in the papers, because the LNP were campaigning on it? Like, what was the purpose or the intent, I suppose, behind the step up in expenditure around an election?
Well, we're continuing to grow. Even since the election, we've raised a lot of money from our supporters across the country. So I don't, at the end of the day, it's our ability to make an impact and to campaign is limited to the access of donations that we have. We don't receive the large funds from, philanthropies and corporations like some of the anti-nuclear groups do in Australia. So at the end of the day, it was a trajectory of growth that Nuclear for Australia was achieving. I set this up, I think it's now 3 years ago, well before the coalition ever became involved with nuclear power. And I think the last thing I'd also bring to committee's attention is during the election campaign, we were very active because there was a lot of disinformation against nuclear power which had a political motive. Now, we're not there to combat the political motive. We weren't there to, correct the record when necessarily the coalition's policy was being attacked. That was their job, and frankly you could argue that they didn't do a very good job of it. Our job in the debate was when we were seeing broader examples of disinformation, making sure they were combated, and you can see in our submission there's a lot of examples of that.
Okay. Well, just my last question before I go to the Deputy Chair. In terms of funding, is your opportunity to talk about your funding? So you're saying you've taken no money from corporations?
We've received corporate donations, but they're very minimal and largely relate to the tour we had at the start of the year. To emphasise, we've not received funding from the nuclear power industry.
So the tour at the start of the year, you're talking about the former Miss America, what's her, Grace Sharkey? Grace Sharkey?
Grace Stanky.
Grace Shanky, okay.
Now by a different last name, she's married now.
Okay. So on that point, why would they be donating at that time? Was that to pay for her trip to Australia?
Correct. And the events that we held, which obviously had huge expenses associated with them, whether it was the venues and other things. I was working quite hard to fundraise for that tour because we thought it was going to be a really big impact. We'd been working for quite a long time to try and bring Grace over to Australia.
So you were behind bringing her over then, is that correct?
Yes,
yeah.
and that
okay.
I don't think there would be any contention of.
No, I just wasn't
publicly
aware of
advertised.
that.
That was
Yeah.
asked.
Excuse me, Chair, who was that you brought over?
Grace Stanky, nuclear engineer at Constellation, former Miss America. She's one of the leading nuclear advocates in the United States.
Thank you.
And can you tell me which corporations donated to you for her
I don't think that would be appropriate because there's obviously, we've got a donation policy. I can't tell if there's confidentiality arrangements around that, and that would be the same for any third-party organisation like ours. So that's not information
Do you support changing the rules to make third parties declare their sources of donations?
I think it's a difficult question because you see certainly in the nuclear debate what advocates like myself, people who put their names to nuclear power, nuclear science and technology are confronted with, the threats and abuse that we receive. Frankly, I know that there would be a lot of donors who would be really uncomfortable having their name to something as controversial like nuclear power, and that's really got a lot to do with the toxic debate which is in place in Australia. So yeah. I think that's a complicated question. I don't have issues around transparency. We're an ACNC registered organisation. We have mandatory reporting requirements, but I think that's a complex question.
Look, it is a complex question. I agree, and I think all sides of the debate have sensitivities around individuals donating, but I would have thought corporations, for example, if coal companies or...
We haven't received any funding from the fossil fuel industry.
You'll rule that out. Okay,
I ruled that out.
Just last thing, did you receive any money from the Cormac Foundation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, could you take that on notice?
I can take that on notice. I do not believe that. I know there was media reports around.
That's why
I assume that's advance and stuff. I think I don't need to take that on notice. We did not receive funding from that organisation.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Will. We know that you briefed the Liberals and the Nationals on, I think, around the 5th of November. Around the discussions of about their energy policy. What did you cover in that presentation? Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, I think the important thing, first of all, we weren't there necessarily just to brief the coalition. We put invitations out to Labor, independents and politicians across Parliament to be able to engage. Unfortunately, we didn't receive any accepted meeting requests, which we found really disappointing, and we were walking the halls, just sharing general recommendations, which I'd be happy to share with yourself and the Labor Party as well.
So you had there was an open invitation to all the MPs, is that what you're saying? And then
we sent private invitations out to multiple Labor MPs, independents, the coalition. We certainly weren't able to reach the whole coalition. It's obviously important that when you've got a party like the Coalition, which is in a very interesting debate at the moment on energy and climate, that they were engaged. But also, I think I've been on the record previously, it's really important that we have bipartisanship in the energy debate. The UK Labor Party supports nuclear power. They recently came out with their announcements around Sizewell C and the Rolls-Royce SMRs with Keir Starmer. At the same time, the
Sorry, can I just draw you back to the meeting? So just to be clear, so you put out this was a private meeting, it was in camera, it was not a public meeting, is that right?
Yeah, there were committee meetings and this has been publicly reported as well.
It has, yeah. I just want to get clarification around the details. So were there who were the other experts in the room? Was it just yourself or were there other people there?
It was certainly not just myself, like the media reports indicated. As you could see via our social media and also via communications with our supporters and donors across the country who funded this visit. We were joined on Monday by Lenka Kohler, who's a nuclear engineer, Kirsty Braybon, a nuclear lawyer, Dr. Robert Barr, AM, who's an electrical engineer, and Jasmine Diab, another nuclear engineer. Jazz and Lenka didn't stay for Tuesday, Wednesday, but we found it really disappointing that we had brought nuclear experts to Canberra, our supporters had backed it, and we didn't get that engagement from, particularly the Labor Party. I found that really disappointing, particularly when I note the international precedent for, progressive Labor parties to support nuclear power because of the jobs benefits and benefits with decarbonisation.
Well, I won't go into our energy policy in this forum, but it's out there for the world to see, and it was elected on at the last election, resoundingly endorsed by the Australian people. But we'll leave that for now. What do you hope will be the outcomes from the deliberations today in the coalition as they debate? You call it a debate. I would call it a civil war within the coalition around energy policy, and it's been raging for about 15, 20 years.
Debate
but it may come to a resolution. I don't know. We'll see. What do you hope will be the outcome of those deliberations?
Well, look, our interest with Nuclear for Australia is that we see nuclear power stay on the coalition's agenda. I think that's the biggest takeaway that we want. At the end of the day, net zero will only be possible with nuclear power. But even in a different scenario, say for whatever reason, if they were not to pursue net zero, it's still needed because of Australia's rising electricity demands, the needs of industry. So regardless of their decision on, I guess, that broader goal, what's really important is that nuclear power is central to their considerations.
And do you support taxpayers funding nuclear reactors in Australia?
Oh, look, we think that all financing options should be explored, including private-public partnerships around the world. There's precedent for that, for example, in the US, where they have their US Department of Energy Loans Office, which provides a public finance. I think that it'd be hard-pressed to find too many experts who would agree with the complete public financing approach. And like I said at the start of the committee, we didn't endorse the coalition's nuclear policy. We're a non-partisan organisation. That is in our constitution. But the important thing to say is, contrary to a lot of the media debate, private industry around the world does back nuclear power. Indeed, last year, 14 of the world's biggest banks and funds, including Morgan Stanley, Barclays and others, committed to supporting the Triple Nuclear Power Pledge, which was announced originally at COP28 in Dubai. So there's a lot of interest. Also, the World Bank has recently lifted their opposition to nuclear power. So Australia's really falling behind as we have this discussion today.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just before I go to Senator Canavan, well, could I just ask, whether it was the Mums for Nuclear campaign or bringing, I just got to make sure I get the name right, Grace Stanky to Australia. Have you used like public relations firms or communications firms?
We have.
You have? Could you tell us who they were?
I don't think that would be appropriate for me to detail our arrangements with professional advisors. Would be the same for any third-party organisation. There's certain confidentiality arrangements which go both ways in those relationships. Same that you wouldn't expect to see that information from political parties or other groups that would have appeared over the last few days.
I'll contemplate that answer, and I'll now go to Senator Canavan.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Sorry I missed the start of your contribution, Mr Shackle, and sorry if I repeat others' questions, but just wanted to clarify, how old are you?
19.
And how old were you when you established Nuclear for Australia?
16.
Well, I do want to commend you as a marvellous young Australian, obviously extremely articulate at such a young age, and being incredibly successful. How many members do you have?
115,000
wow,
people in our
19 years old. Well, look, again, just I put on the record, it'd be great to have more young Australians like you on all different political issues, on all different sides of the issue. Whatever people's thoughts on it are, I think you've done a marvellous job. I did want to ask, though, you did hint at it before. Being so young, it sounds to me like you have found yourself under quite a lot of attack. Could you just describe some of that to our committee?
Yeah, I think it's been really disappointing for me. I've had abuse, death threats that I've had to get sorted out, particularly after some of my media activity, and that's really disappointing that, a young person in this space. A lot of politicians in Canberra go on about supporting young people and elevating their views, but the moment which you sort of sway from, I guess, the traditional way of doing things, and certainly nuclear is one of those issues, you really have copped it, and there's examples which I don't think it would be hard to find, looking up my name, around my people's criticisms of my personal experience, all the rest of it. I've had journalists who've come after myself and my family. Even, I guess, the Australian Conservation Foundation is a good example of an organisation, professional organisation with significant funding, which has come after me. This is an example from their quiz that they cited earlier today. If you're not sure who that is, that's meant to be myself. And simply, this is their whole disinformation quiz around nuclear power, which ironically had a cover photo of an AI-generated image of a nuclear waste barrel, which is slightly ironic. But you have a look at this tweet, which they claim is disinformation. All I was saying is that all energy sources, including nuclear power, have life cycle emissions associated with it, and they decide to do this quiz sent out to their, I think, up to 500,000 supporters, and I'm sure the committee can make their own descriptions of what that looks like, but it doesn't look very much like me. So,
can you table that? Would you be able to table that for the committee?
Oh, of course.
You tell us
we
what
can hand
it
that over.
I said on Twitter, ACF say renewables are zero emissions, but nuclear isn't. They ignore the life cycle emissions of solar and wind, but then get angry when people apply their own standards for nuclear energy. Now, not
just to be clear, that's a caricature of you.
That's a caricature of me, and there's multiple examples of this. There was another where...
That's not a real photo or anything like that. They've doctored that. There's great licence under our laws for political satire, and as there should be, but how old were you when they did that?
This was at the end of last year, but it was
You were
basically
18
that.
or so? 18?
Yeah, that was their whole quiz. There was examples again where they were calling me a conspiracy theorist, where I believe I was flying a UFO and sucking up aliens. It was all based on... Well, I'd argue I'm not a conspiracy theorist.
UFOs I'm talking about.
Oh, look, well...
You said that's a conspiracy theory.
I do. And I'd hope members of the committee agree. But there's a lot of examples like this. I think what I found most disappointing is obviously I'm very aware, being active on social media and stuff, that I'll get pushback from members of the public and whatever, but when it gets really personal like that, and when it's large organisations, which we should frankly expect better of, and there's a lot more examples I can provide. Get up, going through all of my LinkedIn connections to come up with these conspiracy theories that I was a plant of the coal industry. I've had suggestions, and Senator Canavan, apologies for this, but I've had suggestions on Twitter that I'm one of your children, and last time I checked, Senator, you're not my dad. So, I've been the target of, I guess, disinformation myself, and I think it's really disappointing that I'm not the only one who's got this experience. There's a lot of people, especially young people in the climate and energy space, which are targets of disinformation towards themselves, and I think that's not very conducive to healthy debate on these important matters.
Can I ask you to expand a bit on, you mentioned the media going after yourself and your family. What did that constitute?
Yeah, so mainly, I guess, fringe outlets such as Crikey, the so-called Independent Australia, Renew Economy. I know my dad's work was getting contacted.
By those organisations?
Yes, Renew Economy specifically. And in my case, you can obviously, there's public records of the descriptions of me. I would argue quite condescending and at times pretty abusive from Crikey and other outlets, which I found really disappointing. I've pushed back on them. They were sending really unreasonable media requests during my exam time, which I communicated to them. There's an example with the Crikey article where I think they, to have a bit of a shot at me, included a bit of that explanation that I was in exams when they were sending me these frequent media requests. So
they actually publicly reported that you were in exams?
Yeah, they included my comment, I think, as a...
So just run through this. So you told them, look, I might be hard to get back to you because I'm in exams, and they reported that?
Yes. I wasn't too... look, I don't think that's...
Was that an official response to them, though?
That was my comment. Yeah. It was publicly available in the articles.
Students at exam, I mean, what public interest is there in that? I mean, it's...
Will responded. So.
I get it, Chair, but look, people out there listening can make their own judgments, but I mean, some of the standards in our media are shocking. To do that to a young person, their exams publicly report it, and clearly with an agenda, an axe to grind here. What about your family? Just drill down on that. So Why were they contacting your dad's office? Renew Economy, was it? Renew Economy were contacting your dad's office. What was the rationale for that? Did they give?
I think it was around his work, and he does some work around renewables and stuff. So I think obviously they're just trying to point a hole and trying to claim that there were some family divisions, which is obviously not the case. There are many people in the renewable industry who have concerns around our system and understand the need for nuclear power in the mix. But I thought that was completely inappropriate. But there's been examples, of course, on social media as well of people going after my family, which I find really
I suppose what's most concerning is some people here, apparently in the Senate, even don't think that's inappropriate. I mean, I think it's inappropriate to go after a young person's family who's just trying to involve themselves in public debate. You've always done so very articulately, as I've said, and reasonably. But it is absolutely, in my view at least, I'll put on the record, completely inappropriate to try and drag family members in when someone's just trying to have civil debate and involve themselves in the political process. Obviously, you're a very resilient young person, Mr. Shackle, to continue doing what you do, and I commend you for that. Have you seen, though, these type of tactics deter other young people from being involved?
Oh, certainly. A good example is, Greta Thunberg and the attacks that she's faced. And, I understand people might disagree with her, but I think there's I think there's a trend.
Are you a fan of Greta, Will?
I admire the fact that she took a stand and took initiative. I think that's really admirable. Yeah. I just think more broadly in the energy and climate space that we should be encouraging young people to, take a stand on these issues. And it seems to be a bit of a theme, particularly when I guess you have a bit of a dissenting point of view. And I think this goes for engagement with young people more broadly as well. It's great to elevate a young person when they agree with your beliefs, but when they don't, they should be equally elevated and provided with that support. And I certainly haven't really experienced that, unfortunately.
Is there? Have you seen any coordination of the attacks to you, or is it just random?
I guess that I'd be going. I don't think it'd be reasonable for me to, speculate around whether there is some coordination. It's certainly come from all angles, but I don't think that's reasonable for me to be making those assumptions.
And I just wanted to finally ask, you said you had offered to brief other political parties, Labor and Greens MPs. Does that offer stand? Would you?
Of course.
Would you happily brief other politicians?
Myself, but more particularly because I'm not a nuclear expert, members of Nuclear for Australia's expert group would be thrilled to be able to provide advice to Labor, Independents, Greens, other parties, and we actively try to do that. We've engaged previously with the Parliamentary Friends of Nuclear Industries, where we were glad to see some broad support. We think it's really important that there's bipartisanship on this because, like I said, there's precedent for it in the US and the UK. Even the Finnish Greens support nuclear power. It boggles my mind how some of these political parties can oppose it, particularly Labor Party. I think you look at the UK and the support from the unions in the UK, which makes sense because nuclear has the highest jobs intensity of any energy source. It really confuses me why we don't see some more support from those parties, and hopefully we'll see that in the future, and I'm certainly committed to helping us get there.
Well, thank you again for all you do, and once again, congratulations on what you've achieved.
Go to Senator Darmanin for some questions.
Sorry, I've just got a couple of quick ones. It's just about the funding of the organisation, and I note that before you talked about I can't remember the words you used exactly. They were remarkably similar to the IPA in terms of the confidentiality of your donors and things like that. I'm not sure if you were listening in there, but or familiar with the processes around answering questions to these sorts of inquiries. But with that in mind, you also mentioned the briefing in Canberra recently and the reporting around that, and your disappointment about the backers that had obviously supported that event to occur. Who were they?
This was, I'm not sure familiar with the system Nation Builder, which is where our website is based. That was completely Nation Builder donations. So I guess for people who aren't familiar with that system, that's, grassroots
right.
donations.
So you're talking about
via
so they were all through Nation Builder.
That was completely through Nation Builder.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to provide a list of who the donors of Nuclear for Australia are?
I don't think that's appropriate with our donation policy. There's many thousands of donors, and we haven't asked for their permission to provide that information. So obviously I can seek counsel on that and seek advice, but
that would
just
be,
from the top of my mind,
I'd appreciate that if you could, just in terms of, and we're talking about, like, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of Nation Builder and online, average people. I think in terms of the kind of concerns that I think lots of people from different perspectives have raised about where misinformation comes from, I think people are really keen to understand and have transparency around who is backing the various views and organisations that are out there. And so it's kind of with that in mind that we're thinking about large organisations, corporate donors and sponsors and people like that, as opposed to kind of the individuals who are campaigning for whichever kind of view they hold. So that's the sort of information that where I'm certainly interested in, not just from your organisation but from many others that we've also been asking questions of. So if you can take that on notice in terms of the obligations around asking questions, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah,
Will, just to follow up Senator Darminen's question, if you're reluctant to provide names, I understand that, but even a split of who businesses are versus individuals would be helpful.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Just before I go to Senator Roberts, I did consider your response to my question about whether you'd engaged, professional services of PR firms or communication firms. So maybe I'll put it to you in a different way. Have you engaged the professional services from Tophan Guerin or Whitestone Strategic?
No.
You're happy to rule that out?
I'm very happy to rule that out.
That's what I thought might happen. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing. I must say I also need to comment on your vigour and your input into the debate in Australia. Our democracy, unfortunately, has slipped into a very passive democracy, and passive democracy slips into apathy, which is where we're at, I think. Very active democracy is essential for restoring our country, so that means engagement from citizens. Thank you for showing the adults how to do it. Well, you're actually an adult now anyway, so thank you.
Young adult.
You started when you were 16. I agree about your comments about the nuclear misinformation and disinformation. I'll just give you a tip. What someone says about you tells us about them, not about you. When labels are the refuge of the ignorant, the incompetent, the dishonest, the fearful, and the timid, and the plain old ignorant. So keep going, please. Going to your table on funding, on about your third or fourth page, I notice the Australian Labor Party tops out at more than a third. How did you get that data? I think you may have explained that to Senator Whish-Wilson, but if you don't mind, could you just go over it again? How did you compile it? I know you said it's not 100% perfect, but it's good.
That's a Facebook ad library, and then also the other resource you can use is the Google ad library. Now, in the example of the Labor Party, there were many thousands of ads which were run in the election, so there was an overall estimate, but we couldn't manually go through all of those ads and identify which ones were around nuclear power and which ones, I guess, would contain some of those elements of disinformation, like the $600 billion figure, 3.7%, and other claims that were made. So it's using that publicly available information.
When you add the top line, which is the Labor Party by a long, long way, way more than double the next, number 2, then you add them to the other, for example, Electrical Trades Union, Queensland Labor Party, what does that give you? How big an influence was Labor in the misinformation and disinformation campaign?
Just to clarify, Senator, we're talking about all of the examples of organisations I listed, or only specifically the
ones that you think may be connected with the Labor Party?
Look, I'd probably just refer to... I think that would be difficult to do. Obviously, in our submission, we identified at least over $3 million being spent by what we perceived as the largest anti-nuclear groups in Australia, those listed there, and those calculations are all provided for those groups. I can't speculate on what political connections they may or may not have.
So and there's probably more misinformation, disinformation than just this.
Oh, certainly. Even with I believe the Australian Labor Party spent an overall of $9 million on Google ads, at least. Now, I couldn't obviously discern which ones of those contain some of those claims, like 600 billion, 3.7% from the Smart Energy Council, but it was a high percentage of those. And then you obviously have to add in the TV ads, radio ads, digital on-demand ads, which aren't factored into this. This is purely social media, and on social media alone, of these figures I've been able to calculate, Nuclear for Australia estimates that at least over $3 million was spent.
When I add your number one line item, which is the Labor Party, to the Electrical Trades Union, I get over 50% of the total. So what I'm saying is the government or the government-connected outfits spend a hell of a lot of money against you.
There's certainly a lot of organisations which spent a lot of money in the campaign. That's an accurate thing to say.
Can I just clarify, Will? I mean, yes, you're promoting nuclear energy. Were those ads more generally related to Peter Dutton's policies?
Well, no, because if you look at the Australian Labor Party advertisements, which reference the $600 billion figure, 3.7% of the grid, the Smart Energy Council, I believe, published that before the final modelling was available from the coalition. So I see that as being more broad, and a lot of these claims were just universally around nuclear power. Now, obviously, with the $600 billion figure, the coalition could obviously dispute that that was not the figure they had in their Frontier report, but that was not what we're specifically contesting. What we were contesting was the fact that, say, the $600 billion figure was based on doubling the cost of the most expensive nuclear power project ever and extrapolating it out, over 5 times more expensive than the Gen Cost report's estimates for the capital cost of a nuclear power project. Now, I see that as blatant disinformation. And then the second big example we saw was this claim that nuclear would only be 3.7% of the grid. Now, that was really basic error. I wouldn't even call it error, because I think that surely someone at the Smart Energy Council would have worked this out. It completely ignored the difference between capacity and generation, wherein a nuclear power plant can produce around 3 times more energy than an equivalent capacity solar or wind farm. So those are blatant examples which I think go more broad.
We can put that to the Smart Energy Council and
get
a response from them. Yeah. So last question, Senator Rob.
So, Mr. Shackle, was there any coordination that you could see between the Labor campaign against nuclear and Labor affiliates like the ETU?
Perhaps there's a lot of similar talking points, but I wasn't on the inside of those campaigns to be able to assess that. But I think it's something worth the committee doing a bit more research into.
And there's the other groups like Climate 200, which is notorious for misinformation and disinformation, supporting the government's position, and trying to knock out nuclear because they're making some of their large donors are making subsidies from solar and wind.
In the example of Climate 200, they were running a campaign around nuclear power causing a carbon bomb, and from our perspective, the imagery that was used and other things that insinuated that nuclear power was not emissions-free and would cause harm to the climate was, incorrect. You'd obviously have to ask representatives of Climate 200. I'm not going to speculate on the reasoning for that.
So this question is meant in a nice way. What happened to your second head?
Oh, well, I don't know where my second head or third eye is. I've been to many nuclear power plants, but I haven't.
I think that's a very offensive question to Tasmanians, Senator. I ask that you withdraw it. Listen, we've got to wrap up, but I do have one last question for you, Will. Is your motivation for nuclear energy because you're a climate activist, because you want to see lower emissions? And
well, I think there's a lot of reasons why we need nuclear power. One of the biggest is obviously my concern about climate change and lowering emissions, and nuclear around the world is one of the best ways of doing that. It's prevented an additional 2 years of global emissions, saved around 1.84 million lives according to NASA, is the lowest emissions energy source according to the UN. But in addition to that, there's a huge other issues why I support it. ranging from electricity bills, the impact for communities with jobs and industry. I think there's a lot of reasons why it should be considered.
So, did you feel conflicted? I understand you presented at an event with Campbell Newman in Queensland at the Australian Institute of Progress, which is a coal-funded member of the Atlas Network. Were you aware of that? Did you feel conflicted?
I wasn't aware of that specific connection. I speak at many events. I don't have the time or resources to look into them, but I was not aware of that connection, to make that crystal clear.
Okay, fair enough. Well, thank you for your evidence today. Any questions that the senators will give you on notice, the committee will get back to you on that.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I now welcome representative of the Clean Energy Council, if you'd like to come forward. So I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with you first, Colin, if that's all right.
Yep, so Colin Marshall-Kemp, and I'm a community engagement representative for West Wind Energies, here supporting the Clean Energy Council's evidence.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is William Churchill. I'm the Chief Policy and Impact Officer at the Clean Energy Council.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Brett Stewart. I'm a farm owner with the proposed wind farm going on it.
Thanks, Brett.
I'm Georgie Stewart. I'm just a farmer's daughter.
Not just a farmer's daughter.
The farmer's daughter.
Thanks. Would someone like to make a short opening statement, and then we can ask questions, or if you like, you can split it up, whatever suits you, Mr. Churchill.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I might just make a brief statement,
Sure.
and then through you defer to Mr. Stewart, his daughter, and Mr. Kemp to make a quick comment.
Yep. Please do try and keep them brief if you can. Yeah.
We will. We will. Thank you, Chair and the committee, for inviting the Clean Energy Council to appear before the committee today. This inquiry into information integrity on climate change and energy is as timely as it is important. The Clean Energy Council represents close to 1,000 businesses across the entire energy sector, and over the last 4 years, I and our members have witnessed a steady increase in mis and disinformation concerning clean energy. Mis and disinformation about clean energy projects is responsible for driving community division. Consistent claims about agricultural land, decommissioning, food security, and others are repeatedly being used to muddy the water, inflaming concerns over claims that are without merit. These inflamed tensions are justified over baseless claims that are now driving an increase in reports of farmers and their families being targeted and threatened. This issue has been less explored and and as the consequence of these campaigns and the corrosive effect it is having on communities, it is now manifesting itself as threats of violence, intimidation and harassment directed towards farmers, their families and workers in the energy sector. I'm joined today by 3 such voices to share their experiences that they've sadly been subjected to and give voice to those around the country who are experiencing the same. I'd like to leave it there and leave my opening comment and yield my remaining time to Colin, followed by Bert and then Georgia. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Would you like to go, Colin?
Yeah, I guess would like to relay an experience. So West Wind Energy had supported the Birchup community with their annual Christmas events for the last 2 years. Our donation was going towards children's activities on a Sunday afternoon street carnival. Last year on the 15th of December, we attended the event, which ran from 11 o'clock in the morning till approximately 2 p.m. As we were packing up and the crowd had dissipated or gone into the community hall to sing carols and just wind down the event, we were packing up, and I was actually approached by a gentleman whilst I was on my knees folding up a card table. He put his hand out to shake my hand and introduce himself. As I stood up, he pulled me towards him so that we were basically nose to nose. He told me his name, asked where I was from, and then proceeded to use some reasonably colourful language to give me a dressing down. Assured me he was going to come to Warwick-Nabil, where I said I worked, and was going to ruin our Christmas. And he was prepared to take me down and sort me out right now because I was a little C word. You have divided our town and ruined our Christmas. As soon as someone else appeared, he dropped my hand and scurried back into the hall. So it was an interesting event. Just continued to pack up, took notes, lodged a complaint, lodged a formal report with my work, and then we did report it to the police. They basically warned me that there was nothing we could do, it would just be my word against his. Now, since then, a couple of other interesting things have happened in that town. I've actually gone back one day, we went in a car rally raising money for cancer research, and we're having lunch at the town, and one of my friends came over and said, "Come on, it's time to get in the car, you've got to leave. They've actually pointed you out as that's that bloke from the wind farm, it's time to move on." So that's interesting enough. I've got reasonably thick skin and can still live into the community, but one of the more alarming things for me at the minute, I've got an ageing mother, and we're looking to try and where we can get it put into care. And there's a position came up in Birchip, and I'm just not prepared to let it go there because the community is so divided because of the misinformation and innuendos and rumours that are floating around the renewables and what we do and don't do. And we're working closely with even a couple of the quite big anti-groups in our region, had them in the offices and will explain facts, and then within the week they'll be back on Facebook or other social channels spreading the misinformation when we've provided them with what we believe are the right facts. And so it's a really interesting position to be in to try and combat that. I guess that's just an experience I wanted to share from a personal level.
Thank you.
As a farmer that's had a proposed wind farm come our way, which we had a talk to them, had meetings, and I can assure you we never thought our farm would be involved with a wind farm. We had neighbours get wind farms and we weren't against them. So they're mainly on the rising country, we've got more flat country. All of a sudden they come and approached us and we had a good talk to them, and once they explained everything, they said it could improve your income on a drought year, which we're currently going through, still are. So we thought, well, that's probably a good way of helping out the farm with outside income. So so then they explained that with general donations, they would also help out the local community sporting clubs and that. And we said, well, that's fantastic. So and that sort of brings where Georgie comes into it, because people in the area turned against us because we had this proposed wind farm, particularly one person. He made up lies about us to say, and which stirred the rest of the community up. And he virtually told them it was our wind farm, which we've got quite a few farmers that are involved with it. There's 7 others. So he turned everyone against us. And unfortunately, Georgie had a case, which I'll let her explain.
Thanks, Georgie.
So it was Easter. I'd been out at the pub socialising with my friends. I had a friend next to me and I was approached by a guy a few years older than me. He asked me if I was Bert Stewart's daughter, which I replied with yes. And he goes, "Oh, so you guys are the assholes from Wimmera Downs?" And just started going, "Oh, your dad's wanting towers and like the lines coming through." And I said, "Well, I've got nothing to do with that. Like, I'm 18 years old. I don't have any control over that." He then proceeded to ask me if I had any other siblings, which was quite confronting. I sort of walked away and just didn't really think about it. he kept coming past and making comments like, oh, that's the dickhead's daughter, that's her, she's from Wimmera Downs. It was a couple of hours later and he cornered me outside where I'd had no friends. I'd sort of walked outside to try and find them. He basically said my dad's signing documents and calling people with no information, and Dad's rang people to push his opinion on them, and pretty much said over his dead body would the towers go on his farm. And I sort of snapped back at him, telling him like, I've got nothing to do with it, I don't know anything. He kept like standing right next to me, so my friends sort of stepped in between us. And it was a few weeks later he rocked up at my local footy club, which sort of made me uncomfortable. He didn't really speak to me, but he kept looking at me and standing real close to me. So I sort of stood with Dad all night. I actually had two of his best mates come up to me, which I'd been wary of them for a few weeks, and they sort of asked me like, why didn't you tell us what happened? And so I said, well, I don't know where you stand on it all. And they said, no, it wasn't okay what he's done. We've spoken to him. We've told him that it's not okay. And they're like, I can't believe you didn't come to us with it, which was nice to know, like, I'd been supported and, like, what I went through wasn't okay. It was sort of just, quite confronting.
Yeah. Well, thanks for being so brave and sharing that with us today, especially on public record. And no one should have to deal with that kind of harassment and bullying anywhere, anytime. I've got similar stories I could share with you, perhaps another time. But I'll go to Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for sharing those stories with us. It really makes a big difference to our deliberations. I agree with the Chair that this sort of behaviour, intimidation, bullying, threats, even in some cases threats of violence, we've heard stories of. It's been riddled throughout the submissions. Can I ask you, given your lived experience in these communities, how much opposition is there? Because there clearly isn't universal opposition. There are people who do want to host wind farms and other energy infrastructure on their properties to drought-proof them, as you said, Bert. But we're hearing from a whole parade of groups today that there is universal opposition in regional communities. What's your take on this?
Well, we feel there's a lot of miscommunications out there, and what innuendos and all that, they're not willing to listen. They shut people away that have got the information, and they're just building each other up. And with comments that, as we can find out later, that they're not right. Mm. And a lot of the things that I got accused of, like I end up ringing this guy, and I said, "What were you doing talking to my daughter?" And he said, "No, I didn't." I said, "I assure you, I know you did." Anyway, he then went on and said, "No, you haven't got your information right." And I said, "No, I know I do." But I said, "If you've got a problem with me, come and see me." Mm. And he said, "Well," and I said, "You called me an arsehole." And he said, "No, I don't call people an arsehole." And I said, "I believe you did." I said, "I know you did." So I said, "If you've got a problem, you talk to me, leave my kids alone." And with that, he went on and said, "Well, that's because you are an arsehole. That's because you signed documents that you didn't even know what you were signing." He went on to say that, that I rang 4 people up the transmission line, which I've never rang anyone. I don't talk to anyone. It's their farm. I'll let them make their own minds up. I've never done it in my life.
Yeah.
And then he just said, you want the transmission line to go ahead so you can get your wind farm up and running. I said, "Well, it's not my wind farm. There's a whole group of us." And he said, "Well, you signed paperwork. You don't even know what you signed." I said, "I had a solicitor that represented the group." I said, "Well, I know what I signed and what I didn't." I said, "It's none of your business what I signed." And then he just went on and on and on, accusing me of this and that. And in the end, I just said to him, I said, "Look, I have a transmission line on my farm." I said, which my grandfather let go through. So I said, "I know what it's like to have a transmission line." And he said, "I know that. I know you've got a transmission line." And I said, "Well, is there anything you want to know about it?" And I said, and he let it go through with no compensation, very little compensation. And I said, if he didn't do it, I said, people like you wouldn't have power.
Yeah.
And he just said, then, well, that proves how much bullshit you know. You know nothing.
Mr. Stewart, I use these terms myself very frequently, but we do have parliamentary standards where we're not allowed to swear. So
okay.
you could just say the B word.
Yep.
Or,
sorry.
You know.
Yep.
I was
be
quite
a little
enjoying
bit
it.
correct. Yeah. It's just my job as chair.
Sorry. Yep.
To raise
Fair
that. Yeah.
So, and his reply was, that proves how much you know. And I just said, well, would you apologise to us, me and my daughter, if the wind farm doesn't go ahead but the power line does? And he said, no, I won't. So I just ended the conversation.
And what do you think is driving this hostility? Because it really does seem completely disproportionate, right? It's like, you've got a transmission line, your grandfather, it's been there decades, and yet he's all worked up and stirred up over, you hosting a bit more energy infrastructure, which is actually going to have a huge benefit to you and those other landholders. What do you think is behind his hostility? Like, what has he heard? What has he seen? Who has he spoken to, do you reckon?
I really don't know.
Or
But
others in the community?
He was definitely fueled by the lies that a certain person was saying about me, because he didn't like the idea of the wind farm, but for some reason that person's targeting me only, my family, about the wind towers, not the rest of the farming group.
Yeah.
And he's certainly said a lot of lies about me, and that's what's fueling the anger for people towards us.
So, he's spreading misinformation, or he has been the receiver of it.
If you don't mind, Senator, there's lots of activity going on in the Wimmera Southern Mallee at the minute. So there's a lot of angst around the mineral sands mining. There's a couple of mines going through the ES and planning developments. There's at least 2 major transmission lines, so Western Renewable Link and Van Nuys West trying to get into a similar area to where the Stewart's farm. And then there's quite a lot of renewable energy projects. Plus now the renewable energy zones have been announced for Victoria, which are in that area, and then a little bit further to the west where I work around Warwick-Nabil. So that's driving some of the angst. And then there's also all the issues around the state government's emergency services levies. So all this angst has been piling up, and there's a lot of individual groups banding together now to promote these. And there is people that are for the projects, but they're very quiet about it and not prepared to put their heads up just because of what the neighbours will say or what others will think of them. So there are supporters for the projects. There has to be for renewables, because we don't have, this is probably the biggest myth that people can't get over, we don't have compulsory acquisition. Unless people agree they'll allow us on their properties, we can't be there. So they've just quite wound up in the region at the minute.
So just to clarify, no one can come and drop infrastructure on your land without your permission. Is that what you're saying?
For renewable projects, no, they can't.
Okay.
That is correct.
It's through
an agreement
Yep.
or lease is struck between a project proponent and the landowner. You cannot construct a wind farm on someone's property without having that agreement. It's unlike the resources sector, where resources below the ground are the property of the Crown.
But just to clarify, if you want to build a coal or a gas mine, you need to get approval from the landowner on that property, right?
You've got to see.
Yeah, it's the same. You've got renewables.
You've got to work.
You don't. It's not compulsory acquisition, to my knowledge.
They've got to be compensated.
You seek permission from the Crown.
Of course, but you also need the landowner's permission as well. Right. Do you have an example of a mine being built where the actual host landholder has not agreed to?
Senator Canavan,
You're trying to draw a distinction between renewables and mining.
You'll get your chance, Senator Canavan. I just wanted to clarify, so there is no compulsory acquisition of land for energy infrastructure, correct?
When a project proponent speaks to a landowner and says, we have an interest in your land to develop a project, that is an agreement between the landowner. You cannot walk onto the property and say, oh, we're just building it.
Okay. And whoa. No. We're not doing that like that. No.
We'll come to you.
Can you, and you touched upon it, but in your presentation, but if you could expand, maybe the whole panel, what are the opportunities for landowners in hosting these renewable energy developments and infrastructure? What are and to the town, the wider community?
Sure. To landowners directly, the project's access tracks that are graded twice a year. You're also provided a fixed income over the course of the operational life of the project. for the broader community, regional community grants programs, community benefit funds, councils retaining rates, increased economic activity, local businesses, small businesses being employed, both during construction, additional jobs during operations, technical skills, upskilling, that type of thing. So there is a large economic benefit that comes from these projects being constructed.
And if people are, Colin, as you said now, just silenced, I guess, effectively, and reluctant to ask questions because they feel like they're going to cop some backlash, how are they seeking information then?
Unfortunately, probably the majority of it's done on the internet,
Right.
which you can generally find information to back whatever you want to believe. So it's very hard to make sure that people are getting accurate information. We attend community events or field days and things, which we've found interesting. We will get people come up from outside the area to ask questions because no one will recognise them from being in that area, so they feel a little bit more comfortable asking about decommissioning and fire risk and insurance risks, all of which seem to have any amount of myths out there. Now there is, the right information's there if they wish to look for it and decipher it, but it is extremely difficult to get in front of the misinformation.
Given the swirling amount of misinformation, disinformation there is around, do you have any solutions that the committee should consider to make it easier for people in communities like yours to actually seek credible information? As in the Wimmera Southern Mallee as a collective group, we do now have the Wimmera Southern Mallee Renewable Energy Collaboration, which is about 10 development companies, as well as the transmission companies and Power Corps and some government departments that have actually come together, and we are actively trying to work on that and host a website with Wimmera Southern Mallee Development that has a lot of the myth-busting information there. But again, whether people choose to go there or believe it, because they will form an opinion on different organisations. So I don't know there's any silver bullet. The more we can work together as a collective, as companies, I think is a positive thing through the likes of the Clean Energy Council to actually get the information out there.
I think, to your point, Senator, project proponents are putting information out to communities, and that's the most accurate source of information about their projects. I would refer the committee back to the Clean Energy Council's pre-budget submission this year. We think there is a great cause for supporting the work of the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner to provide independent information, and then also be supported to help disseminate that out into the community to try and have some debunked sources of information about clean energy. I think that's largely what's driving the divisions. Issues circulating on social media, misinformation, disinformation, even malinformation about the consequences of clean energy and how that is then interpreted.
My last question in this block, are you aware of who the players are in spreading this misinformation? Are they people locally, or are these external influencers or external players coming into the town whipping up this kind of fear?
Certainly
to the whole panel.
I've certainly seen prominent accounts on social media. And
from? Do you have names?
Various activist groups that are anti-net zero.
Yeah, can we have them on notice as well?
Sure. And then you can watch as posts by those people then spread into local groups. While these are small minority groups, they do, however, create an issue around fear and intimidation in those local communities with their vociferous opposition to clean energy.
And what about the rest of the panel? Have you heard of, can you name any groups perhaps?
I would have thought we've got a couple of quite active groups. So we've the Wimmera Mallee Environment and Agricultural Protection Association has become quite active over the last 12 months and now has, I believe, a couple of hundred members and hold regular meetings. They are drawing speakers from all over Australia to come and talk from other wind farms. And then there's also Southern Wimmera Renewable Research Association down towards between Rapanyup and Stawell that are also the active, but they are drawing on outside sources to give them information or keep the misinformation rolling.
Do you know what those connections are externally?
No.
No. Okay.
Right. Thank you. Can I just ask, I'll go to Senator Canavan in a second. One thing we know from research is that people tend to trust people tend to trust information from people they know, certain sources. Has there been any representation on this issue or any information provided by, for example, farming bodies in the state or at a local government level? Like, are they supportive of farmers choosing to diversify their income streams, potentially access cheaper power arrangements by having wind farms?
I've seen work published by Farmers for Climate Action. I've seen various position statements by national and state level farming organisations supporting farmers looking after the business, yes.
Right, okay. Do you have similar?
I would have said that they're membership-based organisations, so they have to tread a careful path.
Right, okay.
Because they'll have members on either side of the argument. So they're very clear. They think through a lot about what they're going to put out there and how they're going to support it.
Can you give us some examples? Look, I understand that some farmers may be opposed to renewable wind farms in there if they think it's going to impact the aesthetic values of their property, or they're worried about potential changes in land values. Can you give us some? I mean, that in itself I understand is often a disinformation, but can you give us some other examples of the types of disinformation you've seen actively promoted either online or within these meetings? Like, is it that they're going to electrocute sheep or catch on fire or you're going to get cancer from them, or like what do you, is it the wind farm syndrome stuff still, or is there other forms of prominent disinformation?
Well, there's a lot of stuff going around locally, like wind farms, like people get hearing problems and all that, and you hear a lot of that, but then some people say you don't. So there's people were working on the ones that are affected, but they don't worry about the ones that aren't. And then a lot of things about the power line that you can't go under them, you can't crop under them. It's got an easement that you can't touch. Well, yeah, they're going to be fenced, all this, but you can go under it.
Right.
There's no restrictions. And we had the meeting with TCV when they come, and they're the ones who have got the power line going through the farm. And we had concerns because we'd heard of these. So I had a private conversation with them, and I said, what's the difference between this power line and the old one? And they said nothing.
Senator, I think there's examples of misinformation non-stop everywhere. I've got kept catalogued receipts of examples of it. If it's not about 400 whales a year being killed at offshore wind farms, it's been proven to be false. It's been examples of turbines being dumped in forests, which was disproven weeks later. I've seen examples of turbines, everything will go to landfill, their lifespan is only 15 years, like consistent repetition of things that have been disproven, going so far as to saying that wind farms will cause food security challenges, we're carpeting the country in transmission lines, these projects are being forced upon farmers. It does continue, and I think the way the data is being represented is deliberately done to confuse and wind up communities, and we're seeing that in what's being experienced by Colin and the Stewarts here about the consequences, to the point that you're now seeing maps being produced now that are drastically over-representing the clean energy footprint and projects that are out there, and it's been disproven time and time again, yet they're insisted upon as being accurate.
Or put in the Murdoch press, for that matter. So, last question for me, if there's time, I'll come back to more. So, does it help when you have MPs or local councillors or federal MPs that are so vocally opposed to wind farms and also spread that disinformation and misinformation? Are you looking for more leadership from your elected representatives?
Definitely.
Yes, it is a point of frustration when you see the misinformation coming out in their newsletters.
That's happened in your local area, Mr. Kemp? Or?
It has, yes.
Okay.
Senator, I think it would help. The discussion around mis and disinformation and what do we do nationally, globally.
That's why we're having this inquiry, by the way.
Absolutely. I think that if we can get to a point where it's about practicing personal responsibility and accountability for what we do say, I think that's an excellent step forward. And then when we are corrected, we take it on the chin, we can update things, but we refrain from repeating it because the consequences of repetition is what's causing those divisions in the community and what's leading to the experiences that you're hearing today.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make one?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Chair, I do have to call out to our local state member. After she heard about my incident that happened in Birdship, she did ring to check on my personal health, which I was thought that was really nice of her.
Yeah. Oh, that's great to hear, actually. Yeah. Yeah, really good to hear. Okay, Senator Canavan.
Look, thank you, Chair, and I want to thank all of you for coming and spreading telling some stories, especially Ms. Stewart. Well, we have, that adjective has been used a lot. But, thank you very much for telling us that was a story that should not be happening. I wanted to also just bring it back to real-world situations. A few weeks ago, I was at a landowner's property just west of Rockhampton, and there is a proposed battery facility there that would be the size of roughly of an average IKEA, is within 200 metres of people's homes. Someone I met had the 2 young kids. They've just bought that place 18 months ago. It's not on their property, but the batteries will be within 200 metres of their 2 children. I mean, do you think it's appropriate that a battery of that size, it's incredibly noisy, these things, can be placed in a relatively rural setting? It's sort of hobby farms, large blocks, and so close to someone's residence without them having any say over whether that happens or not?
Just to clarify, Senator, was that 200 metres from the fence line or 200 metres from the actual house?
I could see it, like it's within throwing distance almost.
I need to brush up on setback distances around batteries.
There is none. In Queensland there is none.
There isn't? Okay.
There is no setbacks at the moment in guidelines.
I think project proponents should work with landowners, with neighbours to have a project that is comfortable for everyone involved. It is compliant with the law. That there's no setback standard on batteries in Queensland. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I definitely think that should change, and the new government has announced an inquiry into looking at that. But at this stage, there's nothing they can do really. Even local councils are somewhat have their hands tied. I just wanted to put it to a real world situation because I'm trying to work out here: is the position of the Clean Energy Council that all or almost all opposition to renewable energy projects is due to misinformation?
No, I think there's genuine questions from the community about projects. I think those opportunities to have discussions about projects on genuine questions is now it's more difficult because there is a lot of misinformation that project proponents are now spending more time addressing rather than talking about the project and genuine concerns.
But the issue here is, I mean, if we removed all misinformation, just to be clear, you're saying you'd still get opposition probably to these projects.
There would still be some, I would suspect.
Because
yes.
I think what's been described here today, the harrowing experiences of people, is the worst thing that's going on. This enormous division occurring, splitting long-term friendships, family even. It's terrible. I think my supposition from having a lot of discussions with people in my area in central Queensland about this is it's not the misinformation that's the issue, it's the lack of agency that people feel. So yes, you're right that the host has absolute rights to say no, but the neighbours do not, and they are too impacted by, say, that large battery I mentioned. Obviously, if there's 300 metre, 280 odd metre towers they are now, that is an impact on people. And just as here in this city, if you on your land wanted to build a 10-storey building, an apartment complex, you can't just do that. You've got to get approval. And other people will have their say. It'll probably be very controversial. There'll probably be lots of opposition. There'll probably even be misinformation at times. But the principal thing is those people typically will have a say through a local planning process on whether that 10-storey building happens. The problem we have is there is no agency given to people impacted by these large-scale industrial projects. So in the absence of giving them agency, giving them a voice, it's leading to this division, and it's not a good outcome.
But, Senator, a 10-storey building in Melbourne would have the same, if they had qualified for an environmental impact assessment, would still have the same process applied to it if it were a wind farm where communities do have a chance to have their say.
Well, I don't feel like that now because, I mean, Look, I'm trying to. I often meet with your members.
Yeah,
right? They come up and
I know you do.
talk to them. So I'm trying to help you out, guys.
Yep.
You're probably best to get your project away. The worst thing you could do is start to accuse people who are opposed to your project of being in the thrall of right-wing conspiracy theorists. Right? Because I'm sorry. Well,
You're saying that they're accusing people? Are you kidding
yes,
me?
I am. And they are. We've heard it time and time again through this committee.
Chair and Senator Canavan,
Really?
this is just reminder to senators.
Inappropriate, Senator
Come, Speaker's Chair,
This is my
please.
point.
You're putting words. You're making casting aspersions on our witnesses.
Deputy Chair, just let me make a point as Chair. This is being telecast live around the country. We have standards to uphold here. Mr. Churchill can answer your question, Senator
I haven't
Canavan.
quite finished my question, but until I was interrupted. But
Right.
what I'm trying to help you out, right? I've never seen major proponents act like this. Like, if you want to get your project away, you've got to try and get people on board. You've got to have that social licence.
Yep.
But the strategy of your organisation, I'm sorry, seems to be putting all the effort into silencing people's views rather than getting behind, say, some regulatory changes which give people, either compensate people who are impacted in the broader area, or give them more of a say in what happens.
And Senator, our organisation we have supported regulatory changes around how do we address this issue that you're describing about agency. The focus and thrust of our submission has been, for this inquiry, has been about the mis and disinformation within communities around issues that have been invented around clean energy and the consequences of that. To your point about how can the sector consult better, how can it work with neighbours, not just landowners, and broader communities to get really good economic outcomes? Absolutely. And we want to raise those standards. And my members and I are more than happy to continue to meet with you. The thrust of what we're talking about here is when we have consequences of things that aren't true around clean energy, and if that is whipping up community fear and issues that aren't about the project, that's being borne out by the experience of Colin and the Stewart station.
Just saying, on the ground, the reality is people don't want their rural idyllic setting turned into an industrial environment. That's why they're opposed to it.
Right.
And sometimes they might share something online or what have you that's not right, but that is not the principal cause, and it's not going to make your problems go away if we remove that. It's not hard to explain. I mean, this idea that somehow rural people are different. It's no different than any development. There's going to be opponents, and the way through here is to sit down rationally and talk to people. You raised the extractive industries before. In, say, you take both the coal and gas developments in Queensland in recent years. Under the law in Queensland, if someone's impacted by a gas or coal development, particularly it would be a water table reduction, they have to be compensated. So it's not just the host. The host obviously has to agree. They usually sell their land in the case of coal, or have an easement.
Can you get to a question?
Yeah, I am. Do you support having wider compensation provided to people around, say, a 280 metre wind tower than just the host?
Yes, our members have been looking at options of what we can do. One of the recent considerations we put forward as a policy option is if landowner payments were made tax-free, and then you could take the income tax element of that and use it to be able to pay neighbours. In some states, there are already mandatory compensation schemes for neighbouring properties. We want to make sure that benefits are felt properly. Some project proponents have gone to the length where neighbours are having their power bills paid for in order to spread the benefit around beyond just immediate landowners. So the industry is up for options and a discussion around what can be done to ensure that regional communities are feeling the benefit.
But that extra compensation would need to be funded by more government subsidies then? Is that what you're saying, like an income tax cut? Or, I mean, it can't be...
It would prevent a increase to the cost of a project, yes.
Anyway, okay,
but I'm very happy to chat afterwards if you'd like.
Sure, always happy to meet.
I'll go to Senator Roberts, and then we'll finish off with Deputy Chair.
Chair. Thank you for appearing today. On the first page of your submission, Mr. Churchill, you talk about the fear within regional communities. And there's no condoning violence from either side on any reason. But the fear, I'll read you a text message that I received from a constituent in Queensland. She's a former policewoman, yeah. She's highly intelligent, very, very well spoken, very engaging. She's very, very effective. She said, if there are so many people in rural Australia who are pro-renewables, then how do you explain the thousands of hard-working, everyday Aussies like Michaelia Humble, Queensland, Michelle Hunt, Queensland, Scott Baxter, Western Australia, Martine Shepherd, Western Australia, Andrew Wiedemann, Victoria, people in Tassie, people in New South Wales, they're all over the country, thousands of them, and hundreds more who are giving up their time and money and are supported en masse by their communities working tirelessly to stop renewables destroying their region's productive farmlands, wildlife habitats and rural landscapes. How do you explain that? There are thousands of these people. These are not just one or two disaffected people with tinfoil hats. These are thousands. Why?
And feel free to, if the other board, as someone, do you think renewables are destroying the farmland in your area, Mr. Stewart?
Well, they have an impact on them, yeah, because it's hurting the biodiversity side of it. But yeah, so I agree with a part of it. Yeah, it takes a bit to swallow when you look at them.
Mm.
But yeah, but unfortunately, it's just part of the natural role of what's going on. So you just sort of, we believe we've got to move with the times.
Okay. Second question. Warren Buffett, the most astute investor ever, has said that wind turbines are a lousy investment. Subsidised wind turbines are a wonderful investment. Why do you still need subsidies to keep these things alive? Without subsidies, they're dead. And when you have a subsidy, it makes it a parasite. It's taking from the electricity consumers and the community and destroying the productivity of our country. Why do you still need so many subsidies? Why do you need so many regulatory protections? Why do you need so many regulatory favours? Why?
Senator, I'm very happy to continue to have that discussion. I think that's probably a bit longer than
well, what I'd like to do is for you to answer the question.
Sure. Look, at the end of the day, we need new electricity generation, and there are initiatives and policies to bring investments forward, but projects stand up on their 2 feet. They are financially capable. You wouldn't have...
Without subsidies, they are dead.
Senator Roberts, let Mr Churchill finish his response.
Perhaps we won't agree, Senator, about the views around clean energy, but at the end of the day, major companies, both in Australia, major investors are investing in these projects, and they are adding new electricity to our electricity grid at a time when we are needing more electricity every day.
Everyone can see you, Mr Churchill, not answering the question. Why do you need subsidies?
No, wait a second, Senator Roberts. That's not a...
Why do you need subsidies?
Mr Churchill answered the question. Please don't cast aspirations on it.
Treat our witnesses with respect, please.
That's what we discussed earlier.
Okay, let's move to the next question. Final question. What's clean energy? Can you define it?
Energy that is not requiring the combustion of fossil fuels, I would suppose.
So,
but I think the general term is hydro, batteries, wind, solar.
So what's clean about them? I want to know why the term clean is used. Do they produce something? Do they not produce something?
I think it's been answered.
I think you just answered your question,
Roberts.
Senator Roberts.
It's been answered,
it doesn't
doesn't it?
involve the combustion of fossil fuels and emissions.
So what is it about the combustion of fossil fuels, hydrocarbon fuels, that make them dirty?
Sorry, could you repeat that, please, Senator?
What is it about the combustion of hydrocarbon fuels that makes them dirty energy?
Would presume that has something to do with the carbon emissions. I'm not entirely sure why the naming rights are dished out the way they've been.
So when you're talking about carbon, it's a solid. Do you mean carbon dioxide, a gas, colourless, odourless, tasteless, naturally occurring gas? You're taking in air at 0.04% carbon dioxide, as am I. You're exhaling air at 125 times the proportion of carbon dioxide. Are you dirty? Am I dirty? Is a koala bear dirty?
I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Yeah, I'd like you to take it on notice. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, no worries. Senator Roberts forgot to admit that the fossil fuel industry gets about $20 billion a year in subsidies from the federal government, but nevertheless, look, yes, it's okay. We're going to go for an afternoon break in 2 minutes, Chair,
Okay.
Deputy Chair, and then
Australians care about climate change. I think about it all the time. So do my children. I think a lot of people do. I suspect you all do as well. I'd really like to hear from the panel around what would be the cost to regional communities, to your communities, of us not acting on climate change. And I'd love to hear from Georgia as well, but she doesn't have to go first. Maybe the others could go first.
I guess there has been a lot of science around the global warming, and our farmers have been very ingenious and forward-thinking in how they've adapted to maximise the benefits from the land we're working on. But if we're going to see an increase in global warming, it may make it harder to have this as productive farmland, so we need to be doing whatever we can to keep it as productive as we can.
Mm.
But I also believe that renewable energies can fit in with that and be part of the mix.
Has it impacted your insurance costs?
No.
Not yet. Is it? Yeah. And what about you, Bert? What is the cost to regional communities? Because you are on the front line. It's more than us in urban centres of us not acting on climate change.
Well, we're just going with what's been proposed. So climate-wise, we've realised that, well, as you hear it every day, the coal mines are going to shut down, so there's something got to be done. So if we can help out to produce power, well, so be it. But like, there's other answers, but they get shut down, nuclear and all that. But if wind towers seem to be something that they seem to be able to work with, so, and they've been going up for a long time. So that's, as environmental, well, that's what we've been asked to do, and solar. So, but if someone wanted to build us nuclear, go for it.
And Georgia, what about you? You're a young person. You've got the most to lose or
and what do young
gain.
people think about renewables?
What do you think?
It's not something we've ever heard of, is it?
Yeah. What do you think about the impacts of us if we didn't act on climate change? What would that mean for you in your community?
Well, I suppose it's what you sort of taught at school. Like, we're going to run out of fossil fuels. And it's breaking the barrier, like creating global warming, and ice is melting and rising sea levels. So it's just like, I don't know, ensuring the Earth can keep going.
Yep, that's fair.
So just to finish, Mr. Churchill, so I mean, how serious is the impact of misinformation and disinformation on renewable energy to your sector, to their investment in this country?
It's enormously impactful, both on the mental health of employees, to the mental health and the physical safety of landowners. We are spending time and time talking about issues that are non-issues, questions around decommissioning, food security. We're distracting time from talking about projects. How do we make them work properly? How do we develop best community benefit programs? It is a delayed issue for our members, and that is the delay of projects, the delay of proper consultation being conducted, and then the delay of those operations and deployment of capital and creating then new jobs, supporting small businesses, supporting communities in regional Australia. That's the issue that we've got.
And you may not want to answer this last question, I promise. I mean, your industry is a for-profit industry. It's been, some of your members have been developing renewable energy all around the world, including very successfully and for long periods of time in other countries. Do you see another industry, the fossil fuel industry, that makes a lot of money out of an alternative form of energy as being a problem globally in terms of spreading misinformation and disinformation?
Our industry wants to continue to construct projects. We want to continue to invest in Australia. We have global members, we have local members, we have miners also as members of our business. At the end of the day, the movement around energy is into clean energy. That's where the cheapest possible form of electricity is coming from. Our members want to build these generation assets. We want to create good, supportive regional communities. We want to invest in them, but we are getting delayed because of mis and disinformation. And instead of being able to have productive conversations with communities, we're now addressing issues like projects will be abandoned in fields. They can't be recycled. Major problems. We've addressed these, but we are still coming up about them because they're being repeated and they're being heard by communities and interpreted as true.
Okay, and actually, no, I did say I'd ask, that was going to be my last question, so I'll stick to that. So thank you all so much for appearing here today. Very, very brave of you to go on public record and tell your stories. And if the committee has any questions on notice, we'll get back to you on that. So the committee is now going to suspend for 10 minutes till 3:25, and then we'll proceed with our next witnesses. Thank you.